hello. How is everyone's day going today? Give me 1 second real quick, guys. Pause here and transition on over. Hi guys, how is everyone doing today? Hello. Oh, hello guys. Hello. Welcome in guys. What is this on my screen? Anyway, hello guys. Everyone's having a fantastic day so far. We are getting ready to play the Pokemon Pocket Weekly. Well, not play, but cast Pokemon Pocket Weekly. We are going to be starting in about an hour. My going live was a little bit long, sorry about that. I had to make sure all the hair was perfect. That being said, guys, I'm going to show you real quick what to do for this tournament. We're going to talk about it probably for the hour going up. I need you all to be registered. This is like one of the last calls to make sure you're registered. That being said, one second. So you're gonna go to exclamation mark tournament, and you can find the link for that. You just do exclamation mark Discord for the thing, Shades. Discord does have screen share if people are interested in screen share. So yeah, we are looking for people to stream their games in the Discord. But make sure you are signed up right now, guys. Make sure you're checked into the tournament, and make sure you're in the Discord so that you won't miss a single update to the thing. Yeah. Yeah, so if you go to your dashboard up in the top right corner trap, you can change your deck list. It'll say like edit deck list once you click dashboard. So guys, make sure you're signed up for the tournament. I do think we're gonna remove no, Anubido. That would be way too much. So Mooney, you do not have to add each other to play against opponents in this game. You're gonna share a password. I would recommend you check out the YouTube video for how to play in the tournament, and it will show you every single step from sign up for the website, to sign up for the tournament, to check in for the tournament, to marking your win or loss, and how to find your opponent. So make sure you are currently, everything is good. Let's see here. Oh, thank you, Sean. You're very kind. Yeah, if you have questions, you can join the Discord, but this is definitely the reason we go live an hour early if anybody has any questions. But if the majority of your questions, please make sure you watch the YouTube video. And please make sure that you do it. Make sure you use gloves, guys, so the sweat doesn't get onto the screen. I'm not sure you can play with gloves, but maybe. I don't think you can play phone games with gloves, in my opinion. But yeah. Anyway, guys, make sure you are signed up for the tournament. Do they really? Make sure you're signed up for the tournament. I'm just gonna show you real quick when you register. It's now gonna say check-in, and it's gonna say submit your deck list. Make sure both these yellow lines are not on your screen anymore. Make sure it is not on your screen. If these yellow lines are not on your screen, you are not ready for the tournament. We have about 50 minutes. I'm going to do an announcement in the Discord to make sure everybody knows how much time is left. So, yeah. Give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay. Yeah, exactly. If these yellow lines are on your screen, you are not ready to play. So make sure you have submitted your deck list. Make sure that you've clicked that check-in button. You can also find it on your dashboard, but please, 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 guys, make sure these yellow lines are not on the top of your tournament. Make sure those yellow lines are not on the top of your screen, or you will not be able to play. You will not be able to play. So yeah. Make sure you are checked in, guys. Make sure you have everything good. So yeah. You're not gonna lose, Ed Milson. You are not going to lose this early in round 1. And if you do, you'll win round 2. Easy. I'm going to repeat it 1,000 times. If there's a yellow line, the top of your tournament screen, you are not ready to play. You can go back to like the old tournaments and you can see them. Hi, McDaddy. Welcome back. Your name is so funny. But yeah, so make sure those yellow lines are not on the top of your screen here. If the yellow lines are there when the tournament begins, you will not be able to play. It will kick you out of the tournament and you will auto lose turn 1 or play 1. Play 1, round 1. Well, Bacon, ! tournament, click the link, and if there's any yellow lines, you are not in. Well, you are in, but you're not like ready to be in. So let's do a quick look, guys, at our tournament while we talk. There's 2,600 people signed up. Hi, Lamb. There's 2,600 people signed up. Let's go, Young Long. Good. Yeah. So yeah, anybody is free to participate. It is open for everyone. I gotta get you the link. Give me a second. Hi, John. Welcome in. Welcome in. How are you doing today? For those who don't know, a huge shout out to our sponsor. We're just getting ready and helping everyone make sure they're signed up. But XP Collect has been so kind to help us with this 400 USD prize pool every single week. So huge shout out to XP Collect. I'm so appreciative that they're willing to go out on a limb in the way they do to support our community. This is huge for our community, getting to be able to have a sponsored tournament, having such a large competitive scene. So huge shout out both to our sponsor and to the scene to really supporting this tournament. We're at 2,600 signups right now. We are currently at 2,600 signups. So make sure you are checked in, that your deck list is ready, and that you're all good to go. I'm getting the link for you, sir. Yeah, 1 second. So make sure that everyone's ready to go. So yeah. You do not need to send all your screenshots to the Discord. Only if there's a judge dispute about whether you've won or not will you need to submit a deck list. So I am not participating. I'm going to be broadcasting. I'm going to be casting different games, and we're going to be playing some different things. Yes, I think I responded to you. Yes, I think I responded to you. Yes, I think I responded to you. What channel is this? There you go. Or I thought I did. I still did not post it this morning, though. I know. Yeah, I did not respond, but I did see it. I am currently a chicken running around with her head cut off, so it's sorry. So guys, we currently have 2,691 registrations. That being said, for some reason, there's only 1,700 deck lists and 800 people checked in. Only 800 people of the 2,600 that are registered are checked in. So make sure to go to the tournament link. Not on day 1. You do not need to stream your games. We have 2,600, almost 2,700 people signed up, guys. Make sure that you are checked in. Make sure that you have your deck list submitted. If there is a yellow line on the top of your screen, what does that mean, chat? What does it mean if you don't have a yellow line on the top of your screen? Or if you do have a yellow line on the top of your screen? Hello? Can somebody answer the question for me? What does it mean? It means you're not ready. It means you're not ready. Sorry, I wanted to be a teacher for a second. I always hated, but I also loved my teacher. Like, what does it mean, guys? I've said it 27,000 times. Yeah, you're not ready. So make sure you click that check-in button. Make sure that you submit your deck list. So please, guys, go on and make sure you get all that stuff done. Thank you so much, Matt. I really appreciate that. Yeah, huge best luck for every single one who plays. I'm really excited for the tournament. I think we're going to have a great tournament. I am, by the way, guys, we are learning some new strats. We're going to do a 15-minute check-in for the first round because of the lag. So, you remember you're going to have to check in when you go into your round 1, too. Make sure you're going to need to check in for your round 1, too. But as for right now, make sure you are checked into the tournament. Make sure your deck list is submitted. Get everything going, guys. Honestly, everyone. Honestly, very smart, Young Mung. Make sure, guys, that you are checked in, that you are signed up, that you have everything ready. If you are planning to stream the tournament, make sure that you have you've already tested your thing. I am looking for people to follow through the tournament today. Preferably, we're going to be watching people who are streaming the Discord. So make sure that you know how to do it if you want to do it. No, you do not have to stream today, but I am looking to follow different people throughout the tournament. So if you would like to do it, we would love to have you to stream in the tournament. We do have a number of channels that you can hop into. It is blocked for only a single player, so you do not need to worry about extra people jumping in and checking what it's there. So yeah. There's also the green check mark. Did you also increase the round time to 45 minutes, or is it still 40 minutes with the 10-minute check-in? I have not done anything yet, Gateway. I have not done anything yet. So make sure there's nothing on here. Make sure if you are going to be streaming, make sure it's connected to your Limitless account so it shows up for people. Make sure that you connect it to your Limitless account so it shows up for people, and then you can get people to watch your stream. It's a great way to, if you are planning on streaming on things like YouTube or Twitch, connecting it to your Limitless account is a great way to help other people in the tournament find it. You don't know how to check in. Well, Herman, do you see my page open here? Do you see the word check-in? You click the button right here, buddy. You just click the button. Like, all you have to do is literally click the check-in button right here. It says check-in. You click it, and you will be checked in. Nothing has changed currently, so they're incorrect. I have not changed anything from last week, so let's go. Hey, Heath. Make sure, guys, that check-in button is not on the top of your tournament screen. Make sure your deck list is submitted. We can go really quickly through how to make a deck list, how to submit it, but give me a couple seconds before we get in and start doing that. So, yeah, give me a second, guys. I see you're live. Yeah, I see that you have a game going. I can't. I'm just gonna mouse over. Yeah, it looks like you have your game going, Young Mung. So yeah, guys, make sure you check in. Make sure your deck list is submitted. I'm gonna quickly bring up the deck builder so that we can walk through how to do that. But let's see where we're at. We are currently at 20. We just crossed over the 2,700 registrant line. We just crossed over the 2,700 registrant line, guys. That is absolutely insane. I think everyone here should give yourself a huge pat on the back. this is only because of you guys that this community can grow in the way that it has. And it's absolutely awesome for Book One Pocket to have such a lively and popping almost, competitive scene. I think it is so good for the community, and I want to give a shout out to everyone here. Huge shout out to our sponsor as well. But that being said, huge shout out to the entire community, because your guys are the ones who allow us and allow the community to grow this way. 2,700 is absolutely insane. So congratulations, guys. Y'all are killing it. Y'all are killing it. Let's keep it up. But yeah, we're officially at 2,700. There's 910 people checked in. There's 1,700 deck lists submitted. I'm so excited for you, Mr. J. You're gonna have so much fun, hopefully. Ooh, congratulations, Polo Dude. Well, make sure you know what you need to do. Make sure you have an idea at least. Make sure these yellow lines are not at the top of the screen. Make sure the yellow lines are on top of the screen. Thank you, Xander, and hi, Legends, by the way. Make sure these yellow lines are not at the top of the screen, guys. It's really important that they're not there if you want to be able to, like, participate in the thing. So let me show you how to wait, how do I get this over here? 1 second. So F11. So I'm going to show you guys really quickly how to make a deck list if you're interested. So this is my deck list builder. Yeah, make sure you're checked in and everything is submitted. But we're going to quickly talk about how to make a deck list. There could be Harmon. I could see it. I could see it. So you go, maybe I have it cropped out right now. 1 second. Yeah, so give me 1 second, guys. So you go to the Limitless button, you click Deck Builder, and then you're gonna click New Pokemon Pocket Deck. And here, you can type in the Pokemon card you want. So I need a Pokeball. Okay, so I select the Pokeball. Hi, Rob. And then I click the +1. Now I have 2 Pokeballs in my deck list. I have 2 Pokeballs in my deck list. Also, !Limitless, if you want to see the tutorial that does this much quicker and more, like, fully. Then, when you are done with your list, you go to Copy as Text. Then, okay, we've done that. We go back to our tournament here. Hit a lovely submit button for the deck list, and you can paste it in. Admittedly, this is an incompleted list. This is an incompleted list, but it will paste in, and you can click the submit button, and this one's going to tell you it's wrong. But if it was correct, it would be green. Make sure that turns green, not red. Green! If you want to submit a correct deck list, okay? We all followed along? And if you didn't, go check out the YouTube video. If you didn't, go check out the YouTube video. Green! This should be green! I don't know, I just clicked. 1 second. Not orange, not pink, green! But yeah, make sure this turns green. It turns out if you click it, if it's blue, I think you're colorblind. If it's blue, you're probably colorblind. It is going to turn green when it is ready, and this space will be filled with your deck list. Green! I feel like a coach over here. Make sure that check-in button is not in the top corner. You click the check-in button. I'm not clicking it, because if I click it, I'm colorblind, so sometimes it's a possibility. Like, make sure this check-in button is not correct. Click it. If it remains in the top corner, it is not clicked. If it remains there, it is not clicked. It'll say you are now checked in when you click it. You didn't click it if it's still up there. You didn't click it if you're still up there. So yeah, guys, make sure !Tournament. When does it start? The tournament starts in about 35 minutes. Make sure, guys, that you are all ready, that your deck list is submitted, that you have everything going. You know how to do everything that you need to do. If you don't know how to do it, watch the YouTube video. !Limitless. !Limitless. and then we can go from there. Okay, guys? Honestly, critical, honestly. Yeah, no, I'm actually colorblind. I'm colorblind. Nebby, if it becomes the official format, I'll do it. But I'm going to have my tournament reflect the official meta or the actual format of Pokemon Pocket. I don't really like alternative formats myself, especially this early into the game. And so we're just going to be doing whatever the ranked format is, whatever the format is for people to play, like at regionals. Like if it gets adopted to regionals, whatever format is there is what we're gonna do. If they make an official rank, whatever format is on the ranked is what we'll do. But we probably will not do anything of those. Okay, guys. I need you all to check this page. Go to what is the link here? Give me a second, so I can force you all to go and check. Copy link address. Okay, guys. If you're in the tournament, if you want to be in the tournament, click this link. If there's any yellow lines at the top of your screen, you need to be clicking them and fulfilling them because it does not need to be there. When it starts, will it be redirected to another page of the website? No, it will not redirect you. But you can see up here where it says like admin, metagame, registrations. When it starts, there will be one that says pairings. And pairings is the one that you will click. And if you go to, if you check my YouTube videos, Will, because you're on YouTube right now, it's called like tournament guide. And it will walk you through like finding your pairing on the pairings list, your name on the pairings list. It'll walk you through checking into your pairing. It'll walk you through talking to your opponent and setting up the password. The password for the YouTube video game was Ursiiday is so cool. I'm just saying, it's true. The video does not lie. I don't know why I just said that. But anyway, and then it'll even walk you through how to mark if you won or lost. So please, 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 guys, make sure to watch the YouTube video. If you're on YouTube, go check it out. It's Tournament Guide. If you're on Twitch, !Limitless, and there's a link. I really appreciate that. That's funny, Jordan. A lot of people have the opposite opinion, I feel like. But I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate all the compliments for the record, by the way, guys. Sorry if I have missed anyone's compliment. I do appreciate all the compliments. So thank you very much. So make sure, guys, that you are signed up. Make sure that could have been maybe. You got this, Flowrite. I believe in you. You got this. That being said, you won't be able to do it if you're not checked in and your deck list is not submitted. So check the webpage. Not you specifically. This is me yelling at everyone, not you specifically, even though I used you to go into it. Make sure these orange lines are not at the top here. That's fine. You can stream with any of the things. Make sure that yellow lines are not at the top. And they're 2 days a week now. But make sure these yellow lines are not at the top. If you have these yellow lines at the top of your screen, yeah, you need to, when you click the check-in button, if it does not disappear, you didn't click it. If it doesn't say you checked in, best of luck, you didn't check in. So make sure you're checked in. Yeah, you can also see it on the dashboard for sure. You can also see it on the dashboard. So make sure to sign up, guys. Make sure you're checked in. Make sure your deck list is submitted. I'm sorry for saying it so many times, but I will tell you exactly how many of you haven't done it. Guys, we're at 2719. Could we hit 2800? Yeah, it does get glitchy after a certain second. So I would recommend for sure, because I will say this. The amount of people that we have playing this tournament every week is absolutely massive, and it outweighs a lot of the tournaments on Limitless. So we lagged the website a little bit. That being said, Robin's absolutely awesome. He's helped us a lot with this tournament. I'm so appreciative to him, to that he runs this and things like that. And he's given me a lot of tips on how to run it. So that being said, it gets a little laggy the closer to time we get. So make sure that you are checked in. Sometimes you need to refresh and double check that it actually did check you in, because sometimes they'll do it on the client side and not communicate to. But so make sure guys, you're checked in, that your deck list is submitted, and refresh the page after you've done it to double check that it's there. Like that, double check that like it's actually checked in, that you're actually have all the things turned in. Like, please, I want everyone here who wants to play in the tournament to get in, guys. I want you all to have the most fun possible. I want you to have a fantastic experience. But to do that, you got to make sure you're checked in. You got to make sure your deck list is submitted. When you go into the round, make sure make sure that like you're like actually checked into your game. I want you guys to have so much fun, and I know that having to do judge calls can make it a little bit can like tone down the fun a little bit. So make sure that you can that you're checked in. Make sure that you have your deck list submitted. I really want us all to have as much fun as possible. So please make sure you're able to do it. So 1 second. Let's see. Can we say that this is part of the Sacramento Regional that's going on? Don't say that I said it. You can say whatever you want, but don't say that I said it. Don't say that I said that. Yeah, I mean, technical issues also suck, but Jacko, I'm just proud that we've built such a fantastic community. That's how I feel, and I'm just like really glad that the community is like is the competitive community is so healthy, and that we can have a platform and a spot for everyone to come together and play the game. So I'm very proud. But that being said, like, you guys should be proud. You guys are the ones that are making this community be what it is. Y'all are the ones who are growing it. Y'all are the ones who are spreading the word. Y'all are the ones that by signing up, more people are seeing it. More people's eyes are getting on it, like, because it's so big, more people see it, and then more people want to play, and then it just gets bigger and bigger. And that's all because of you guys that show up every single week. Y'all are the ones that, like, y'all put in 9 hours of gameplay. It's absolutely insane. Y'all are, like, you guys should be just as proud as I am of this tournament, because honestly, like, if I had like 5 people, nobody would care about the tournament, So that being said, like, y'all have made this what it is by being willing to participate and by being willing to play every single week. So I'm really, really excited that we can, continue to grow this community, that we can like really build this community from the ground up, because I want it to be competitive. I want it to be really, I want it to be competitive and the largest tournament. But at the same time, like, I want new players to be welcome. I want you all to like have like, the feeling that like you built this up as well. How do I record wins and losses in matches? Marcoco, if you go to the YouTube video, there's a YouTube video. Same for Doka. There's a YouTube video. If you're on Twitch, it's ! Limitless. If you're on YouTube, you need to go to it's deck guides or how to play in your tournament. And it will walk you through how to build a deck list, how to submit a deck list, how to check into your round, how to check in for the thing. Yeah, players choose passwords. It'll walk you through every single step, even marking the wins and losses. So please go on and sign up, guys. Please, and watch the YouTube video. Make sure you know what to expect. And if you have more questions, you can join the Discord, and people will be happy to help you figure them out. So yeah. We're almost to 3,000. We're at 2,700. We're actually like slow climbing to 2,800 right now. So we have 24 minutes left. There's 2,730 players registered for the tournament. That being said, only 1,168 of you have checked in, and 1,800 of you have submitted a deck list. So that's a 700 difference, guys. What's going on, huh? What's going on, chat? You submitted a deck list? All you have to do is click a check-in button now. I feel like it's harder to submit a deck list than it is to check in. Like, hello? Maybe so, Hermanzito. They did so well last time. The finals last week was 2 Mewtwo's. The top 4 was 3 Mewtwo's, 1 Pikachu. So it's definitely possible. That being said, I would love to see someone shake up the meta, bring something that Keanu's Mewtwo, correct, or Pikachu, whatever you actually think is going to be winning, and to love to see how it happens. Hi, Kaiju. Thank you. But yeah, guys, make sure you're signed up. Make sure these yellow bars are not at the top of your screen. When you click check-in, this yellow bar will no longer be there. Then refresh and make sure it's still actually not there. Make sure, guys, that check-in button is clicked. It should not, when you go to this page, still be on your screen. When you click this button and it actually checks you in, it will not be there anymore. Similarly, when you submit your deck list, it will not be there anymore. So make sure you submit your deck list. Make sure your deck list is correct. If you put in a baby Pokemon and not an EX Pokemon, but you meant the opposite, or you put in the EX Pokemon and you meant the baby Pokemon, and you submit it and you let it pass through, you will have to play the cards you want, or you'll either have to be dropped from the tournament. So make sure your deck list is correct. When you go to this page from the edit deck list, it will say here, your deck list in green. This yellow bar, this lighter yellow bar, will be green with a deck list once you have correctly submitted your deck list. Make sure you have submitted your deck list. Make sure that this is, oh wait. If it's blue, I don't know. Somebody earlier asked what if it's blue. Well, it probably means you haven't submitted anything yet. That being said, I'm a dummy because blue could be normal. That being said though, make sure that this check-in button's not the top twitchy. Make sure there's a green box here with a deck list in it. And make sure the deck list is correct. That's what you need to check. So yeah. Oh. But yes. Just says do it again. Makes sense. I've been spawning them. Oh no. Make sure everything is correct. I want everyone to have the best experience possible. I want you all to just have fun, get to play, not have to worry about anything. But that being said, you need to get the first steps done. And that's checking in. That's submitting your deck list. That's making sure your deck list is correct. Making sure you've watched the YouTube video so that you know how to check into your games. Make sure you know how to do all of it so that you don't have to call the judge, which is fine if you do have to call the judge, by the way. But that being said, I would love for there to be minimum judge calls. I would love for there to be, for everyone to just get to play and have fun and it go perfectly. So make sure that your deck list is correct. Make sure you've checked in. Make sure your submission is correct and you have submitted something. And then when you go to details, these yellow bars won't be there. And if those yellow bars are there, you did not check in. You did not submit your deck list. Whichever one it is, it won't do it. So make sure you are all ready for this tournament, guys. Yes, Moondog, I'll be quizzing you on this. Okay, let's start the quiz, class. Let's start the quiz. What does it mean if that yellow bar is at the top of your screen? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. What does it mean? Yeah, Steffi, exactly, though we're family friendly, so you can't say that. It means you're not working. No, this is how we do it. So you're allowed to stream your games in the Discord if you would like to. You do not have to today. Today you do not have to. But if you would like to, you may join one of the numbered channels and stream your games, and I may jump into your channel and watch your games for the stream. It's okay, James. I bet you got it. I bet you know exactly how to check in now. If you have any questions, make sure that you have already watched the YouTube video. You know everything you need to do. So yeah. I'm gonna drink some coffee real quick. I need some coffee after all this yelling. Jesus Christ, they have so many voice channels now. Okay. Okay, guys. I'm gonna quickly do the stuff we need here. 1 second. Okay, so for the first round, we're gonna do 15-minute check-in. Yes, Moon Dog, you're always allowed to use the restroom. The quiz is not hard, Kevin. It is up to you what you do. I do not recommend anything other than playing the game. I do not recommend anything or any specific one. Just, make sure that, whatever risks there are, you're the one taking it, With different card types. No, if you have a normal Mewtwo, you need to be playing the normal Mewtwo. If you submit a EX, you need to be playing the EX. I appreciate all the compliments, by the way, guys. I really do like the compliments. I just can't respond to everyone, but thank you, guys. I always am happy to take compliments. So yeah, guys, we are officially almost 15 minutes from the tournament start. Play with yes, EXs are allowed. EXs are allowed. We are playing we are the most competitive, largest tournament every single week. We're playing what is allowed on the closest thing we have to rank, or what we may guess is going to be on the thing. Congrats with the 3,000 participants. I appreciate that. Thank you, Pikaverse. Maybe we'll make it there. We're at 2,800. We're almost at 2,800 right now. We're almost at 2,800. So we'll have to see. I really appreciate that, though. Thank you. We are officially to 2752 registrations. 1315 check-ins. We have 1,900 deck lists submitted. Make sure you have checked in. Make sure your deck list is submitted. Make sure it is correctly submitted and that you have the correct cards. So yeah. I'm so excited for your first tournament, John. You're gonna have so much fun with it, I hope. They are Roblox Pokemon, Rob. It literally has a Roblox on it. It literally has Roblox on it. So Tupso, when every round it'll automatically put you against someone with the same score as you. So if you are, X and 1, you'll go against players who are X and 1. If you are X1 and 1, you'll more than likely go against players who are X1 and 1, or you'll be paired up or down. But you'll for the most case, be playing against people who are the same match as you. If there's an odd number, then obviously one person will be paired up or down. But for the most part, that's how it works. All you have to do is !tournament. There's a link to the Limitless website. And if you need a guide on how to get ready, !Limitless will give you a guide that walks you through everything in 2 minutes. Please watch the video. Anybody here who's your first tournament, make sure you watch the video. Make sure that you have an idea of how this is going to go. I'm happy to, and people in the Discord are happy to help. But make sure you watch that video first so that you have an understanding at the least. So yeah. Let's see here, guys. Then hold your friend's hand. Oh God, we need even more channels. That works. Yeah, you can use that. You can use that. Yeah, dashboard works. I am not gonna play. We're gonna cast it. It is on my YouTube. Yeah, we're gonna cast all the games, and we're going to stream. Well, not all the games, but a lot of the games. Every single round, we'll be doing some casting, and we're gonna be broadcasting the entire tournament. I would not be playing. Guys, if you're wondering, man, should I sign up for this tournament? The answer is yes. Make sure you're signed up. Make sure you sign up. Then it sounds like you have to wait a second, Seven. Thank you, Cinderfy. But you do not. No, so Slowbro, watch the YouTube video, !Limitless. It'll show you exactly how to find your opponent. It'll show you exactly how to talk to them, how to trade passwords. Like, thank you. Make sure you watch the YouTube video, !Limitless, and there's a whole guide on how to do it. So please make sure you watch the video so that you have an idea of what you need to do. Also, guys, if you are planning to stream in the Discord, could you change your username to match your Limitless username? Like, not username, but your nickname in the Discord to match your Limitless username, because otherwise I'm not gonna know what game is what, and I do need to know that to be able to broadcast it. Why? I can't hop in right now. It's sorry. Let's see real quick. Make sure, guys, these yellow lines are not the top of your screen. Okay. Let's see, guys. Make sure, guys, that you are checked in, by the way. I know that I've said it a lot of times. You can play on whatever you would like, but make sure you're checked into the tournament. If this check-in button is the top of your screen, guys, you're not checked in. You're not checked in. And if you're not checked in when this tournament begins, you will be dropped from the tournament. You will be dropped from the tournament if you are not checked in when it begins. Make sure your deck list is submitted. If your deck list is not submitted before, the tournament begins, you will be dropped from the tournament. So please make sure that you have all that stuff, guys. That you've done all of it, that you've gotten it, that you are ready to go. Make sure, I want everyone to have as fun of a game as possible. I want you to have a fantastic, holy crap, we have 1,400 check-ins. Let's go. 1,400 check-ins. We're almost to 2,800 registrations. There is a late check-in option, but you'll have to resubmit everything. You have to resubmit everything, I'm pretty sure. Betro, check the YouTube video, !Limitless, and it will show you how to talk to your tournament. It'll show you how to talk to your opponent. It'll show you how to talk to your opponent. !Limitless. Guys, we are officially to 1,400 check-ins. Right to 1,400 check-ins. Make sure, guys, we are going to have so many players today. I wanted this to go as smoothly as possible. So please, please, please check in, submit your deck list, and be ready to check into your rounds. Our first round is going to have a 15-minute timer, but when your round starts, you need to make sure that, you know, like, you click that check-in button. Refresh even to make sure. Once the tournament begins, honestly, we're going to have a bit of lag. So we understand that's the process. But please, please, please make sure, like, do everything you can to fulfill it from your side. If you're not able to check in, the lag is too hard, you know, just call a judge. We'll deal with it. That being said, please, guys, try, you know, like, not for day one, Unicorn, not for day one. For day two it is, though. For day two it is mandatory, for day one it is not. One second, guys. I think we're gonna extend the check-in time to 1:10 to make sure that everybody does, you know, is able to check in because the lag that's starting up, guys. Yeah, you have to make sure you check in. I can't right now. I cannot. Let's see, guys. Let's see. Top Boy, you should watch the YouTube video and you'll see exactly how to do it or how it goes down. I think anybody who has a lot of questions, you should watch the YouTube video. 1:10 EST. Yeah, in 16 minutes. But make sure, watch the YouTube video and it'll tell you exactly how to do everything. In 15 minutes, buddy. In 15 minutes. Doka, if it's not letting you submit your deck list, you probably don't have the correct deck list. Please check the guide. Are you using the !Limitless deck list? I'm so excited for you as well. I'm so excited for everyone who's your first tournament. That being said, we need to make sure this tournament goes as smoothly as possible, guys. There are officially over 1,400 people who are going to be playing in the tournament because they are checked in, which, guys, you should make sure you're checked in. Woo! 1,500 people are checked in. Holy crap. 1,500 people are checked in. So this is going to be a huge tournament. Make sure, guys, that, like, you are checked in, that you know how this tournament's going to go. You need to watch that YouTube video so that you can make that you have an idea of how this is going. We need to go as smoothly as possible. There's so many of you. Sadly, you know, it's only so many judges we have, so make sure that you watch the YouTube video. You have a rough idea because it could take a little bit of time for judges to get to you. It does happen. So please, guys, please make sure that you are checked in. Make sure that your deck list is submitted. Make sure that these yellow lines up here are not on your screen. If they are on your screen, you're not checked in. Toaster, let me get the link real quick. Limitless. I will post it in the YouTube channel. No, brain freeze. I'm so sorry to hear that. I hate that you felt so negatively about it. We all have some bad tournaments. But, you know, like, you can just come back next week and play again. You're fine. So, guys, make sure you're signed up. Make sure you're checked in. Make sure your deck list is submitted. Make sure when you go to submit your deck list that this space turns green. If this space does not turn green, it was not a correct deck list. Make sure that that this turns green so that, you know, it all works, that like it works, that it's correctly submitted, and then go back to details and make sure those yellow lines are not at the top of your screen. My God, the lag has begun. Lucas, watch the YouTube video, !limitless, and it will tell you how to find your pairings. It'll show you how to find your pairings. So yeah. No, you do not need to stream all games, but tomorrow, if you make day 2, you'll have to stream your games. !limitless, and you can get the link, buddy. !limitless. Oh. Day 2, you'll have to stream, but day 1, you do not have to stream if you don't want to. That being said, I am looking for as many volunteers as possible. And all you have to do is join the Discord. Please have your nickname be the same as, okay. Oh, okay, thank you, Teffy. I will. Jesus Christ, we have so many channels at this point. I need to get, there's a bot that I need to get, but I didn't have time to set it up this week. I'll put some more in. Make sure your nicknames are the same as, you know, as your Limitless account so we can find you. I'm sure we're going to find some really interesting matches this week. Oh no, I have 2 34s. It'll be fine. I doubt it really matters. Oh my gosh. Make sure that you have your nickname changed to match your Limitless, or we will not be able to find you and we will not be able to stream you. Imagine the anxiety of Ursiiday right now. Oh no. Don't talk about it. Okay, guys. If you have not watched the YouTube video yet, please check out the YouTube video. 1 second, guys. Yeah, we are 10 minutes away from start, so we will be beginning soon. That being said, 1 second. I'm just making sure I have all the judge stuff set up correctly. Yeah, you're gonna just have to make sure you're checked in at this point, guys. I'm always breaking limitless, but Robin is so kind that he does not make me feel bad for it. Nah, he does such a great job with the whole thing. But you know, there's only so much people can do. So Robin does such a great job with this. It is such a great, you know, tool for our community, for all the card game communities. So I'm just really glad that Robin is, you know, so willing to help us and stuff like that. Well, Surf, if this check-in button is still there when you refresh, you're not checked in. If the submit button is still there when you refresh, you have not submitted your deck list. So just go to the details page. Also, if you refresh your dashboard, it'll say you are checked in and ready for the tournament. Good luck. Something like that. You can check both places. We know that the website is lagging right now. So give us 1 second, guys. 1 second to, you know. We know the website is going slow. Then you got to click the buttons. It is going to for a little bit, Zin. It's going to for a little bit. We are the largest tournament, the weekly tournament. There are a couple other tournaments that are pretty large on this platform. That being said, we are one of the largest tournaments every single week, and we do cause a little bit of lag during the beginning of each round. So you still have time to sign up. You still have time to sign up. Make sure, yeah, just give it a second, guys. We know that it's a little slow. We know that it's going to be a moment. How do you check in? Well, Aki, you got to click that check-in button. Yeah, there's too many people. There's too many people. But it's good. It's good. And Robin is so awesome for running this platform. That being said, you got to give it a little bit of time. We're giving 10 minutes because of the lag to let people check in. We're going, the dashboard should update, but with the lag, I'm not sure if it will. But I will announce when pairings are out, so you can wait to refresh till then. I will announce when pairings are out, so you got this, guys. We got this. Yeah. Good, Mr. J. I'm glad to hear that. My dashboard is not refreshing currently. It happens. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, we expected some of these gateway issues. We will get it. It'll work in a second. I'm so excited for it to be everyone's tournament. My goal is for this tournament to be the largest, most competitive tournament every single week. That being said, I love for new players, and I think this community should also be open and welcoming and friendly to new players, and I just love seeing how many people's first time it is playing tournaments, first time it is playing limitless tournaments, and we definitely overtax this website a little bit. That being said, it'll be up in a second, and we should be good to go. Okay, we are overtaxing the website a little bit, guys. It'll be okay. Well, this is why we're here the whole hour. Exactly, exactly. That being said, though, we got this. Then Dark Crystal, you can sit on your dashboard or wait till I announce the beginning in the Discord. I'll announce it in the Discord. I announce every single round in the Discord, so you should be good. Like you'll know when it's time, and I will warn you, when I announce the tournament has begun, it is going to crash. But you have a 15-minute check-in timer. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. No, if you're in the tournament now. Guys, I think we might have 2,800 signups, by the way. I think we may have 2,800 signups. It is not yet. Not yet. I'm saying when it begins, you'll still have a lot of time. You're going to continue to get 504 error for a little bit, guys. Let's see here. Yeah, it is because of how much lag there is every single week. We're going to give a 15-minute check-in for round 1. It's because we're overtaxing the website, guys. It'll be okay. We have 1,600 people checked in, my God. 1,600 people are checked in. One second, guys. I'm just making sure everything is good to go since there's a lot of people trying to do this. Making sure I have all the judges right real quick. Thank you, Teffy. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yeah, Limitless is a little bit upset with the 1,700 people, but it's gonna be okay. It'll work out. It'll work out. It's okay, guys. It's okay. You can stop refreshing for a little bit. No, it starts in 2 minutes. It starts in 2 minutes. Starts in 2 minutes. Thank you, Igor. I appreciate that. No problem, Bella. No problem. It's one of my mini skills. One of my mini skills. Or should I say this community's mini skills, because it's not me. It's everyone here refreshing. Thank you, Elite. I'm making sure I have all the judges on here correctly. Really? That's so cute, pups. I love that. I love that. Only 10 rounds today. Next week, and then tomorrow we will play a couple more rounds. And then we'll have our top 32 tomorrow. KSC, you definitely do not need that. Okay, guys. Okay, let's see how that lag is looking. Guys, if you're not checking in right now, please stop refreshing. Let the people check in. If you have already checked in, stop refreshing, please. A lot of Pokemon today. Okay, guys, I'm even having trouble, like, getting to the page to start the tournament. So we're gonna start 1:15. I'm gonna announce it real quick. But yeah, guys, stop. You should stop refreshing then, Kala. Everyone, if you have already checked in and your deck list is submitted, stop refreshing the website. People need to be able to check into the tournament. People need to be able to check into the tournament. If you have checked in and your deck list is submitted, stop touching the website. I will tell you when to touch the website, I promise. I will tell you when to I will tell you when to touch the website. Give people a couple minutes to check in. I have not put there's no pairings up yet. You're not missing anything. You're here on the channel. I'll tell you when it starts. Please stop refreshing. Please stop refreshing so people can get in, okay? I'll tell you when to crash it again. That being said, thank you, Robin, for running this website. We're so appreciative, and the website runs so well. I know we just have a very large tournament, but stop refreshing, and I'll tell you when. Stop refreshing, and I'll tell you when. Storm the chat. Don't storm the website. Okay, guys, let's crash Twitch, not Limitless, for a second here. Okay, guys, to reiterate, if you see these yellow lines at the top of your screen, you are not checked in, and you have 2 minutes to check in. You have 2 minutes to check in. And we're going to start this tournament because we cannot wait any longer. 2 minutes, buddy. 2 minutes, that's all you got. That's all you got. I'm really scared to start round 1. I'm scared, actually, at this point, to start it. That being said... Okay. Okay, guys. This is going to be a great tournament. This is going to be a great tournament. Stop touching the website. Stop touching the website. I need it to work for a second so people can check in. Do not! Lucas, don't say that. People will listen to you. Okay, guys. No refreshing the website. No touching the website unless you are not checked in which case, hurry! Fast! You have 1 minute. Stop touching it. Stop looking at it. Look at me. Look at me, not the website. It'll start in a minute. I'll tell you when it starts. I'll tell you when. Look at me, not the website, okay? Okay. Let's see. How many people do we have checked in? This is going to be a very slow load. You will be able to on your page, but not right now. Don't even look at it. Guys, we have over 2,800 people registered. We are not going to be able to, we're going to have to go in and start the tournament in a second, but don't touch it yet. Don't touch it yet. Don't touch it yet. You need, if you have a last couple seconds to check in, but that's all you have. I'm just quickly getting up. Okay. Oh, okay. Um, okay, guys, it is officially up and going. Go check Limitless. I'm really scared to say that. Go check. You can touch the website officially. Your pairings are up. Your pairings are up, chat. Make sure you check into your game. Make sure that it does not have a check-in button anymore when you go to your pairings. And make sure that everything is good. Make sure that everything is good. Like, make sure you check in. It's 45 minutes. It's 45 minutes. You have 15 minutes to check in and 30 minutes to play the game after that check-in, but you have that whole 45 minutes to play. Make sure that you are checked in. Make sure you are checked in, guys. Like, make sure you check in your rounds. And if you have any problems, do call judges, but please be nice to the judges. Please be nice. Please be, kind. And there's a lot of lag round one, buddy. There's a lot of lag. The website's going to crash a couple times. Yeah. I already extended it to 15 minutes. Don't worry about round time, guys. I will deal with round time. If I have messed it up, I will let it continue, and we'll just talk to... Like, we got this, guys. I will fix it if I have messed it up. I will fix it. Just please go on and get your game going. Okay. I have changed it to 45 minutes. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. Please, guys, you should be able to go and start going. Then you'll be given a win, but if your opponent's talking in chat, you need to talk to them. Did it change it? Okay, well, there will be an extra 15 minutes. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm gonna go on and start getting us a game up and ready. I'm gonna go on and get us a game up and ready. Let me find us a really quick game now, guys. Make sure you check into your round, though, guys. Make sure you check in. Make sure you have everything you need to do completed. So please, please, please make sure that you are checked in, guys. Make sure you are checked in. Let me quickly... Okay, let me get a game going, guys. Make sure you watch the YouTube video, guys. You'll be talking to your opponent in chat. You'll make a password in the game, and you will share it to your opponent. You will share it to your opponent. So... Okay. Okay, guys, we're gonna get up our first game now. It is a Mewtwo versus Blastoise, so it's gonna be really fun to watch. So let me bring that up, guys. We have it here. It is Youngmong versus Pokereo. So we're gonna go and start with our round one here. We are going to do a Misty to try to start attaching energies. We do have, it looks like, a Wartortle already ready in the active. Whoo! And 5 energies directly onto that Wartortle. That's going to be enough potentially to have start up that big Blastoise attack every single turn. So fingers crossed, guys. We're going to see if that Wartortle does survive Blastoise. That's going to be no more energies needed on that Wartortle to really do that 160 damage attack every single turn. Blastoise is a very bulky Pokemon. He has a very large butt with upwards of, I think it's like 180 health. And then Blastoise is a part of that water archetype that when you have a set number of excess energy on the Pokemon, he's actually able to do additional damage, which puts his damage up to 160, just enough to knock out basically Mewtwo's, knock out all those Pikachus, even knock out Charizard with that type advantage. That being said, we'll have to see if Youngmong does end up having that big turtle. And we do see a Sabrina come down here from that Charmander EX, our Pokereo here, who is going to be defensively pushing back that Wartortle, saying he does not want to deal with him. And it does look like we're going to see a red card come down from Pokereo. We did see that Blastoise EX go back into the deck from that red card, but will Youngmong have what he needs to continue the game? We see potentially even a Toadscroll getting drawn, and that Blastoise does come down now. We'll have to see. We do see that Blastoise appear here, guys. The question will be, is there going to be an attack from that Toadscroll? We don't see it, and we are going to see a retreat back to Blastoise now. Going to be upwards of 160 damage. So here we go. Okay, guys, that Blastoise attack does come down here. And that is going to be 2 more points for Young Mung. I didn't realize he already had 3, my bad. I'm just getting add everyone out real quick. That is going to be game 1 for Young Mung there. I'm going to quickly get this announcement out about the thing, though. Okay, yeah, that was a really good start for that Blastoise deck there, guys. You saw that Misty come down 5 energies on a Wartortle, which meant all the energies that were needed to get that Pokemon up and running for that extended damage for that Blastoise was already there, and he could start attaching back to that Toadscroll, which set up a really nice retreat. But we'll have to see how this continues to go. We are going to go on into game 2 now. There's a Toadscroll start here. It does look like we're going to be looking for those Squirtles, trying to set up exactly what's needed to get going. Let's see here. Okay, so we're gonna see that Ralt start on the side of Rayo here, which is not the best. We are gonna see if we can get any other Pokemon down. Okay, a second Ralt does come in the Pokerayo, but he does have a Pokeball, which does mean that he is going to potentially be able to find either a Mewtwo, yeah, and we do see that Mewtwo come down now. That Misty on the side of Young Mung was not very successful last turn, which means it ends up doing nothing for Young Mung here. And so we see here, we do end up getting an X-Speed as well, meaning that Ralt is going to be able to retreat back to that Mewtwo and protect either of these that could potentially turn into Kirlias. Those are also the few Pokemon that could potentially get a knockout from a Toadscroll, and we're going to have to see how it continues to go from here, guys. Okay, a red card does come down on the side from Rayo, which does potentially mean we could see worse or a better hand from Young Mung. I'm not really sure how to feel about that, just because Young Mung was really bricked last turn. He didn't have much in his, he didn't have anything but a Toadscroll, and now we're able to play that Squirtle just like that onto the bench. We could potentially see more now as well. We saw that Misty last turn, which does potentially mean that there were no researches in hand, which does look like we do find this turn, and we are going to be able to draw 2 more cards, potentially putting us into every single card that Young Mung needs. He does go on to decide to evolve into that Tentacruel. This does protect that Tentacool from being knocked out, because all that 60 damage needs is that 50 energy, and then Giovanni, which Mewtwo's normally run here. Okay. We do see a Sabrina come down, which does put Squirtle in the active, but a Sabrina does mean as well that Squirtle will be able to survive. There will be no Giovanni coming down. So, yeah. Okay, we see a Wartortle as well, which means we're going to see that retreat with that evolution back to the Toedscool. With that X speed, he is able to finish powering up Toedscool and do 50 damage as well as a poison to that Mewtwo. Mewtwo does not have any Curlius yet, which means he will not be able to do anything but 50 damage this turn, and we have another turn to start seeing him power up this potentially a Blastoise on the bench. We see actually ends up attaching back to this other Mewtwo on the bench on the side of Rayo. That does mean Pokerayo will not be able to even do 150 next turn. Potentially does mean that he does have a Giovanni that he expects to use next turn, though. Okay, we do see that evolution now with that Blastoise. Blastoise EX is fairly large, and we do see a Misty come down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 energies onto that Blastoise, meaning that Toedscool could be retreated and a one-hit knockout could come from that Blastoise onto that Mewtwo in the active here. And we do end up seeing that retreat. He does decide that those 2 energies on his Toedscool are just too much to pass. It's just too much to pass up. He goes to go in and start attacking that Toedscool as well, which does mean he could potentially retreat if there's another Sabrina that comes down. But we'll have to see how it ends up going. We do, that is going to be 2 points for Youngmung. But can Pokerayo come back from such a devastating blow? We do see a Ralts. I don't believe was down last turn, but even if he was, that is not going to be enough to do a 150 damage attack. Max he's going to do here is 50 with 3 energies on that Mewtwo, which will not be enough to keep Youngmung from having another huge knockout. Another huge knockout. Okay, yeah, the 3rd energy does get attached, but the only thing we're going to see come down here from Pokerayo is more than likely a 50 damage attack, which is going to put Blastoise to 80 health, but he'll still be able to attack and knock out. Let's see here. And that 160 damage attack does come down from that Blastoise. That is going to be the last hit that he needs to secure his win. And that's going to be a 2-0 on the side of Youngmung here, guys. One moment, guys. I'm just double checking that we have everything we need here. I'm just trying to see if there's anything I can do to... Quickly. We're going to get another game going. 1 second. Okay, let me find us another game, guys, to watch now. Very excited to see what we can find. I'm going to just double check real quick who is still going in the tournament and see if we can find us another one. Oh, Floyd already won. Okay, we do have another match that looks like it could be ready, so let me quickly get that up, guys. Okay, let me... Okay, guys, it looks like we have a Starmie versus a Koga that we oh, that is going to be game 3 for them, and that does look like that Starmie is going to win round 1. So let me find another one then really quickly. Okay. Let me see, guys, who else we can get up real quick. Okay. That one's already done. We'll go in. I already covered. Give me 1 second, guys, to find another game here. My computer gonna crash? Okay. Does look like this person's already done as well. Wait, maybe not. Okay, it does look like we potentially have another game to watch. Let me hop into it. Oh, he's not streaming though. Okay. They are getting set up right now, guys, so give me 1 moment here. I'm letting them get set up super quick, guys. 1 moment. We're gonna watch Flying Void versus Sensu. It is a Pikachu Zebstrika versus a Pikachu Zebstrika. Okay. Okay, they're searching. They're still searching. We're just giving them 1 moment to get going, guys, and we're going to be able to watch their game 3 from the beginning. Okay, and we're into our game now. Let me go on and bring that up. Let me make sure actually that there's no... Okay, yeah, no hand is showing. Yeah, you can go 8-2 and make it more than likely still. Okay, guys, let's see here. Okay. So it is going to be that Zebstrika versus Zebstrika here, and we're going to have to see how it goes. So Sensu does have a pretty good setup here with 2 basics on the bench and that Pincurchin in the active. On falling to the void side, that Zapdos and those Pikachu are starting to get set up. He's looking for more basics. He's trying to see if he can find the Pokemon that he needs to be able to win this game. So let's see here. We have a full set of bench now from that falling to void after that research. And that does mean that while he's doing 20 each turn right now from that Zapdos, we could potentially be seeing 90 damage every single turn from that Pikachu EX in a couple of turns. On the side of Pikachu, we're starting to, it looks like, decide where to put our energy. We are going to have to see if we can find more Pokemon if we want that Pikachu to do... to have more damage, but we have a couple turns before that will be a thing here. Let's see, guys. Let's see. Okay. We do see we got another damage attack from that Zapdos now from falling to the void. And we're going to be seeing, finally, Sensu getting his full bench set up. That does potentially mean we are going to be seeing 90 damage from this Pikachu here. It does look like we're still choosing different Pokemon to be able to retreat to, and it does look like Zebstrika, we could potentially be doing 30 damage every single turn to whichever Pokemon on Falling to Void's bench or team that it wants to. I'm interested to see where they end up putting this damage. Pikachu, putting that damage on the Pikachu would potentially mean being able to one-shot it later. But as we see here, Zebstrika is going to be able to do 50 damage with that type advantage to the Zapdos. That is going to start getting that Zapdos set up to also be able to be knocked out. But we're going to see that Zapdos retreated to the bench, meaning he will not be able to be knocked out next turn. Because Pokemon Pocket does not really have any direct like bossing or gust, they can hide on the bench as long as it wants until all the Pokemon are with knockout range, and then decide to put up one of these cards. That's really one of these ways that you can avoid having your Pokemon knocked out in this game. We do see Pikachu EX going on and being put to the front now from Sensu. He is going to want another basic if he has any chance of doing that 90 damage to the Pikachu here, though. It does look like we may be missing that basic here, though, which means Pikachu EX to only be able to do 60 damage max to the Pikachu in the active. I wonder if there's like some world where starting to attach that Pincurchin and having to like delay the game might have been a correct choice a couple turns ago, but we're gonna have to see just what Sensu decides to do and how he continues to do it. Because no matter what, honestly, Pikachu EX has to be two-shot by another Pikachu, which other than Raichu. So that does mean that 60 damage is not going to be too much. With that potion coming down from Falling to the Void, he will need another basic, which does not seem to be in Sinsu's books today. But that will be his goal. He will not be able to knock out this turn because of that 20 damage. But perhaps he can decide to do something else. Let's see here, guys. We do see that Sabrina come down, and Falling to the Void puts Zapdos EX into the active. I am not sure what that is really going to mean for Sinsu, because Sinsu can now take a one-hit KO onto that Zapdos EX and get the his first 2 points that he needed. Falling to the Void, however, does have 1 point already that I forgot to mark, which means even knocking out this Pikachu EX will cause him to win. We do see a Zapdos being promoted to the active to try to protect against that, and he begins to peck the Zapdos, opening up to a 2-hit KO. Zapdos EX inside of Falling Void, however, will not be able to knock out unless he wants to do that coin flip for 3 different heads. Let's see. We do see that Sabrina come down from Falling to the Void, which means that since it was going to have to put one of his Pokemon, he does choose Pincurchin. Both those Pokemon on the bench were able to be knocked out by by that Pikachu in the active, and so he chose to put up that 1 pointer, which means that Falling to the Void only goes to 2 points, and Sinsu has another turn to come back. Guys, if your game was if your game ended because of time, please call the judge. Let's see. Okay, and we do see a retreat from the Pikachu to Sinsu's other Pikachu now, which is going to be a way to stall another turn from Falling to the Void. So let's see here. Yeah, Victor, just call the judge. Everybody has a 10-minute time extension. Just call a judge. Everyone has a 10-minute time extension for this round. Yeah, keep playing, Cordial. You have 10 minutes for this round. You have 10 minutes. So yeah. Okay, let's see. You have 10 minutes to finish your game, and then you can call a judge, and they can reset your match. So we do see those 3 coin flips from that Zapdos, and that is going to be a knockout for Falling to the Void onto Sinsu, which means that Void will be able to win this game. I'm going to go ahead and hide the screen real quick, guys. Just give me 1 second. One second. So let's see here. We do have about 7 minutes left on that time extension for everyone, guys. So I am gonna bring up, I think, the standings here in a second. Give me 1 second. Okay, let me go on and bring up the standings now. We can swap on over. Hi, guys. So we are going to briefly talk about exactly where everyone is standing. This is going to change a little bit as we wait for the different games to finish. We have about a 10-minute time extension for everyone. So give me 1 second. So this could change, but why don't we take a moment to look at that metagame? So let me adjust the screen a little bit for a moment. Yeah, Alaska, just call judge, and they'll Playboy, everyone has a time extension. You have a 10-minute time extension, just call a judge and they'll reset the game for you so that you can mark the correct scores. We had a little bit of an issue because of a misunderstanding on my part. And so just call a judge and they'll reset it because everyone has a time extension. Everyone has 10-minute time extension. You should not have to, in my opinion, but it's up to the judge. You just ask a judge. A second. I was looking for games, so I'm just gonna. Okay. Okay, guys, so let's look at this a little bit. So as kind of expected, Gardevoir Mewtwo is a huge player in this meta. It's a 31% share, which I do think is a larger number, but we can definitely understand it. I mean, they're trying to make their way through them. Just give them a second. There's only a couple of judges, and there's 1,600 players. So please just give them a second. That being said, there is a 10. I do think it's understandable that we're seeing so many people start playing this Mewtwo EX. Pikachu is definitely one of the best decks in the format for a really long time, and I think it still is like the BDIF. But Mewtwo EX has found some techs to deal with it. Has some text to deal with Pikachu, which is that baby Mewtwo, which allows Gardevoir not to actually even need to evolve into a Gardevoir to let that Mewtwo EX really hit that 5 energies needed to knock out some of these Pokemon. That being said, because of that, I do think we might see a little bit of decrease in those Pikachus. That is also one of the reasons that we're seeing this Raichu appear so much more. So Raichu is one of those Pokemon that can one-shot that baby Mewtwo that's seeing play into that Mewtwo EX. And yeah, but like we're about to discuss that. But normally Mewtwo's been hanging around 26%. And this time we're seeing upwards of 31 or 32% almost. So we do have here, let's see how much actually the Pikachu actually did end up doing. Cordial, if you've already finished game 3, you should just call a judge. Everyone had a 10-minute time extension. Everyone this round has a 10-minute time extension because of a mistake with the back end. So just call a judge and you can get it fixed. Just call a judge, guys. So we are seeing 17% with that Zebstrika. We're going to see, what is this, like 23, 24% with Electrode. And with Zapdos, we're only seeing a roughly 26%, which is more of what we had expected since last time. We are going to see here, though, we're seeing actually a little bit of a, I don't know if it's a rise in Charizard EX, but we're still seeing that Charizard EX be a very dominant spot in this meta. Charizard, as long as it can set up, is a counter versus that Mewtwo EX Gardevoir. So let's see. We also see that Starmie EX, Articuno EX, which I do think is for a similar reason to the, one second guys, I'm just double checking that. Which we do see a lot of for that similar reason. The Starmie EX, Articuno EX is also a counter to the Mewtwo EX, though it's fallen down a little bit because of that baby Mewtwo that really is helping versus Pikachu is also helping versus Starmie. I think the thing with Starmie EX and Articuno EX is it just is so fast and hits so hard that normally Mewtwo would have to take time to set up, and in that time, Articuno EX and Starmie EX are able to take advantage of it and knock out that Mewtwo. That being said, because that baby Mewtwo is now there to help stall, and neither Starmie or Articuno are able to knock out that Pokemon, we're not seeing that as much. Arbok Weezing is once again also there for a similar reason. Arbok and Weezing, even though played less, is also a counter versus Mewtwo EX. And we're going to have to see how it ends up going in this tournament. So I'd love to see Arbok and Weezing do really well this tournament. We also see that Ninetales Rapidash coming in for the next one. And I'd love to exactly see where it decided to fall this game. So we do see here, it's just not doing very well against those Pikachu. And even here, that Mewtwo EX only has a 53% win rate. We are going to be working on the rounds, guys. Give us 1 second here. We have a little bit of some problem here just because of just how many players we have. That being said, let us get these judge calls done. It is normal for the first round to... I am doing a couple judge calls real quick while we chat, though, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to help out a little bit here. We have a lot of open issues. So I'm just trying to hop in where I can. So that people can get fixed. We're working through them, guys. We're working through the different judge calls. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, guys. How is everyone's day going? So yeah, we have a lot of problems. Give us 1 second, guys. I'm gonna chat a little bit more though about this Ninetales Rapidash. Ninetales Rapidash is here because it's a pretty strong deck, but it also has a lot of good things. We do have a couple problems versus those Pikachu's. Rob, if okay, 1 second. Um, Perfect. Let's see. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more, guys, about this. We don't have the next round up just yet. We are still trying to get through all of these judge calls really quick. So give me 1 moment. We'll have it on in 1 second. So why don't we check out some of these other metagames that we discussed slightly. The judge calls are because I had a mistake in how I dealt with the check-in thing. I was my mistake, and so we're fixing it really quick, and we will be able to continue very soon. We're about to be done though, guys. I promise. I'm sorry about all the torment. Okay. Let's check. I want to talk next about Arcanine EX and Moltres EX. I just think it's such an interesting deck here. So Moltres EX and Arcanine EX is kind of a new deck. We did see it really do well last week, which was really, really interesting. It did appear, I think it was in top 16, which was so cool. But we're seeing it as it begins to rise. And this deck is really good because of its ability to counter Pikachu EX and Zapdos EX. And so it's not as good against Gardevoir EX as you can Gardevoir and Mewtwo EX as you can see here, but it's just so strong against Pikachu. It's able to feed every single one of its different matchups or variations of Pikachu. And so that's really why this deck, Arcanine EX, is just so strong here, guys. So let's see. We're getting close to done with these guys. 1 second. Okay, guys. So I do think it's just an interesting deck. This Arcanine EX and Moltres EX is able to like set up fast and quick, and doesn't have the problem that Charizard does, where it doesn't only need that Charmeleon, it doesn't only need that Charizard to finish its setup, and it doesn't need excessive amount of energy because Charizard EX does discard energy as it hits its opponent. So because of that, we are going to be seeing a lot, like its ability to knock out those Pikachus and really get started faster than those other decks. One second, guys. Let's see. Um, You guys gonna just have to give us 1 second for the next round. We have a lot of judge calls right now. We had a little bit of an issue at the beginning of the thing. We're not actually 20 minutes over, actually 10 minutes over. I had a bit of an issue on the back end where we accidentally set the timer wrong, but we are trying to work on those judge calls that have come from that. Very sorry about that. Wait. Sorry guys for the sniffles. So let's check the next deck. And that next deck we see is that Marowak EX and Primeape EX. Primeape EX is a very interesting deck as well. Marowak has been seen for a while as that counter versus Pikachu. It takes advantage of a it takes advantage of that type advantage, where Pikachu is weak to fighting types. So Primeape is able to do 20 more damage when it is attacking the Pokemon in the active here. So that being said, Primeape, though, is a little bit new. It used to be more of a Sand Slash deck, which assured 70 to 90 damage depending on that type advantage. But in this case, Primeape is actually able to do upwards of 100 to 120, which can one-shot a Pikachu if you start with that Mankey startup. Guys, just give us 1 second. We definitely have a little bit of issue. But so, because of its type advantage, you do see it doing fairly well against some of the Pikachu EX. But also, it's only played against only a couple thus far, which means it's not really reflecting what all the different games so far. Oh. So let's see another fun deck if we can find it really quick. Alakazam Wheezing is kind of interesting for sure. That Wheezing, though, is mainly there to tank. Meanwhile, Alakazam can do a lot of damage once he's set up. It is a stage 2, though, which means it's going to be a lot, it's going to take a lot to get him there. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to help out with some of the judge calls really quick. I'm just going to help out with some of these judge calls really quick, guys, to speed through it. I know that we have a little bit of a problem, so just give me 1 second. 1 second. Sorry, guys. Let me just try to fix this. Let me get this fixed. Huge shout out to all the judges for putting their work in. Let's see. Okay, guys, we're really close to done here now, guys. We only have 3 more judge calls. Give us 1 moment. Give us 1 moment, guys. I'm really sorry for the delay. I know it's fairly frustrating. I know it's really frustrating, guys, but please give us 1 second. So give me 1 moment, guys. Guys, we will be able to continue very shortly. Give me 1 moment. Sorry, guys, about all the delay. I know it's very annoying. We are almost ready, guys. I'm really sorry. We're almost ready to go next round. We are on 1 left to go. Sorry, guys, for all the delay. I'm really sorry about that. It's going to be 1 second, 1 second. We have 1 left to go. Sorry, guys, for all the delay. Okay, that looks like we are going to be able to get to the next game then. That is all the all the matches, or all the judge calls. Well, or not, because it looks like we're not done. Okay. That's going to be all the judge calls. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, we're gonna admin dashboard. Yeah, round 1 is always the problem. One second. Okay, next round has begun. The pairings are out for round 2, guys. Oh. Okay, it's whatever. Let me. Okay. Okay, guys, round 2 pairings are out. Round 2 pairings are out. Everything is good to go. And you guys should be good now to start your next round. All good to go, guys. Okay. Okay, let me find us a game. Let me find us the game. Okay. We're going into round 2 now. Let's see. I'm gonna hop back into that, let's see. Okay. Two. Let's see, guys. We're gonna watch a Charizard versus a Mewtwo for round 2 now. So let's see. I'm gonna go on and transition to the next screen, and we can go on and watch it. Okay, guys. Okay. I do need to even that out a little bit. Guys, we are going to be watching that Mewtwo versus Charizard here. Mewtwo is looking for those, you just got a little bit of a weird of a setup here. We are looking for Raltses, Curlias, Gardevoirs. We don't even have a single basic Ralts down. And it's not like we're hiding behind that baby Mewtwo that allows for that Mewtwo EX to begin to set up behind. Because that tank is not in the active, Mewtwo EX in the active is going to have to start setting up while it goes. But because Charizard EX is going to start off a little bit slowly, Mewtwo EX does have a bit of a time to set up before that Charizard comes online. Sama does seem to be powering up though now. And that Growlithe is on the bench. We already have a Charmeleon with 4 energies on it. And we'll be doing our first 50 damage from that Mewtwo on to that Moltres now. Moltres could potentially be seeing a retreat in another couple turns, potentially even as early as this turn. We do see a Charizard come down, Charizard EX. If we have an X speed, we could be seeing that Charizard go on and be retreated to, or we could see him decide that it's the correct turn to do it now. And we do see that Charizard go on and get put into that active. There's really no risk here because of that baby Mewtwo being all alone. Baby Mewtwo being on the bench means, with 0 energy on it and no Ralts to support it, means it'll be okay for Charizard to slowly repower itself back up by attaching by hand. It's able to do 60 this turn, but it'll still be able to do 200 next turn again once it's fully set up. This does almost look like GG here for potentially Jakoshi's loss. This Growlithe in the active now only does have a 1 retreat cost, and it could be used potentially as a tank to begin to, as such that it's okay for it to take a couple hits. We're going to go on and slowly bring that Charizard up into 4 energies from the bench where it's perfectly safe. Or he could decide to retreat this turn and begin to do 60 into that baby Mewtwo, even though it really doesn't matter until next turn. No matter how much damage Charizard does this turn, he'll be 1-hit KOing next turn, as simple as that. And this could be a game 1 to Jakoshi. Oh, not Jakoshi, to Raisama. Ryu-sama? Okay, guys, let's see here. We do see a second energy attached to that baby Mewtwo. That third energy had been attached to Sama's Charizard. He's just letting that Growlithe relax in the active now. And Charizard EX is fully powered up, and his XP is coming down, meaning there's going to be a 200 damage attack directly onto that baby Mewtwo, knocking out Jikoshi in his first game. He's now has to come back and reverse sweep and take 2 games if Jikoshi wants to win this round. So let's see. I went on and turned off the screen to let them go on and get set up. We don't want to share the password around, so we're just going to give them a second now. So that was game 1, guys. That was game 1 for Ryu-sama, which is going to be the start for this round. We'll have to see how the games continue from here. Let's see. Okay, they are going into their game 2 now. Okay, and they are starting now, so we're going to go on and go into the game 2 now. It is Charizard EX versus Mewtwo EX. There's no points for either side. So give us 1 second. Let's see. We are going to see Jikoshi is going second here for Mewtwo EX, and he has a much better setup this turn, potentially having more pieces that he needs. He does have the Ralts this turn, and going second does mean that he'll be able to have the energy advantage that may or may not matter versus this Charizard. Honestly, if Sama can set up with that Charizard with 5 energies on it and nothing to respond back to, means that we could is a knockout for any of the Charizard games, and he'll be able to take out any of these Moltres EX from the bench. So let's see exactly who's able to set up here, and we're going to see how it goes. Okay. So Ryu-sama does end up getting some Charmanders onto the bench now. The Mewtwo is going to be able to start powering up on his first turn. No evolutions just yet. This is turn 1, even though he was able to put those Pokemon down during the setup phase. And we are going to see a research come down. It does look like Jikoshi is using 2 baby Mewtwo's in his deck, and it's going to have the first energy attached back onto his Mewtwo EX. So let's see here, guys. We do immediately have a Charmeleon on the side of Sama, which is going to be really nice for him getting powered up. But we're going to have to see how many coin flips go to heads, which is really going to decide how many times that Mewtwo EX will be able to be knocked out without having me, or that Charizard will be able to knock out Pokemon without having me repowered up. We do get 1 energy back onto that Charmeleon now. And we see here that Jikoshi is going to have another Ralts. He is going to be looking for Kirlias, but we're going to have to see how successful that search is. And he passes back to Ryu-sama with 2 energies already on his Mewtwo EX, but no evolutions for the the Raltses, no Curlias, no Gardevoirs just yet. Because of this lack of pressure that Jikoshi is pushing out onto Rayosama, he is able to go on and flip that Inferno Dance again, potentially 3 more energies onto that Charmeleon. We see one energy onto Charmeleon. Now it's only 3 energies after that hand attach. It is going to need more turns before we see that Charizard. We don't see that Charizard just yet. Let's see here. Let's see. We do go and see that red card come down. Jikoshi is trying to stop the different different Charizards from appearing, but it did kind of seem like Rayosama was a bit bricked last turn, which means he may have put him into that Charizard as much as he might have knocked him out of it. So let's see here. Second energy does go onto that Moltres here, and we could see a retreat back from the Moltres to that Charizard EX. There's still no points for either side, but it does look like we're going to go on and see another Inferno Dance from that Moltres. Okay, so we have finally a 4th energy now onto that Mewtwo EX. And we're gonna have to, and he goes on and passes back to Rayosama. These decks are definitely not putting a lot of pressure out so far. So we'll have to see how it goes. Let's see. Energy does get attached to that Charmander here. We do see a Sabrina come down from Rayosama. I'm not sure which Pokemon Jikoshi is putting up just yet. But it does seem like we're putting up a Ralts to try to go and install a couple more turns. We do see Charizard already promoted to the active, meaning he will be able to knock out for 60 damage and not have to use any of the energies on the Charizard. It does seem like Jikoshi may be in a bad spot here. With that Charizard so fully set up, Jikoshi's not going to be able to knock out this Charizard anytime soon. His baby Mewtwo has no energy on it, and he only has that Ralts, potentially a Curlia, that would be able to power up Pokemon in the future, but this Charizard's just going to one-hit KO any Mewtwo that's put into the active, meaning this could be another game for Rayosama. And this is really why Charizard is able to counter that Mewtwo EX. Even though Mewtwo EX is able to be set up, I mean, he wasn't able to set up that Ralts, but we do see energy onto this Mewtwo EX here. That Charizard, on the other hand, is able to continually one-hit KO any Pokemon that's put into the active, and Mewtwo EX cannot do that. Let me see if we can find another game here, guys, because that is probably going to mean that's probably going to mean we're going to be going to another match. So let me find another one while they play this game out, and I will go on and get that started. So they do go on and finish that game. Okay, we can go and transition to that next game, guys. We're going back to that Blastoise. This time, Blastoise is against another Articuno. This time, also with a baby Articuno here. And we'll have to see what exactly, how this game goes. I know game 1 was a Misty Heads on turn 1 that knocked out a Toedscool, Tentacruel, but we are going to have to see if that happens again. We do see 2 energies attached here from Gnome Baby directly onto this Articuno, but that's just not enough to end the game just yet. So let's see. Okay, so we do see a Misty as well from the side of Young Monk here. He's going to want to find some more basics to put onto his bench. Otherwise, we could see a knockout here and now onto this Toedscool, which is going to be a game 3 potentially. Now, sadly, on the side of Articuno, this electric energy will be able to attach and knock out this Tentacruel, which does mean that's going to be game 3. And let me see if I can find us another match. So let me find another one, guys, because that is going to be their game 3. See if I can find someone else who is still playing here. Okay. Wait, where did he just go? Oh, there he is. Well, that already changed over. What? Okay, I'm not really sure what just happened, but okay. So we are gonna go on to Tasty Snacks now. Tasty Snacks was in the top 16 last week, and so we are gonna be watching him. It is a Pikachu versus a Pikachu here. Tasty Snacks is currently up 1 game in the set, but we could see, we'll have to see exactly how this plays out, guys. So let's see. So we are going to see here on the side of Tasty Snacks, we are using this Magneton, which is going to help generate more and more energies that can be pushed onto a Raichu later in the game. So Tasty Snacks is running the Raichu variant and is relying on Magneton to really help with that energy generation onto a Raichu. On the side of Flygon, it does look like we have more of an Electorb version. I'm not sure if he has any others off the top of my head, but we'll have to see exactly how this plays out. Flygon and Tasty Snacks both do currently have 2 points each, which does mean that if, and with that, Sabrina, Flygon is going to be able to take another point for him, which means we'll be going to a game 3 here. We'll be going into a game 3 here. So let me quickly cover up for them while they get into their next game. And we'll have to see how it goes. Hmm. Okay, guys, and we're into game 3 now. It is Fly is Flying On versus Tasty Snacks, and we'll have to see exactly how this goes. Tasty Snacks and Fly is Flying On are both playing Pikachu decks. Fly is Flying On does not seem to have that Magneton or that Raichu. Though, let me just double check that real quick. So, Fly is Flying On is not running the Raichu version. He's running the Electrode version with Pincurchin. Meanwhile, Tasty Snacks is relying on that Raichu to be able to turn these mirror matches into his favor. So, let's see here. So it does look like Tasty Snacks is able to go on and get down multiple Pokemon onto his bench. Fly is Flygon is going first and needs to set up his bench so that this Pikachu EX can really do a lot of damage to Tasty Snacks and start get going. Tasty Snacks does have the energy advantage. Let me put those points back up. So let's see here. Okay, so Tasty Snacks with this energy advantage going second does look like he's going and attaching that energy to his Pikachu. He doesn't have a third Pikachu just yet, but no matter against the Pikachu, it is actually going to be it is going to have to hit any Pikachu he's against. So it doesn't do too much difference, but the main thing is if he can't hit 90, then Flygon could potentially have potions and offset it to make it a 3-hit KO. We still don't seem to have another basic on the side of Tasty Snacks. So the max we're going to be able to see from Tasty Snacks is that 60 damage from that Pikachu. But we can see anywhere from that 20 from Zapdos or see him going and power up. Oh, and it is that energy onto that Pikachu EX here that is 60 damage into the opponent's Pikachu EX, and Flygon is finally going to be able to attack. It does look like he's looking to retreat here. He's going on and powering up that Pikachu on his bench instead of the one the active, which does mean we may see an XP that'll go on and cause that retreat to occur. A Pokeball does come down the side of Flygon, which will mean there's potential for a third basic. It is the Zapdos EX, and we're going to see, my guess is an X speed here. He does have that X speed, and we're going to have that retreat back now. Here we go, guys. We do see that attach, and 90 damage is going to go into Tasty Snacks Pikachu here. Okay, guys, we have finally another basic for Tasty Snacks, which does mean that we'll be finally able to do 90 damage each turn with Pikachu EX. However, it does look with this X speed, we are potentially going to see this Raichu EX knock out this full health Pikachu on the side of Flygon. We see that retreat here. Oh, back into the Zapdos instead, actually, which does mean Zapdos is going to be able to start poking at this Pikachu. They're hoping to set up a 2-hit KO that doesn't sacrifice this Pikachu just yet. So let's see here. That 20 damage onto the Pikachu without a potion does open up for a Giovanni attack from the Pikachu on the bench. Okay. So that Pikachu is going to go on and attack into this Moltres EX. That does mean Zapdos EX is going to only have 20 health left. That does potentially... Zapdos with only 20 health left. We are potentially going to see a retreat here. Magneton is going to go on and start powering up to potentially power up a Raichu in the future. But we'll have to see exactly what happens. Sabrina does come down now, and we're going to see one of Flygon's Pokemon from the bench be promoted to the active. I would probably guess that Zapdos EX, and it is Zapdos EX that goes in front because it can't be one-hit KO by anything but this Raichu. And because because we used Sabrina as our supporter this turn, that Lieutenant Sarge can't be used. Zapdos EX could put, 40 damage into the opponent's Zapdos here, but Zapdos from Flygon's side can revenge KO, or will be able to knock out that Zapdos the following turn. Let's see. So Zapdos does have that, does do that 40 damage into the Flygon now. That does mean Flygon probably is going to have a knockout here on their hands. That being said, Flygon could be taking the first points here, and we'll have to see how Tasty Snacks replies to it. Okay. So Flygon does get those 2 points with that Pikachu attack. That full health Pikachu is able to take that KO. And we do see here a Raichu being promoted to the active by Tasty Snacks, potentially to knock out that Pikachu EX in the active. There is so much energy, though, spread onto Tasty Snacks' bench right now, which means this Lieutenant Sergeant is going to pull all of those energies to the Raichu. You don't get to choose which ones do pull it. And we'll have to see for here. Okay, and that damage does go into the Pikachu EX here. And Tasty Snacks does get those responding 2 points. I think the question here really is, does Flygon have a Giovanni? And if so, does he also have another basic to do 100 damage into this Raichu now? We do see that third basic being put down. And with Giovanni, this could be a knockout. And a Giovanni does come down, meaning game 3 is going to go to Flygon. And that's going to be a round 2 win for Flygon here. Let me see if I can find us another match, guys. Give me 1 second as I do. Give me 1 second here as we find that next match. So one moment. Okay. Let me find another game, guys. Let's see if I can quickly find us another game. Let me find another game real quick or see if there are any still going. Let's see. I think we may be done with all the games currently. Let me just check a couple more, but it does look like we are done with the games, basically. So let me find us the next game. Not next game, but let's go over some of the metagame here, guys. Let's go over some of the metagame here. I'm bringing it back up here. Let's see if I can find us another game here. All right, let's talk about the metagame real quick. I'm gonna let it update real quick after that last round. We already talked about the meta shares here, and so let's exactly see what's going on. Let's see. Okay, so Pikachu and, I mean, we've already talked about a little bit about these meta shares, but let's see how they're really faring against some of this meta. And we can see here that Mewtwo and some of these Pikachu decks are definitely doing better than 50%, which is fun to see. Raichu is once again up there, the really high win percent, upwards of almost 56%, but 55.49. And we see that Pikachu EX Electro at that 54 percentile. I think the highest I see here, though, is that Starmie EX Greninja EX that we saw one of in that top 32 last week. So let's see. And, well, Blastoise EX and Starmie EX are also doing pretty with those 62.5%, but they are only, as we mentioned, eight games each. I'm really interested to see how some of these smaller numbers are ending up if they end up in the top 32, if they don't end up in the top 32. We did see, as I mentioned shortly ago, that Starmie EX and Greninja EX in that top 32 last week, but it did not make it to the top 16. Charizard EX and Arcanine EX is doing pretty well at 80%, but again, they're only at 5 Pokemon here. Only 5 different players here, which means that it's just not going to be enough to really understand thus far how this game is going with only 1 round played. So let's check out a little bit how that Mewtwo EX and Gardevoir EX is doing. It is at 53%, but so many of these decks here are in this game or in this tournament to really counter that Mewtwo EX and Gardevoir. So let's check out those matchups. Okay, guys. We are seeing that it played against a lot of Venusaur EXs and Executor EXs last round. And you see here, it's got a 100% win rate against 6 different decks, which is a lot for round 1. Gengar Golbat was not even able to take any games against that Mewtwo, even though it does have the type advantage. And let's see if there's any big shares farther down. We see that Starmie EX Golduck EX, which is definitely more of a budget deck. Starmie EX in general can counter Mewtwo EX, but Golduck may, as you see here, be doing something to really make it more in Mewtwo's favor. And you see here, it's actually got an 87.5% win rate against it. Articuno EX and Greninja EX is also not doing great against Mewtwo here. That Gardevoir Mewtwo EX, which means there's only 1 Mewtwo EX in this deck, obviously is not doing very well, which we could assume. Arcanine Moltres EX, it's really doing fantastic. It's a 78 win percent. It's just very high for a deck that is doing so well in the meta. This Arcanine EX, Moltres EX, we talked about briefly. It's kind of a fire deck angled towards the Pikachu EX, Pikachu EX deck. So Arcanine EX is able to one-hit KO all of the Pokemon in that Pikachu deck, other than Zapdos, which you can do with Giovanni, and they often run 2 of that card. But the thing is it doesn't have that same strength against the Mewtwo EX. It needs some way to hit into that Mewtwo EX before going into it with the Arcanine EX, which does demand that Mewtwo EX is a little bit of a slow start. So that does really make sense why it's just not doing so well. Marowak EX and Sandslash, as we mentioned earlier, is really there as well for Pikachu EX, which makes sense why it's just doing kind of poorly into Mewtwo here. They're really here hoping that they hit into those Pikachus and not land into these Mewtwo's. Here against that Pikachu Zapdos, it's got a 72% win rate, which I do really account for with that baby Mewtwo. Baby Mewtwo is such a strong tank for Mewtwo EX deck, and we are seeing more and more of these decks adapt into these one-point tanks that can take a couple hits while Mewtwo starts to get powered up on the bench. And by doing so, it can actually be able to sweep across the Pikachu decks without ever having to put damage, without ever having to actually evolve into a Gardevoir EX just yet. This Pikachu EX Strika is for a similar reason here, and we see that with a lot of these Pikachus. Even Raichu EX, which I do think is the response to that baby Mewtwo, is not doing fantastic into Mewtwo. I do think as we watch more, we may end up seeing that Raichu will go closer to 50%, but we'll have to see how it ends up today, because I'm very, very interested to see where it actually places later in this tournament. That Rapidash Ninetales is really getting knocked out by Mewtwo. Primeape's not doing very well either. We're seeing a couple of these other decks as well that we might have expected for those Pikachus is not faring as well into Mewtwo EX. Finally, we start running into some of these decks that are really made to counter Mewtwo EX. That first one is Starmie Articuno, and even though they played upwards of, 38 games last round, we're actually seeing about a 50% win rate. I really do attribute this to the baby Mewtwo that is now being played by Mewtwo, because it really just gives a buffer to Mewtwo EX from that Starmie and from that Articuno that are just able to set up so fast. But let's see how it does actually end up turning out. Charizard Moltres is definitely a counter to Mewtwo here, and we're kind of seeing that reflected in its matchups here. The problem with Charizard EX and Moltres EX is the fact that Charizard is a stage 2 into stage 2 as an attacker. While one of the the Mewtwo's Achilles heel is really that Gardevoir setup, or was for a really long time. And that means it's a similar thing when it comes to that Charizard here. It was really hard to be able to find that Kirlia, be able to find that Gardevoir that Mewtwo has, but Charizard has to build up its attacker in the same way that Mewtwo builds up its support Pokemon. So that stage 2 is hard to find and build up while still getting that Moltres energy onto the Pokemon as well. That being said, even with that bit of a liability, you could say, Charizard Moltres is beating Mewtwo with almost a 57% win rate here. And it's just a lot for Mewtwo to deal with. With Pidgeot Arbok, we're seeing a similar thing. Arbok is here because of that type advantage, and Mewtwo's only able to take out 42% of those decks. Starmie Greninja is also here as a counter versus Mewtwo. That 37% is just a lot. It just shows exactly how bad it is countering that Mewtwo EX. And I think that Greninja is really trying to offset into that baby tank that Mewtwo EX has started to adapt into using in a lot of these decks. this Starmie EX and Greninja are really, I mean, Starmie EX is already able to one-shot, not one-shot, it was already there to counter Mewtwo EX, but that Greninja now allows it to go around that big tank and not really just sit back there without anything else. Blastoise EX and Starmie EX, I think Blastoise is still able to kind of counter that Mewtwo EX like we were discussing, and really that Wigglytuff Arbok and even that Arbok Weezing with as you saying that 24% is just so insane that Mewtwo is not able to deal with it. That type advantage is so strong inside of Arbok, and Arbok really holds those Pokemon into the active. The effect of its attack means that it isn't able to deal with the damage of Arbok by retreating back into either that Mewtwo EX or retreating that Mewtwo EX away from that damage. That effect stops any Pokemon from retreating, and that means that Arbok Weezing actually ends up beating Mewtwo over 75% of the time. That's absolutely insane and kind of atrocious on the side of Mewtwo. Mewtwo's really going to want to adapt if it becomes such a large meta share. Like, it's already 31% this game. Like, it's already 31% for Arbok and it's already 31% for Mewtwo EX in that meta share. And as we see more and more of these Mewtwo's come in, Arbok and Weezing become more and more popular as well because it's just able to do so much damage. And really hold that Mewtwo in and not allow it to take advantage of that tank that it likes to swap into. Let's see, guys. We've got 2 minutes left in the round now. We've got 2 minutes left in the round. And we are still have about 3 matches left to finish. So we're going to have to see how this continues to go. But I'm really excited to see how this meta continues to shape out as this game continues. We're only finishing up round 2 right now, and we should be getting into a round 3 very soon. 2 minutes left in the match, about 3 games left to go, and we'll have to see how it ends up. I would love to look into this Arbok Weezing that we saw here at the bottom. So let's see how Arbok Weezing is really doing outside of Mewtwo EX. So we can see here it's that over 75% win rate, but immediately it kind of starts dropping off with the big matchups. Pikachu Raichu is only a 40% win rate. Like, that's just not enough when Pikachu is also that second largest meta share here. Pikachu EX, Zapdos EX with a 40% win rate. Electrode, 40% win rate. Zebstrika, 37. There's just honestly it's just not doing well enough into that second deck that just has such a large meta share, which means Arbok's going to continue to have some problems. Even Charizard and Moltres is being able to deal with those Arboks and Weezings. 33% win percent. If Mewtwo becomes a large enough meta share, maybe we'll see it do well, but it's going to have a long trek through a lot of other Pokemon to make it into the finals. Okay. Let's see, guys. We have about 45 seconds left. All of the games are done. There does seem to be one judge call. So give me 1 second. Okay. And we are at the end of our round. The games are done. About 15 seconds left, so I'll just make sure there's no more judge calls, and we'll be able to get into game 3. Let me just make sure I have everything correct. Before we go into this again. Okay. 1 second, guys. It seems like we're having a bit of a problem again. Oh, 1 second, guys. We had a bit of some stuff, so one moment. Okay, we're good, and okay. We're going on into round 3 now, guys. We're officially into round 3. Oh, this is the wrong. Oh, LOL. Haha. 1 second. Oh. One second, guys. We have one second. Okay. Okay, guys. Now we go on and get us into our next round now on stream. Let's see. Okay, guys. Let me go on and get started into the next round, and we can get going. So, one moment, guys. Let me find the game. We're going to have a really fun time. So, let me find it real quick. Let's see. Okay. We're going to watch a Starmie EX versus the... that's Starmie EX versus the Raichu. Let's see here. Okay. Okay. Let's see. And then let me get the points right. We are going to watch a Starmie EX versus a Pikachu EX. This deck is going to be a lot of fun to watch, and we'll have to see how it ends up going. Okay, guys. Okay. We are going to see here a really fun matchup. We do see damage already from Vin with that Pikachu onto that Starmie here. And we do have 1 point on the side of Floyd. Any second knockout from Vin here, or not Vin, from Floyd here could potentially lead to a KO. The thing is, though, is if this Pikachu wants to stay in the active to knock the Starmie, we're going to have to see then the follow-up Starmie here on the bench with 1 energy will be able to revenge a KO and take the win. So we do see a baby Pikachu going and get promoted to the active. There is not another energy, though, currently, and that baby Pikachu with that type advantage is going to be enough to knock out that Starmie EX. We do see that second Starmie EX put forward now, which does mean that or could spell a knockout onto that Pikachu and potentially onto any of the Pikachus on the bench that are promoted forward. There's only 1 EX with energy on it, which means that it will not be able to attack next turn, even if it could potentially do 90. Any Pokemon that does attack will have to stay in the active, and that does mean if that Pikachu in the X that is half set up does get promoted, we could see a win for Floyd into game 1. Let's see. Okay. We are going to go and see that knock into the baby Pikachu now, and that is going to be a .2 for Floyd. Okay, guys. Pikachu, Vin is trying to decide what to do here, though, because if he decides to leave this Pikachu in the active, it'll get damage on it, and no damage being dealt into the Starmie EX. Meanwhile, the Pikachu on the bench would spell a loss for Vin. Any type of Sabrina could potentially also lead to a knockout, even though the Starmie would not be able to one-hit KO that Raichu on the bench. But we'll have to see how this ends up playing out. We do see Sabrina come down onto this Articuno EX. They're trying to stall the game a little bit here. Articuno EX does have a 2 energy retreat, which makes it a little bit more difficult to deal with for Floyd. But if he has an X speed, this shouldn't be too much of a problem the following turn. And energy attach and retreat will be enough to get it onto the bench. But this Pikachu EX only has 1 energy on it, and that means no damage is going to be put into that Articuno EX, making it still have time before we see anything else. The question is, does Floyd have an X speed? This could immediately mean a retreat back into that Starmie EX and a 90 damage into this Pikachu. They'll need an XP on the side of Vin as well as Lieutenant Sarge if that is going to spell the end for one of these Pokemon on this side, on Floyd's side. Raichu does get put forward, and there is going to be no Pokemon here that will be able to deal with like one-hit KO this Raichu. By already Sabrina, even when we had Giovanni, it just wouldn't be enough to move this Raichu into the discard pile. Okay, so we're putting 90 damage into Raichu now. That does mean potentially if we are able to power this one of the Articunos, that 80 damage could be enough potentially to the 80 damage attack if we get Misty to power it up to 3 energy. There would also be a knockout from that splash damage that is done onto the bench. Vin here is gonna want to have an X speed so he's able to attack this turn. 1 energy would either a Lieutenant Sarge or an energy to attack this turn. We do see a second Sabrina come down, which could be a problem for Floyd here. I wonder if there's some world where we were supposed to leave the Articuno in the active since we had that X speed and wait till the following turn when Vin really played his hand to deal with the problem. Especially since we had a second Articuno that we could retreat to if needed. With that retreat, that is going to be the only energy for the Pikachu EX. No damage is going to go down just yet, but a Misty does come into his hand. With 3 heads, we could see a knockout right now onto that Raichu on the bench. And, oh, what's going to happen, guys? 3 energy ends the game, but nothing happens. Tails lands for Misty, and Articuno's left floundering in the active. Now, if we have a Sabrina next turn, this could be the end for Floyd, or for Vin. Pikachu will not be able to knock out this Articuno just yet, but a Sabrina would mean that a Pokemon that the Starmie could knock out would be a win. We saw at least 1 Sabrina being played for this match, and I'm not sure if Floyd is running a second Sabrina. Let me super quickly check. Floyd does run 2 Sabrinas. I don't know if he's already played 1, but if he hasn't, if we draw it, it could be win. Instead, Farfetch'd is what comes into our hand. That doesn't seem like it's going to be enough just to knock out just yet. We could attach and retreat, but that's not going to be a knockout this turn. But we could see a survival that we don't end up playing out. So if Floyd had retreated back to that Starmie, we could put another 90 here, and the Starmie EX in the active just would not be enough. I think it's a little this way, but it does happen sometimes. I think retreating back to Starmie EX and putting that pressure of 90 damage this turn probably could have been a safe play for Floyd here. But we are going to see an attack into this Articuno EX, and that will be the last 2 points that Vin needs to take the win for this game. I'm going to hide their screen while they set up for the next match, and we'll give them a second to get going. Okay, guys. Yeah, it happens to the best of us for sure. Okay. Okay, okay. Oh, he didn't realize he had a second energy, I guess. Slightly confusing, but yeah, he thought he only had one energy. They're having a discussion about it in their chat. But they'll be going into game 3 here, game 2 here, and let's see how it goes. He didn't retreat to Starmie, he's saying, because he thought he only had one energy. So we'll have to see how this plays out here. So we're going to game 2 here, and we'll have to see how this ends up going. Let's see, let's see. Okay, so they should be going into game 2. Okay, guys, they are getting game 2 set up now, so let's give them 1 second and we'll be going into that match. Okay, so let me open up that stream, and let's go. Okay, so we are gonna see here, guys, that we do have that starting active. We are going first for Floyd, but Misty can turn this around still. Articuno is on the bench, which I do think is correct here. Articuno's start is a little bit of a problem because that retreat is going to be just so difficult. Okay, so a Pikachu and a baby Pikachu for Vin, and Floyd goes on and passes now to Vin. Pikachu is able to get a second basic, but he's going to want 3 basics to really have that 90 damage that is just going to do so much versus Floyd. So research does come down from Vin. He's still digging for those different basics, digging for the pieces he's going to need in the future. Raichus, Electorbs, all of the different sorts, and we'll have to see where this goes. I'm going to take the points down. Okay, guys, and that does look like we're going to put 20 into this Pikachu EX, which does mean that we are going to see the first point for Vin here. 60 damage is going to be more than enough with this knockout, and see how it goes. Okay, we do finally see that Raichu on Vin's side as well. I doubt he's going to be using it this turn, but it does potentially spell a defeat for that Articuno later in the game. Okay, okay. So that Pikachu attack does come down from Vin. That's going to be 0.1 for game 2, which is a bit of an oof. But we'll have to see how it ends up going. Articuno is going to get promoted now as well. we're going to really need to see a Misty if we want to see anything else happen on Floyd's side. And we do immediately draw into that Misty. I do think we're going to have to see a bit of a like Hail Mary with this Misty here. An 80 damage attack could do a lot if he's able to hit 2 energies. So let's see what Misty comes up with. Oh, and another tail flip for that Misty here. Another tail flip for that Misty here. Okay. Ugh. No damage from that Articuno goes down. A Pikachu does get put into the bench, which is going to be the 3rd basic for Vin. And that's going to be enough to do 110 damage with type advantage into this Articuno EX. Okay, so that attack does go into that Articuno. 110 damage is a lot. And we do see a defensive Sabrina come down, but if Vin has a Lieutenant Sarge in hand, we can see an immediate retreat back to this Raichu and using it. But we are instead going to capitalize on that free retreat that Electorb has and promote it into the active, which means next turn when we draw whatever card we have or whatever card we get, we can make a more informed decision the following turn. So 40 damage goes into that Electorb now. What will Vin decide to do here? And that should be a win for Vin here. They went on and marked it in the Limitless game. It does look like some of our other players have already completed their round. Let's see if there's anyone else we can find that's still going. Wow, so many people have already finished their matches, guys. Okay, so I haven't found one that we could potentially go watch. Give me 1 second real quick. And we're gonna go set that one up. And we're gonna go in and transition over. So let's see here, guys. Next game of, oh, I'm in round 3. Let's see. Okay, so it is once again Pikachu versus Pikachu here. So our player 10 is running that Blitzel, that Zepstrika version here, while Lee Juncio, it does appear to be running that Raichu and that Pincurchin in his Pikachu version. Let's see. Grab my coffee, my other coffee real quick, guys. So okay, guys. Let's see how these two Pikachus figure stuff out. So we do have a full bench on both sides here with Pikachu. We have an energy already attached to Tin's side, meaning he's got the energy advantage. But Legion is going to go on in Sabrina. It's a defensive Sabrina. He's hoping that Tin does not have an X speed in his hand, which would allow him to be able to retreat back to whatever Pokemon he wants for free. We do see that Zapdos, who is promoted to the active, and Zapdos, because it only takes 1 energy for that first attack, could just go and have that energy attached to it and begin to put 20 damage into this Pincurchin. We see that research come down from Tin, trying to dig further and further into the deck here. So okay. So an X speed is going to come down from Legion's side, which means that Pincurchin will be able to do a free retreat back to this Pikachu EX and begin to put damage into this Zapdos in the active. That energy on Tin's side did start to power up more Pokemon on Tin's bench, meaning he has 2 Pikachus that he could potentially swap between at free will and use them to attack into Legion's Zeom. Okay, we see that retreat here with that X speed on that very low health Zapdos. If Legion does have a Zebstrika, which he does not, so that Zapdos is safe on the bench here. On the side, however, of Tin, this Pikachu, even if he runs, Zebstrika could do a lot of damage into him. We're still deciding to seeing what happens here. Do. So Legion does go on and evolve that Pikachu to a Raichu on his bench. I wonder if there's some world. Nope, and that energy gets attached to that Pincurchin now. Beginning to set up Pincurchin if that's what Legion does need to be able to stall for more turns. Pikachu could be attacking here, but just as easily we are going to see that retreat back to Zebstrika, who will be able to finish that KO onto this Pikachu EX. Okay, and that 30 damage does go into Pikachu EX. That's going to be the first 2 points of this game, too. One, two. And we're seeing that Zapdos from Legion's side being promoted back to the active. He now gets to draw the card for turn, but will we see more Pikachus being made on the bench here? We do instead see a baby Pikachu being put down, which does potentially mean more Raichus for the next couple of turns. That does also mean Legion is going to need those Lieutenant Surges and more energies on his bench spread out. I'm surprised he's doing so many. He's not also running a Magneton. And energy instead does get put on Zapdos, though, so we will not see Pincurchin just yet. Instead, 20 damage is going on to the Zebstrika, and we're promoted back to Tin here. Tin could decide to attack with Zebstrika and set up for a 2-hit KO on with this Pikachu. He could decide to start bench sniping with his Pokemon as well. Okay. Hmm. So Pikachu, that healthy Pikachu did end up being promoted, and it does look like we are going to be doing that Lieutenant Surge attachment here to knock it out. That is going to be 2 points for Legion now. Let's see. And with that knockout, Tin does need to decide who to put up. But that being said, there's no energy now onto Legion's side. Hmm. That should be a hit onto Zapdos, but that is only going to be 30 damage, meaning we're going to have to wait another turn before we see the end of this game. Okay, so does Legion have any game plan that's going to bring him back? Any knockout here does spell a win for Legion, but he's going to need to find some way to do that without a Zebstrika. We are not going to be able to knock out this Zapdos or this Pikachu on the bench, and it will probably lead to a win for 10. And that will be game 2. Okay. So that is game 2 for 10 now. I'm going to see if we can find another match. Let's see. We have about 30 to 40 matches left, guys, about 14 minutes. There's a chance I'm not going to find this another round, but give me a second. We are playing a Swiss round tournament, which means that you're able to play all 10 rounds if you like. There is no elimination in this tournament. I think everyone's done. So, guys, let's go look at that standings then. Okay, and let's hop directly into that metagame / standings here, guys. We are only on to round 3 right now, so we don't have much to show in the standings. But it is always interesting to see what type of decks are able to win and start leading the pack. We see a lot of Mewtwo here, which I definitely expected. There's a lot of that purple and green on this screen here. But we're also seeing a number of different decks. I think this 2-0 Wheezing Melmetal is super interesting. So that sounds like a really cool deck in my opinion. I would love to see him continue in this tournament and do really well. We see that Greninja Wheezing doing pretty well. A Clefable Alakazam. That Arbok Wheezing, but again, we're only in round 3, and this is only round 2 scores just yet. So let's see now, guys. Raichu actually took a huge hit during round 2, it looks like. Right before round 2, Raichu was upwards of 54% win rate, and Mewtwo EX, I think, was at 52, 53, and instead we're seeing this Raichu close in closer to that 50% match. On the side of Mewtwo EX, we do see that 55% win rate now, almost 56. Zebstrika, Charizard, Moltres actually going below 50 here after that round 2. We also see that, let's see if there's anybody else that's doing really well. We said Arbok Weezing at 53, but we talked about Arbok Weezing a bit last round. It's definitely a deck that only really does well versus that Mewtwo EX. So presumably over 53% of these Arbok players are actually finding the matchup that they're wanting to find. Zapdos is not having a fun time, and neither is Marowak EX and Primeape neither that Arcanine EX and Moltres EX. We had Arcanine EX and Moltres EX in last tournament's top 16, but it doesn't seem like we're really going to see that same this week just from that starting win rate. 39% is definitely a problem right now. And let's see really where it's falling off. And you can see here, it really is that Mewtwo EX that's causing the problems. There's only been 57 matches between Moltres and Arcanine EX and its opponents. But here, 23 of those have been into Mewtwo EX. And even worse off is those 10 matches into that Charizard EX and Moltres EX, which make up over 60% of the overall matches for Arcanine. He really wants to find these Zebstricas, these Raichus, these Electrodes to be matching against. Okay. So we saw that interesting 39% for that Arcanine, 27% for Alakazam Weezing. I'm actually very curious about why this deck is so popular. I mean, it's only 1%, but 19 people playing Alakazam Weezing seems like a lot, in my opinion. And so let's see what these matchups are. Is there some matchup that they're really shooting for? And honestly, it's not doing well against Mewtwo, and it's not doing well against Pikachu, which to me says that's not, it doesn't really fall into a spot where it can beat either of those very large meta shared decks. Between Pikachu and Mewtwo EX, you have over 50% of the meta share. So having a good matchup into at least into one of those is really important. Oh my lord, Venusaur is not having a good day either, guys. It does seem like they have a number of matches into this Charizard EX that it's actually winning against, though. It's beating that Pikachu's Zebstrika, but it's just not doing well versus that Mewtwo EX and Gardevoir, which was 7 matches out of the 23 losses is taking up a huge amount of it, and Mewtwo is just so dominant today. We have about 8 minutes left in the round, guys, but only about 13 more matches to finish, so we'll have to see how it continues. Okay. Finally, as we come further down here, once again, we're seeing the Starmie EX and Greninja EX. I would really love to see what it says it's been beating. And it's about a 50% rate against that Mewtwo EX and Gardevoir, which I find very interesting. So it seems to like be leveling off still against those Mewtwo's and the Gardevoir and the Charizard EXs. Okay, guys. I love seeing, honestly, how diverse this meta is. Like, I know we have a lot of players, but to see just so many different types of decks is absolutely insane. Some of them, obviously, are not having the best day further down the list. But even so many more actually have multiple people playing them. Even though we do have that really strong pack of Pikachus and Mewtwo's, a lot of people are trying out different decks, whether it's to specifically counter one of them or the other. They're seeing a lot of different play today. Dorkex, your game's done. Let's see here. Let's see. Okay, I'm just double checking, guys, all our different matches. We have about 11 more matches going. About 50% is, but that's pretty common for a lot of card games. We're still seeing like a lot of different decks in the top 32. We saw Starmie EX last week with Greninja and Articuno EX. We saw Arcanine into, I think it was like the top 8. A lot of different decks are still surviving in the meta, even though that large 50%. But I'm pretty sure that, I mean, it is pretty common for card games, especially one set in. One set in it's pretty diverse for a single set left for. Maybe I would say it's pretty diverse for a single set card game thus far. But maybe I'm too hopeful. So let's see here. I'm trying to see if there's anything else real quick here. Okay, guys. Let's see. I would love to find some more decks if any of these are ones that you guys would like to look at to see what different how they're matching up into the different games. A lot of these Pikachus are falling out to the Mewtwo EX, in my opinion. With that baby Mewtwo, Pikachu's having a lot of problems dealing with the baby Mewtwo. Let's see. Basic Articuno, I think we saw one of that earlier, but Starmie Articuno is often that EX here that we were talking about briefly. It's not having the best games today. Starmie EX and Articuno EX are at about a 44% win rate here, but we are seeing, let's see how it's doing in some of its other ones. Starmie's Articuno is really just able to knock out these Arbok Weezings. It sets up so quick and so fast that I'm not surprised to see a lot of these Pokemon knocked out. Starmie Articuno is also having a pretty good day versus that Charizard EX and Moltres EX with a 63% win rate. And it's doing fairly well versus that Venusaur EX and Executor EX that's just really trying to take its time to set up. Meanwhile, versus Electrode in Pikachu EX, Starmie isn't having that hard of a time, but it's only gone against it about 5 games. So we'll have to see as this continues to develop through the different rounds, how exactly it turns out. However, we're seeing a huge shift with that Starmie EX and Articuno EX. It used to be that Starmie EX and Articuno EX really countered Mewtwo because of how quickly it's set up and how much damage it could put in really early. But with these new tank mons, Mewtwo EX and Gardevoir is able to survive and sustain until it has enough health or enough energies attached to begin to knock out and take the win from these these Starmie EX players. However, versus Raichu, which we actually saw a game of earlier, it is not doing very well. Instead, only a 37% win rate from this Pikachu EX and Raichu EX. It's not doing well versus its Greninja variant. And versus Arcanine EX and Moltres is still also not able to take advantage of that type advantage, because either way, a lot of these times it's still having to two-hit KO, and Moltres is just not weak to the water type like someone might expect. However, Zebstrika seems to be destroying Starmie. My god. My god, that's like absolutely insane. So let's see here. About 1 minute left, guys, till our next round, and then we can hop into round 4 and watch some more fun games. Okay, so let's see what we have here. Let's see. Why don't we check again what some of these really, how some of these decks are doing. We saw that Machamp EX and Sandslash, which we actually saw top 4, maybe it was top 8, a tournament last week, but with the Marowak version. I think that's going to be super interesting to see. However, it does sadly look like it got a loss in round 3 here. That Articuno Greninja is able to take a game 3 or round 3, and we are going to see this Greninja still going undefeated. That's absolutely insane. Let's see if this other Starmie Greninja is also still doing well, but it was not able to take out its third Mewtwo EX. This looks painful to go into, but maybe that's exactly what Starmie Articuno and Starmie and Greninja want. Okay. We saw that Arbok wheezing briefly. We can see exactly. Oh, I want to just see the person. We can see how they're doing here. They were able to take a round 3 here, which is going to be super exciting. I'm interested to see how it continues to do into our next round, and as more and more of these games get to be played, will Arbok go against more Mewtwo? But it looks like here he was even able to take out a Pikachu in the early, or sorry, a Zapdos in those early rounds. So I guess Zapdos EX and Zebstrika is not a Pikachu deck. Let's see. Let's see, guys. Let's see exactly how we're doing. I'm just checking in with the judges. Okay, so we should be good to go. board. And go into round 4 now. Okay. So we are going to be going into round 4, guys. All of the matches they're going to get started, and we're going to be able to get into the next matches very soon. Let's see who we can find. Okay. Let's see. Ooh. Okay, guys. I'm gonna bring up a really quick game. This one is gonna be a Blastoise versus a Pikachu EX. It does not seem very, good for our Blastoise player here, but we can go on and see if we can get this game going. Okay, guys, they are just starting. Let's transition over, and we can start watching this game. We don't seem to have a very good start for the Blastoise player just yet. I was gonna say command. But this Pikachu player does get multiple of their Pokemon down now, and they are able to go on and get started. That Pikachu is going first, however, which does mean Youngmung will have the energy advantage and potentially be able to find a Misty to also accelerate that. That being said, having to evolve from these basic Pokemon, it could still be a while until we see that come to fruition. It does look like we may be able to find a Squirtle immediately from the side of Youngmung. We have another Tentacool and a Pokeball that should be, I believe, deterministic for a Squirtle, and that is what comes down. That Squirtle does get played here, and we are going to go on and see an energy attached to that Squirtle on the bench. The question is going to be, can Youngmung find those Tentacruels? Can Youngmung find that Wartortle, that Blastoise? And on the side of Imperium, what about Pikachu? And Pikachu is found. We'll have to see exactly what happens here. Imperium is still digging. We see that research come down now, which is going to be 2 more cards on the side of Imperium. And we are going to see that attack from that Voltorb onto Tentacool, which is going to hurt a bit from that type advantage. So Tentacool does get played into the active here, meaning he will survive another attack from the Voltorb, but an Electorb could spell a knockout for for Imperium and the first point onto the board. A second energy is going onto that Squirtle now, but Youngwang still needs to find Wartortle. Youngwang still needs to find that Blastoise if you want any chance of being able to win this game. Sadly, even with that big bulky 180 health, with that big bulky 180 health, Blastoise still is only a 2-hit KO for Pikachu EX. I'm definitely worried about this Tentacle in the active, but any type of damage from even that Voltorb alone is going to be enough to knock it out. It's only 1 point, and we do still have another Tentacle on the bench, but where is that Wartortle when Youngwang needs it? Where is that Wartortle? Pikachu is deciding to retreat here, it looks like. And that is going to be another knockout. Without Wartortle on Youngwang's bench, this is going to be a loss for Youngwang more than likely. I'm going to... Yeah, where is Wartortle when you need him? And that does mean Squirtle is going to be promoted to the active. Wartortle always... Bro, I swear the card that you're looking for is always the card you draw in the turn that it's already dead. Like, the turn that it died... Like, you needed the one turn before, and it appears that turn that you didn't need it anymore because the game was over. That being said, I'm going to go on and close that screen real quick, let them get into game 2 here, and yeah. Okay, guys, and we are going back into game 2 now. We are going second as Youngwang here, which does put him at the energy advantage, but he needs a lot of energy to power up that Blastoise, so he's kind of lucky. It does look like we are going to be starting that Squirtle, though, which is going to be a bit of a problem into that Pikachu. Luckily, hopefully we'll be able to find a Wartortle, we'll be able to get powered up, so it's not as big of a problem. That Pikachu is starting this turn. We are going to see a Professor's Research come down, and we'll have to see from here what exactly happens. Okay, we do have a red card come from that Pikachu. We are drawing into a couple different cards here, which could help the Youngwang here. I gotta say here every other word, I swear. Okay. So we do get a Tentacle, it looks like, from that red card last turn. And we are going to go in and attach this energy, but to where? We researched to try to find more cards. We're digging for that Wartortle. We need a Wartortle next turn, basically, if we want to survive. And we're going to go in and use that energy to retreat back into Tentacle and try to protect our Squirtle for a couple more turns. No energy is on Imperium just yet, which means it is going to be safe from any Pikachu attack. Electorb can't attack here, but that Voltorb and that Raichu, both are possible attackers. Okay, and Tentacruel does come down on the side of Young Monk here. We see a Misty being played. We're still looking for that War Turtle. If Sabrina could lead to a knockout, and just like that, one Tails means no energy. That energy does look like it's going to be attached to Tentacruel here, and will we see what we don't? That potion would not have put Tentacruel into a different threshold versus an electric Pokemon. Electorb does 90 versus electric Pokemon. So it just would not have been enough to protect it. But that being said, that is going to be game 2 for Young Monk. And we're going to have to find another game to watch. Okay, guys. Let me bring up our next match real quick. And we will go on and transition over. Okay, guys, we're gonna watch Tin versus Sebit this turn. It is a Pikachu Zebstrika versus a Marowak Primeape. Okay, here. Okay, that Sabrina is going to come down from the Primeape side, bringing that Zapdos into the active with a damage on that Primeape already. This could be a game 2 for Sebit just like that. We do see 30 health left on this Zapdos from that attack. Zapdos is not weak to fighting such that the other electric Pokemon are. It does look like we're going to see a potion come down, but are we going to see a retreat? And I think that's going to be the real deciding factor here. We do have a third energy come down instead, which means he is going for that that attack with 3 energy. He's going to flip 4 coins. If he gets 2 here, and he does, he's going to knock out. He did not want 4 heads here, by the way. He only wanted 2. Because what are the odds of getting it 2 times in a row? Because now he has to knock out that Marowak, who will be coming up very shortly. These potions do bring Tin Zapdos over, you know, a Zapdos head flip. But honestly, it's not going to do much against this Marowak EX. This Marowak EX is going to flip 2 coins, and if he gets 1, he's going to do 80 damage to this Zapdos, which Sebit at 1 point right now would spell his win for his game 2. Sebit is already up 1-0 in both this game and in this round. So let's see here. Let's see. So we see 1 and 2, and that is going to be a knockout into that Zapdos. And that's going to be a loss for Tin. So let me find another match now. Let's see. I have found us another match potentially, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay, we're gonna be watching a Blaine versus a Pikachu here. Let me quickly make this the screen up. So let's go on to this next game now. We are going to see that Blaine versus Pikachu. Blaine is up 1 point in this game, and we are going to be seeing exactly how Blaine does versus our Pikachu. Let's see. It is currently up 1-0 for Luke, Laco 7. Gugafit does have a Ninetales already powered up on his bench, and a Magmar almost there as well. The Zapdos will knock out the Rapidash, but that's only 0.1 for Lack here. This I'm not fully sure which one is the correct play here. Ninetales potentially with the Blaine does knock out a Pikachu, but is not going to be able to knock out this Zapdos. Ninetales does get promoted, however, and we do see another baby Ninetales come, or Vulpix get played onto the bench here. So we are going to see this potion onto that Magmar on the bench, which is going to help bring him back to full health. I'm not sure it's going to do much other than for that Voltorb. If Voltorb ends up or Electorb does end up hitting into him. And we are going to see that 120 damage into this Zapdos from the Ninetales. It does look like the opponent is going to have to decide what to power up next. They already have a Voltorb fully powered up. So let's see. The Pikachu does get promoted, and this is going to be 90 damage into that Ninetales. I wonder if we have another Ninetales in hand, and if so, that could be a knockout onto this Pikachu here. But it is going to be another point for Lack, putting him at 2-1. Will we see a knockout? Vulpix does have an energy on him with a Ninetales that is going to be in a Blaine that could be a KO. So it does look like we do have that evolution. And that does look like we potentially are going to have another knockout here, meaning that Locke is going to win the game, and that's going to be 2-0 for Locke 007. So let's see. Let me see if I can find us another match, guys. Give me one moment. There's about 200 or so games left to go, so I do think we would have find one. Give me 1 second. Let me see. Um, okay, guys, let me find us another game. That one's finished. Okay, let's see how far this one is along. This one is already 4 minutes in. Let me see if we have anything. Let's see. Let's see here. I have that. And I'm gonna check real quick how far they are in. Okay, guys, let me get up this next match for us. Oh, it just finished. Never mind. Okay. Let me find another one. Me one moment. One's done. That one's done. That one's done. Let me see if this one is watchable real quick. Ooh, this is 1-1 right now. I'm gonna oh, I have them flipped. Okay, we're gonna transition real quick to the last couple minutes of this game, and it never mind, it does end right there. So that does look like the last game I have going right now for us guys in the Discord. If anybody else is still in their matches, feel free to play. I'm gonna quickly see. I'm gonna swap over to the meta breakdown, and then I will see if I can find us some games on Twitch. Okay. Let's see real quick. Is anyone on Twitch still streaming? 1 second, guys. Let's see real quick. Let me quickly find us another match to watch. Let's see real quick. Oh, okay, that's how you. Just quickly checking, guys, if we have some more matches to watch. Give me 1 second. Does look like most of the streamers on Twitch are also done with their games. Let me just see if there's any other ones real quick. I'm just clicking through real quick. Let's see. So I'm just trying to see if there's any other games still going, guys. Give me 1 moment. It kind of looks like everyone is done with their games. Okay, guys, let's check out the meta games then, since it seems like literally all the streamers are done. We still have about 40 games to go, 17 minutes left. Let's see if there's anyone I can spot off the top of my head real quick. Let's see. Okay. Let's check out this metagame then, guys. Let's see. Okay. We're gonna bring up that Pikachu Raichu today. So let's see how Pikachu Raichu is turning out, because Pikachu Raichu is supposed to be a counter to almost a baby Mewtwo problem that Mewtwo's are starting to figure out. So let's see here. They did end up coming back over 50%. They had gone down below it for a little bit. And honestly, that's why you see this huge... I wondered why exactly there is this huge still losses for those Mewtwo EX and Gardevoirs. I would have thought Raichu would be a workaround for that baby Mewtwo tech, but it doesn't seem to be as usable or as good as the old deck was. It doesn't seem to be enough to sway it back into the Pikachu's favor here. It also But it does, however, make it a pretty good counter to its own deck, the other Pikachu versions of the deck. This Pikachu EX Zebstrika, that Pikachu EX Electrode, are both seeing a lot of losses to this Pikachu Raichu. Let's see if there's any other big groups here. We do also see, though, however, it is losing to that Arcanine EX and Moltres EX as expected. So we'll have to see how this continues to go. But it does seem like Arcanine is doing the job that it was expected to do and really beat a lot of these Pikachu decks. Okay, guys, it does look like I can bring us into a game 2 really, really quick. Let me see if I can bring that up. Oh, and that does look like a game 2 for Kronos before I was able to make it over there. So it does look like Kronos is going to get the win. And so I'm not going to be able to do game 2. Never mind. Okay, back to the meta thing. Oh, no, back to the meta breakdown. So let's check here. Okay. Let's see how this is working out. We have about 30 matches left to finish, guys. About 12 minutes left in the round, and then we can get into round 5. The rounds definitely get quicker the further that we go into them. So let's see how it goes. Okay. So let's see. What should we check out next, guys? I think we've had... I wonder if Marowak EX and Primeape is just not really going against the match it is. I would assume that it's just not playing this lot of Pikachu. It's died about 55 games, but it looks to me like it's having a lot of matchups end up versus that Mewtwo EX and Gardevoir, but that's only 10 of the 30 that it's lost. Most of the games are already done, so the people who are streaming have already finished, but yeah. Let's see. Let's see if we can find a different one that's more interesting to look at. Let's see. I would love to see if Pidgeot Arbok actually does anything against these decks. But we are seeing that 25 matches. So it does have a pretty good matchup into that Mewtwo EX Gardevoir like we expected. Gardevoir Mewtwo is weak to this dark type that is Arbok. So it's kind of expected for how poorly it's doing. Whereas, like, the Pikachu, it's losing against. Pikachu's still able to do so much damage. With Giovanni, it can one-shot that Arbok. I'm sure Pidgeot is actually weak to electric as well. So I wonder really if it is a good trade-off to be having such a deck that is so strong versus one, but really weak into Pikachu here. I'm going to take a really quick BRB, guys. Give me one moment really quick. Just every time. I unmuted my camera for some reason is what just happened. I unmuted my camera. But so huge shout out this week to our sponsor XP Collect. They've been so awesome these last couple of weeks. They sponsored every single week of our tournament. I'm not muted anymore. And I just want to give a huge shout out to them for sponsoring this tournament with how it is going. Thank you guys so much for that sponsorship. They're really the reason that we're able to have such a large prize pool. So I just want to thank them real quick. But thank you so much, XP Collect, for that. They sell Pokemon cards. They sell different types of cards. And you can order any of the upcoming Pokemon sets from their website. They haven't had to cancel a pre-order in like 8 years, so you can definitely rely on them for your pre-order needs. That being said, guys, we have about 6 matches left to go and 2 minutes left to play. So we should be going into round 5 very shortly. So let's see how this goes, guys. So yeah. We can check out some of these fun decks real quick and see how they are doing. So we looked at them at the end of the standings at the end of round 2. And at the round 3, we're still seeing actually a number of these Starmie EX Articunos. That's 2. We actually see a Dragonite doing pretty well as well, which I think is really cool. Seeing a Dragonite somewhat be good is really interesting to see. I'm excited to see how they end up playing. I wish I could find if they're streaming. I don't think they are, but I think we almost saw them earlier, like against someone. That being said, we also do see that Arbok Weezing still doing well here. We have some Arcanine EXs that are still in that leading of the pack. And we even see that Articuno Greninja again, which I still also think is super interesting for this week. A number of these Charizard and Moltres still hanging in as they're able to fight off those Mewtwo EXs. A couple of those Arbok Weezings like we were mentioning earlier, and we'll have to see how it continues to go here. Even an Arcanine EX, Charizard EX, I assume this is with Moltres, and it's a 1 Growlithe to Arcanine line. I think this is a super interesting deck. I think that it helps like cater to both sides, both against that Mewtwo EX and versus those Pikachus. I'd be definitely interested in trying this in the future. So I think it's going to be something to watch a little bit. When I first made my Charizard list, I ran it with a 1-1 of Arcanine and Growlithe for like a similar reason. But I really hope to see this one do well. I think it'll be really cool. I want to see what his matches have looked like so far, and he has continued to win. We are in a 4th win for this Arcanine Charizard. So let's see, about 4 more games, guys. And let's see if there's anything else interesting we can see in these 3 O's. We had a Melmetal in the top. We do see that Venusaur Executed that we mentioned for a short bit earlier. But there was a Melmetal earlier that was doing pretty well, and it was 2-0. But it seems like it may not have made it into that 3-0 space just yet. That there are a lot of 3-0s still. We do have a Marok and Machamp EX. I feel like that's a little bit top heavy, but it'll be okay. We have that one Venusaur Lilligant doing well by Critical. There's a lot of very fringe decks still doing well in this tournament. We have to see how they continue to do throughout the scope of this tournament. And it'll be really cool to see. Timeout has occurred, so I am going to probably be starting. Let me double check with the judges. So let me check here. Okay, Ribbit, Cleo, let's go. In round, okay, and there next round. So round 5 should be out, guys. We will quickly announce that in the Discord here. Ooh. So let me get that up. Okay. Okay, guys. Let me quickly find us another match here. So let's see real quick. I had wanted earlier, there was someone I wanted us to watch, potentially a Dragonite player. I think that was Gnome. I'm gonna quickly check to see if Gnome is against anyone who's streaming. Oh, I think they are. I would really like to see this deck. So let's see if I can find it real quick. Let me see if I can quickly find that, guys. Give me one moment really quick, and then we can get going. Just gonna quickly check to see if there's any. Oh, it looks like they're not streaming. Sad. Okay, let's see if I can find us another game then other than the Dragonite, which would have been really fun to watch. Come on, please, computer. I'm a little bit of a computer freak out. We're back. So let's see here. No, okay. So let's see if there's any other interesting decks that are currently streaming, doing fairly well. I do have us a Arbok Weezing that we can watch here, I believe, which will be fun to watch. They're against their 5th Mewtwo EX. They're against their 5th Mewtwo EX, which is kind of crazy. That is an insane meta call by this Arbok Weezing. To be fair, he's lost one of his games. He has lost one of his games. That being said, though, he is doing still really well despite that. So it does look like I am centered on his game. Oh, wait, I do need to make this a little smaller, it looks like. Okay. Oh, and it's versus Saitama. Let's go. So Saitama was our winner 2 weeks ago. And it is Saitama versus Thiago Donola. I think that's as much as I can get in, yeah. So let me quickly bring this up, guys. They're just starting their round 1. It's going to be a Arbok Weezing versus a Mewtwo EX. And it is round 5 in the tournament. About halfway done after this round. So let's check this out. Okay, guys, so let's immediately get into our games here. And we are going to have this Arbok already set up. This Arbok is able to do a good bit of damage, as you can see here, to this Mewtwo. And Mewtwo is not able to retreat just yet. Arbok, however, can retreat whenever he'd like. And with that, Sabrina, we're going to see that Coughing being promoted. This Coughing does have a 1-cost retreat. And if it evolves into a Weezing, even without evolving into a Weezing, can knock out the Mewtwo itself. We are going to go on and see that Weezing attack, though, which is going to mean that we're not going to have a poison on the next Mewtwo. But that's going to be an immediate 2 points for Thiago here. And that could be a closed, or very close to a close for game 1. That is the first 2 points now. But my gosh, this Arbok Weezing player has gone against 5 Mewtwo players, has won 3 of the 5. He's currently playing the 5th right now. And we're going to have to see, can he make a 4th win versus this deck? It's absolutely insane how this game is going, or how well he predicted the meta to be going against this Pokemon over and over and over again. We are going to see that poison from the Weezing here. Saitama is hiding behind that baby Mewtwo as much as he can, but this Weezing is going to be picked up by this Koga. Koga is really nice. It's almost like a scoop up net, but it's only specifically for Muck and Weezing. That is going to be game 1 though. For our players here. I'm going to go ahead and hide screen for a second, and then we can get into this. So that is game 1 for Thiago. So let's go. Okay, guys. Okay. Okay, we're into game 2 now. I'm going to go on and show the screen so you guys can see how they are setting up. It does appear like we are going to be going second as this Arbok Weezing player, which is going to be really, really lucky for Thiago. Once again, Saitama does not want this to happen, but there's nothing you can really do. We are starting once again with that big Mewtwo EX inactive, and I don't think that is the start that Saitama is going to want. We're going to see this Mewtwo EX inactive, can't attach energies. Weezing maybe can attach energies. I'm just trying to think how this really plays out. Going first means I'm pretty sure Saitama is very much in the back foot, and even if he has that Gardevoir, we could see a lot of problems come out to play unless Thiago kind of bricks here. Okay, and we're getting a lot of Pokemon with these different Pokeballs here. We were able to get 2 different basics, get another Coughing and another Ekans on the bench here, and Thiago can go on and attach and hit into this Mewtwo with what should be 20, but now 40 damage because of that type advantage. Let's see. Okay, guys. We are going to go on and see that Weezing now. Weezing's going to be able to poison and attack. He does 40 normally. Normally? I think that's wrong. But 30 normally, yeah. But with that 20 extra damage, with that 20 extra damage, it would do 50. And with that Giovanni, he was ended up able to do 60. So we are going to go and see what this Mewtwo EX does end up doing. He only has 1 energy on this Mewtwo here, but we do see a Gardevoir finally being built onto the bench. So this Ekans can retreat, and it does look like we're going to see that retreat back into this Weezing. By attacking with this Weezing, he's going to knock out that Mewtwo EX, and that Gardevoir on the bench is not going to be able to return KO. This could definitely be a win for Thiago. That's going to be a 2-0 directly on a Saitama here. I'm going to go ahead and start looking for another game, guys, while y'all watch this out. But I'm pretty sure we're just going to see another knockout from this Weezing here onto the bench. Or onto this Gardevoir within another couple turns. So I'm just setting up another game for us, guys. It is going to be another, this one is going to be I think it's a Starmie Greninja. No, this is a Wheezing Greninja that we're going to watch after the Thiago game. But Thiago, I mean, even though it does look like they were able to get on a baby Mewtwo here, a lot of damage is on that Greninja, but it wasn't able to be stopped retreating with an Arbok attack just yet. That does mean, though, that Thiago does have to fight for a couple more turns here if he wants to win. And I'm sure he does. And he does end up winning as expected here. And I'm going to go on and get us into our next game now. So let me go and get us over. We are currently 0-0. So let me just pop this up here. So we are going to be watching that Wheezing and Greninja. Wheezing is against a Pikachu this time. So let's see here. It is 0-0 this game. Let me see if I can. And it is game 1 was for Iono's in here. And we are seeing the first point, though, go to the Pikachu. Okay, we're going to see this Wheezing be able to go on and poison that Pikachu here. And able to go into that 30 damage with those poison ticks every single turn. That is going to be upwards of 50. And this Pikachu with that Sabrina is going to be able to take a 0.2 into this Froakie. Okay, so Wheezing is now finally going to be promoted. We do see those potions that came down onto that Pikachu. And that is going to be a game 2, however, for Panico, it looks here. I'm going to go in and cover up chat while they get set up for game 3, though, guys. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this game up. Let's see. So we're into game 3 now. It doesn't look like we are able to poison or attack just yet from this wheezing. We are not going to have a poisoned or a dark energy until this next turn, which is going to be a big blow for that wheezing here, for sure. This Blitzel is really trying to tank here in the active, but we're in 0-0 for game 3. That is going to be a shuriken onto that Pikachu in the back, which is going to put Pikachu, if it gets into the active, on a 2-turn timer versus that wheezing. And with this, wheezing is going to take 0.1 off of this Blitzel. Oop. So it's going to be 0.1 from this Blitzel here. This Pikachu will be able to do 60 right now, but it is looking for that third Pokemon, and it does find that third basic with this other Blitzel. That's going to be 90 damage into this wheezing. But if Ionosin is able to find a Koga, he can stave off that turn before that point is taken here. It does look like we're going to go on and attack with those potions. That XP does come down, I assume, to try to protect against some type of red card play. And it does look like we're going to go on and have that gas leak. I'm wondering if he's going to retreat or not. We have that water shuriken come down now onto that Pikachu. And this is going to be 60 damage potentially from that Greninja if he has a Koga. So let's see here. It looks like he's deciding if he's going to attack with that Greninja or the wheezing. I assume he does have Koga in his hand. So he could just scoop that wheezing up, going to do 60 damage with the Greninja and not risk this wheezing to be turning. And that Koga does come down, so this wheezing will not be a point for Panico. But this Greninja could be one-hit KO'd if Pikachu has a Giovanni. And with a 4-play card hand, let's check to see exactly what Panico's list is. He is playing one Giovanni. I am not sure if he's already played it this turn or not. But yeah, so it's going to leave Pikachu at 30 health. He's going to tick back at 20 if he stays in the active spot. But there is another Pikachu on the bench that could be promoted. And it does look like Panico is going to do that. He has the X speed that is going to keep both energies on his Pikachu EX from the active. But that Pikachu EX is potentially within range of a couple Greninja shots. A Sabrina does come down, bringing this wheezing into the active now. And that's going to be 0.1 for Panico with 90 damage onto the 70 health coughing. That also means that Ionosin will not be able to be playing his wheezing next turn. That tank is not going to be reactivated immediately, and we don't have another coughing on the bench right now to evolve. A second Pokeball does come down now, and it does leave we're going to get a second Froakie that could potentially put on the bench. So let's see. It doesn't look like we have enough right now from the Water Shuriken itself is the problem here. But the Sabrina is a hopeful play to be able to stay off some energy. He's hoping potentially that Panico does put that other Pikachu forward. But we'll have to see exactly what happens. Pincurchin does go into the active now. We are 1-1 in this matchup. And that 20 damage is going to go into that Pikachu on the bench. But we're just going to do that 60 damage here into the Pincurchin now. The Pikachu on the bench is at 10 health, meaning that if somehow we could survive to a turn with this, like to next turn, then that Pikachu potentially is going to be the losing blow for Panico, and that will be game 3 if it's able to be completed. We are seeing that full health Pikachu promoted back to the active. They're going to be looking for that Giovanni to finish it up and see how it comes down. Okay, so they were able to find that Giovanni, which does mean Froakie is going to be promoted to the active. It does not seem like much of a hope here. They needed some type of potentially like retreat last turn potentially, but instead we see that Giovanni come down, and that is going to be a defeat for Ionison here. That means that Panico will take game 3, and that'll be they'll be looking for the next one. Okay. Let me find us another game, guys. I'm going to quickly pause here while I look for another one. I do seem to have a game, so let me quickly get that going. So... Okay. Let me just get the names correct, guys, and we will be good to go. Oh, LOL. And they are 0-0 in this match. I have not checked to see what deck they're playing just yet, guys. But give me one moment, and we're going to transition over to Kronos versus Miniobello. This is going to be a Mewtwo EX and Gardevoir versus a Charizard and Moltres list. It does look like we are finally getting that Charizard down, but Miniobello has been having to power up that Moltres on the bench instead of some Charizard, which he's really been wanting to do. Mewtwo EX here is getting that energies attached, but without that Baby Mewtwo in the active, it's not going to really have a tank to get set up behind. So that 0 heads for that Moltres is going to be no energy back on to that Charmander here. Okay. We do have a second energy attached onto this Mewtwo now. He's going to be able to start putting some pressure into that into those Moltreses to get that Charizard going before it gets knocked out. In this matchup, it's super important to get that pressure out. Miniobello is playing Charizard, which does counter Mewtwo. Once Charizard is online, if it can, it will be able to steamroll any Pokemon that Mewtwo puts forward. Mewtwo gets one shot by that Charizard, whereas Mewtwo cannot do the same back. And that means they're going to start putting that pressure out. Kronos is gonna force Miniobello to spin to hurry up or lose the game. This is game 2. Miniobello has game 1. So let's see where this goes. Charmeleon does get his first energy attached. It is from hand. And we are going to have that Inferno Dance again. We're trying again to get those heads, trying to get those energies from these 3 coin flips. For each heads that Kronos lands, it is an energy he can attach onto his Pokemon. And that's 2, which is getting there for what this Pokemon needs. So this Charmeleon on the bench needs roughly 5 energies to be able to storm the entirety of Kronos' bench. 5 means that he'll be able to attack and not have to retreat for like additional power-ups or have to stall for a turn later to get it done. So let's see here. So it does look like Mewtwo is trying to decide exactly what to do here. It does seem like he has not found his Kirlia or Gardevoir yet, which is going to be a super painful position for this Mewtwo player to be in. Mewtwo really wants that Kirlia, wants that Gardevoir to be powered up and be able to keep that Mewtwo going. Mewtwo is in a similar position as Charizard, where it discards 2 energies every single time it attacks. But in the case of Charizard, where you're having to preload it because that's how Moltres works, Mewtwo has a support Pokemon Gardevoir, which can help attach an energy every single turn, be able to replenish that 4 energies, and sadly, Kronos is just not running into the cards he needs to be able to do that. Miniobello has a Charmander. I was very scared for a moment that was going to be a Charizard. But we're going to see another coin flip then from the Miniobello, trying to get those 5 energies and still looking for the Charizard, which could spell the win or loss for Miniobello. This is only game 2 though, so a win by, and that's the baby Charizard. Baby Charizard, I do believe, is enough to knock out Mewtwo EX, but it can get one shot back. It does discard energy just in the way that the larger Charizard does. But this is definitely a good thing for Kronos. That means he can, if he could, potentially one-hit KO it back. This Charizard also will not be able to attack next turn, which means he's going to be able to survive a turn while he tries to get his second Charizard online. So we are going to go on and promote this other Mewtwo EX. It currently has 0 energy attached to it. And we're going to have to see exactly where this goes. I mean, Kronos is not, he's on a timer for sure. But if we can find Kirlia, if we can find Gardevoir, we could potentially get there just in time. Let's see. I'm not actually sure the timer fits, actually. We have 3 going to evolve to Kirlia potentially this turn. 2, that still would not be enough potentially. Maybe a Sabrina could help save us, but we're just not there yet. So it does look like we're going to be doing 50 damage from this Mewtwo here, but this might be a game 2 loss for Kronos, and that would spell a loss of round 5 for him as well. That'll only be 4-1 though, meaning he's still definitely in the run for the tournament. I believe you can go as far as X2. Some X2s probably be accepted into top 32, but I'm not fully sure on how that's going to be going. And with that, he does that 50 damage into that baby Charizard here. He did that 50 damage in Charizard. Charizard's only going to be able to attach 1 energy here. I kind of wonder if he's going to retreat, but honestly, he's not going to want to, since he's not going to, like, since he's such a baby mon in this case. But that will just be 0.1 for Kronos, even if he can knock it out. It's going to be a little bit of time before we see where it goes. There should be 1 undefeated today. So let's see. Okay, a Sabrina does come down now from Miniobello, and now the question is, do we promote that Ralt or do we promote that Mewtwo? Neither really could be. I mean, the Ralt could potentially be knocked out by the Moltres on the bench if he decides to retreat and attack. But we'll have to see how this plays out. By promoting that baby Mewtwo, though, honestly, Kronos gives Miniabella a couple turns. Unless he has 2x speed, there's no chance that he's going to be wanting to retreat immediately. So we're going to have to see how this goes. But that's just going to be a third energy now for that Charizard here. It does look like we have Sabrina, but we still don't have a Curlia, as far as I can tell, just yet on Kronos' side. Okay, that Sabrina does go down. It's going to be a little bit of defensive Sabrina here. But honestly, that Moltres is already built up. This could be Bella's game. All he has to do is retreat and attach next turn. And Bella will have the win. I'm going to see if we have another game we can get set up and going, guys. Give me one moment to try to find us one of those matches. Let me find us another game to watch, guys, really quickly. Let's see here. Loss. Quickly looking for us a game now, guys. Hey. Let's see here. Let's see. I'm just checking to see if we have any other matches, guys. There's a Poliwrath Mewtwo. That's an interesting deck. That's an interesting deck with a Poliwrath Mewtwo. What in the world? But maybe we'll have to watch that in the future, if I'm being honest. That's a little funny. So let's see if there's any other games going real quick, guys. I'm just clicking through all the chats. I'm just giving it 1 second to find us a game to watch. Or not, because it seems like we have no one streaming any more games here. We do have only about 7 matches left. Let's see. Let's see, let's see. So it does look like we don't have any more matches to watch here. I'm just going to quickly check the people in my Discord, guys. So one moment. Honestly, I'm just able to mouse over most of them and see if they're going or not. Let me just check in real quick. Let's see. We're gonna go on and give me 1 second. Yeah, let's go on and swap over then. It does look like there's no matches going, guys. About 8 minutes and 7 matches left to go. And we can just go and check out how these decks are doing. So yeah. Okay, guys. Let's see how some of these decks are going. Obviously, that Mewtwo is just absolutely insane to me. That is like 3x the next deck. But Pikachu is cut into like 3 or 4 different decks. But it still just does not measure up to that 31% that Mewtwo is doing here. Okay. There's so many 4-0 Mewtwo's before this round. We'll just have to keep our eye on how they end up doing, how top 32 shapes up, and so forth. Okay. We have that Machamp EX, that Wigglytuff EX. But let's see here. That Marowak Sandslash, we have such a good win rate against as this Mewtwo deck. That Marowak Primeape just does not stand a chance against Mewtwo. Alakazam Weezing, Mewtwo is having a field day against here. Even these Articuno Starmies are really just, Mewtwo's having fun with them this week. Let's see what it's not doing well against, though. I think it's a big question here. If all of these meta decks is just able to deal with easily, but let's see what it's not doing. And that, Jesus Christ, it's had so many mirror matches. And that would mainly, it looks like, be here, that Arbok Weezing and that Charizard EX Moltres. Even 4 rounds into this tournament, we are at a 39% win rate for Charizard, for Mewtwo against Charizard. And even a 25% win rate for those Mewtwo's versus that Arbok Weezing. A lot of these decks are definitely, like, these two decks are definitely huge counters. Huge counters into the Mewtwo deck. And it's interesting to see them, like, how is it going to change? Because we kind of saw that for that Starmie EX and Articuno EX for a bit there, where it was able to counter Mewtwo. But with that rise of that baby Mewtwo, we're really seeing that that's just not the case anymore. In the case of Arbok Weezing and that Charizard, it's continuing to stay strong, even though that baby Mewtwo is being used to stay in the active. If anything, Charizard's kind of capitalizing on that baby Mewtwo. That slow start of using that baby Mewtwo in the active to be a tank is allowing Charizard to slow down a bit as well. Charizard needs a moment to get those Pokemon, that attacker made, to get that Charmeleon, to get that Charizard. And it's able to capitalize on that with that baby, with that matchup. On the side of Arbok Weezing, we're seeing that it really doesn't matter. Arbok's just stopping and saying, you know what, you're just not you want to be here, you're not able to attack, I'm just going to deal with you. Like, you're just going to be stuck here with me. And there's no chance for that baby Mewtwo to really retreat in the way that, or attack really in the way that it could have if it was just a Mewtwo EX with already 2 energy on it. At least in the case of Mewtwo EX, it can 2-shot an Arbok if Arbok allows it to survive that long. And in the case of, but the baby Mewtwo, it's powering so much up onto that Mewtwo EX. that if Gardevoir comes online in 2 turns, you could attack, but it's already going to be done for at that point if it gets stuck in the active, because it's going to get 2-hit KO'd before it can be fully powered up. And so we're seeing a lot of that here. So it's interesting to see these 2 counters capitalizing on, where some of the other counters from Mewtwo really just are not doing as well this week. So let's see. We got 3 minutes left, 1 game left going here, guys. So one moment. Let's check out another deck now. Let's see. I want to check out that standing again. I'm really interested to see how some of these are going. We have actually that Articuno EX and Starmie EX and that Articuno EX and Greninja EX at the top of the game right now. I mean, at the beginning of round 5, these cards were ranked 2 and 3. The question is, did they do well against their matchups? And this one went against a Dragonite. Dragonite was knocked out by Livo here. And that's going to be a 5-0 for this Articuno Greninja. How did that Starmie EX and Articuno EX do? And we're going to have to see that here. It did lose this round, which is going to be 4-1 now. So we'll have to see how that continues to go. We do have a Blaine very close to the top 8, though we are only early into the matchups here. And it did get another win into that Mewtwo EX. Blaine 5-0 now. We see this one at 4-0, and he was able to secure another win here. So we'll see how this continues to play out here. It's really interesting to see how some of these really fun meta-breaking decks or meta-differing decks, right, are still doing so strong in this tournament. I love to see this Charizard EX and Arcanine EX. It's kind of, I mean, I love seeing it, and we'll have to see how it continues to play out. Articuno EX and Greninja here does end up getting a loss, but guys, so many of these decks are still surviving. So many of them are winning into this, and we're gonna have to see how they go. So it looks like we are about to be ready for the next round. Give us 1 second to check in with the judges, guys. We have about 2 minutes still left in the round, though, so people are still getting things figured out. But we'll have to see how it goes here. Okay. I'm just like glancing through these. I think it's so cool to see these decks continue to survive. I'm hoping they thrive in today's tournament. I'm really excited to see how it goes. And I'm really hoping to see it kind of reflect into their matchups as well. The Starmie EX Articuno, we've seen a couple of, we have, wait, what? Oh, I read this wrong. I was like, we haven't done 7 rounds. How are they 7-0? You would put it in there's a judge screenshot channel if you need to put evidence somewhere. There's a judge screenshot channel. But let's see here, guys. So this Starmie Articuno EX, it's running, it looks like, a lot against these Charizard EX and Moltres EX. With, what is this, 29 games into Charizard EX. It's got a 55% win streak here. And a 55% win streak here. And then, but into this Mewtwo EX and Gardevoir EX, we're seeing this 48%. So it's not like terrible for Articuno EX and Starmie EX, but it's definitely not their best matchup, and we would definitely like to see a better matchup into this deck. And I do think it's that difference between decks that are playing that baby Mewtwo, decks that are not playing that baby Mewtwo, and see where it goes from there. So let's see. we're also seeing them playing into that Pikachu Raichu. Understandably, Starmie EX Articuno X is not doing that great into these electric decks. These electric decks really do, like, they have such a type advantage against this Articuno EX and Starmie EX deck. Articuno is allergic, like super, it has a type advantage into this deck, whereas you're really in the back for the Starmie, where Starmie EX and Articuno X really try to capitalize on going fast and hard. It's not, it can't really do the same thing into Pikachu EX, who is also a very aggressive deck. It's doing terribly into Zebstrika. Not surprised since it can one-shot the Staryu. And so we're going to have to see how these matchups continue to develop and how they do into this overall matchup, guys. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Let's check out some more of these standings while we let the judges deal with the different problems. So let's see. Let's see if there's any more interesting decks we can check out. I do want to check out that Articuno EX and Greninja that we talked about briefly, and just see how well it's doing against some of these different decks here, guys. We are seeing it not do great into that Mewtwo here, but it's doing okay into some of the Pikachus. And honestly, there's not enough matchups to really determine what it's doing good and bad against, or at least to be able to generalize it to the overall deck versus the specific players that are playing it. But it definitely does have a good number into that Mewtwo EX Gardevoir, and it's just not standing up to it. Let's see. Let's see. We can check out. See if there's any other fun decks that we can look at for a moment here. Let's see. I want to see if there's any really interestingly high win rates up here. I really enjoyed that Wiggly EX and Wheezing that I saw earlier, that I saw in some of the earlier tournaments. So we're not seeing it played as much this tournament. We do have a Wigglytuff Arbok. There is a Wigglytuff Weezing, but is not doing great this tournament. It had like a 56% win rate in one of these tournaments, but not this one. So yeah. Okay. Let me just double check. We're gonna go on and start that next round now, guys. So round 6 is live now. Okay, so round 6 is live. Let's see exactly what we're able to find. People have a couple minutes before we can get going. So one moment. Okay. One moment, guys. We're gonna let people go in and get into their games, and then we'll find someone to watch. Okay. Let me just find a quick round, guys, for us to watch here. And we can see exactly real quick, guys. I'm going to see if there's any fun decks to watch real quick, and then we can get going here. Let's see. I'm gonna go on and bring up a game, guys, and then we can get to watching. Okay. And then we have okay, so let's get into this mirror match. We're gonna be watching a Mewtwo versus a Mewtwo here, guys. And so let's go on and get that started. Okay, so it does look like we have a little bit of a setup already between Kukuutan and Guiswank. They are 0-0 right now. It is game 1 of this series. And we see a very quick knockout onto this Baby Ralt. It is going to be 0.1 for that opponent here. Guiswank does get that first point with a Giovanni Psychic Sphere. From Ju Swank, and we are going to go and put that Mewtwo baby into the active. Ju Swank already has that Perlia as well into potentially could be seeing a Gardevoir this next turn, and that would mean 150 into the baby Mewtwo. We do see a second Mewtwo EX being played here as well. And currently, Koko Utan does not have a single Curly on his bench just yet. With that, Sabrina, Koko Utan is going to go on and give up that Ralts, but that Gardevoir on the bench is going to be able to make it where it can do 150 every turn. And with no way to power up on Koko Utan's side, this could be a game 1 to Gooey Swank. So let's see here. Koko Utan is going to go on and put that Mewtwo EX in the active. He will be able to knock out this turn, actually, which does mean he'll be able to have a bit of a swing back. This could be 2 points for Koko Utan now. And the comeback is on the horizon potentially here, guys. He's going to need 2 turns to potentially get that up to another 150 damage attack. But this Mewtwo EX on the bench is going to need 2 turns as well to get going. But it does seem like he may get it a little bit faster than Koko Utan does. Potentially, we could also see, however, like a Sabrina that could pull that Gardevoir into the active. Gooey Swank is only going to do about 50 damage, maybe 60 if he has a Giovanni, but they don't only run about 1 from that Gardevoir. And that is, we already have a second point for... My bad. There's definitely a question here. So Sabrina is going to come down, and if he doesn't have any, if he doesn't have any X speeds, this could be good for Koko Utan. Okay, guys, we are going to go on and see that defeat on the Koko Utan side. I'm going to cover up his chat. I know he brought himself up, but I'm going to give him a moment to go on into game 2 now. So one moment. Anyway, we're going to go on and get into this next game here, guys. We are seeing this going to be that Mewtwo versus Mewtwo again. We do see a Ralts in the active for Koko Utan, which is really not good. And GS Swank is going to be looking for those different Pokemon to put onto his bench. He definitely needs 1 Ralts, which he gets. And he's going to be digging further. He's going to want to find those Curlias. We are looking for the Gardevoirs. And we'll have to see how it continues to go here. We do have a second Mewtwo EX put down as well now. Koko Utan is definitely going to be looking for different ones. We do see a Pokeball here, and we are going to be going second, which means Koko Utan will have the energy advantage here. He gets a baby Mewtwo, he gets that big Mewtwo EX. Ralts should be safe for this turn. There's no way to attack from Gooey Swank. Let me go ahead and take those points down. Sorry about that, guys. We are in round 6 as well. So we are going to go on and see exactly what Gooey Swank is able to find here. We have that first energy attachment. We do also see a Curly from Gooey Swank, which does mean we could potentially see a Gardevoir next turn. But it's still not going to be enough to do 150 damage just yet. We're going to have to see if he is able to find a Giovanni next turn. But even Giovanni will not knock out a Kirlia, so Coco Uton can wait a little bit before he has to retreat this Kirlia. He's really hoping to find a Gardevoir. He's gonna have to and want to dig as much as he can into his deck here and try to see if he can finally get that final evolution. It definitely hurt him last game not being able to find it, and we'll have to see how it ends up coming out. So yeah, that Gardevoir does come down from Ursiiday now, and it's still not going to be enough for a knockout just yet. That is going to be a third energy here for Ursiiday onto that Mewtwo. This is definitely a bit of a problem, but we'll have to see if Coco Uton will be able to find that Gardevoir and an X speed as well. With the Gardevoir and X speed, this Mewtwo EX on the bench would be able to hit for 150 damage into this set up Mewtwo in the active, and that could lead to a swing back into Coco Uton's favor, and we could be going 1-1 very soon. Okay. It does look like we are going to retreat back, it looks like. The question here is, does he have the Gardevoir? My assumption is he may have that. Oh, we don't have the Gardevoir. We retreat back to a baby Mewtwo now. And with this baby Mewtwo, that does mean that we're still looking for that Gardevoir. If we can find one, we could still win this game. But we're going to have to see how it goes. Okay. G-Swing can do that 150 damage attack here. He could take the first point in this series, but it's not like he has another Pokemon set up just yet. That he does still have to choose where to put that hand attach, and he does attach it to his active Mewtwo, which is a little bit surprising here, since he could go and start setting up another Pokemon. But he's going to send up Ralts instead, which means he too is going to be stalling. We're going to have to see how this works out. If we can find a Gardevoir, maybe we potentially push for a 2-turn knockout onto this Ralts. We'll have to see how it goes. Okay, guys, and we are gonna do that Pokeball. Going to go in and shuffle the deck a little bit more. I do believe that was all of the basics already, but maybe he did get the Mewtwo EX. I was a little bit. Wait for a second. We are gonna go in and attach that baby Mewtwo in the active here, and we'll have to see exactly how he decides to deal with this problem. Okay, we see a the Psychic Embrace go on to, is this Psychic Embrace in this game? The ability of the Gardevoir attaches energy to the Ralts. I'm interested to see if we're going to see a retreat here, or if we're going to start having poking damage. So we'll have to see how this ends up going. The question here is really a little bit of a game of chicken. They're trying to get one of or the other to put their set up Mewtwo into the active so that they can force some attacks. So if whoever gets that setup Mewtwo into the active first without having a second setup Mewtwo on the bench, essentially does win the game from this position. So Coco Uton is going to try to start powering up this baby Mewtwo, I do believe. And next turn, we will go in and knock out this Ralts if it doesn't retreat. And if it does retreat, then this Mewtwo EX can deal with that Pokemon. It's his hope and dream, at least. I'm interested to see if he actually does retreat. We do see a Kirlia come down now. And this will be... I'm interested to see if this Kirlia does retreat. I assume it will, but he may be trying to stall another turn. Okay. So that Mewtwo does get put into the active to knock out that big Mewtwo. But the problem here is that Juice Swank's other Mewtwo is now set up. And that means that even though we do have a set up Gardevoir, we do have that set up Mewtwo, this could be a loss for Coco-Utan now. Gardevoir meant nothing once that second Mewtwo was set up. And while that's 1 point for Juice Swank, it does look like we're going to go on and put up this other Kirlia. I'm not really sure how this is going to end up going. That is a 0.1 for Juice Swank here. And let's see. Yeah, baby Pokemon is a term used in Pokemon TCG normally, so. Mew is Grandma Mewtwo, if anything. Let's see here. I'm not really sure there is a win con left here, but Coco-Utan does, at least with the waving of his mouse, does seem to believe there is one, is my assumption here. So we'll have to see what he decides to do, but it does seem kind of like a closed game to me here, guys. Oh, and that is going to be conceded. I'm going to see if we can find another game now. I'm going to go ahead and pause that. Streams when we find us a next game and see what we can do here. Okay, guys, I have a Pikachu versus an Arcanine EX. Let me quickly try to get this set up here. Not sure if they're game 1 or game 2 though. Ooh. Oh, that's fine. Oh, they are. Okay. See real quick that I understand who's who real quick. Okay. Okay. It looks like game 2 is going to the rat, but let me see if I can go on and get us set up for game 3, guys. I'm gonna cover up their stream for a second. Oh, and then we will. They're gonna go on and hop into game 3. It looks like. So I'm gonna waiting for them to set up game 3, and we can get started. Oh, Arcanine is a fantastic counter to Pikachu. It does so well versus the deck, but the problem is it doesn't have a great matchup when it goes into Mewtwo EX, who is able to one-shot all of the different Pokemon on that setup here. So I am going to get this set up a little bit. It is going to be that Pikachu over on the Goob side and versus the rat who is playing Arcanine EX here. Okay. So we are seeing 2 different starts here. Goob is starting with Pincurchin, and the Arcanine is starting with that Growlithe. Growlithe definitely wants to find a Arcanine. So we're gonna have to see exactly how this goes. That Growlithe is able to instead, though, find that old Amber that will be able to be a little bit of like a Sabrina match, but that's just probably, we have some problems still until he can find that Moltres. He's also going to find an X-Speed as well so that he could potentially go on and go and start powering up that Growlithe into an Arcanine. On Goop's turn, he does go and attach that. He's going to be able to attach an energy this time. He can hopefully find some different basics. He definitely needs some different basics here. And we're going to see how this will go. But with only 2 basics down, if he wants to have a Pikachu, he's going to still need to find a lot of basics to fill out that bench and be able to do that full maximum 90 damage every turn. So let's see. Goop is still deciding what to do here. So let's see exactly how this goes. Okay. We do see an X speed come down for that Growlithe now, so I'm wondering if he does have that Moltres, and he does finally find it. That does mean this Growlithe can retreat for 0 energy, and he'll be able to start powering up that Growlithe with the Infernal Dance. So let's see exactly how many energies he gets. Arcanine is a lucky fire Pokemon where he does not need excess energy, but he does damage himself. And oh, 3 Tails by the rat. That's going to be 0 energy now onto that Growlithe just yet. But it will be at least another turn before Goop can knock out this Moltres. 1 energy is attached to this Pincurchin already. But it does look like we are finally going to be playing a Pikachu EX potentially. And we could see other basics finally come down. I'm interested to see if they're able to get it all set up or not. Okay, guys. Pikachu X does get played, and we're seeing a research which will help Goop dig a little bit deeper into his deck. He's going to need another basic, and we could potentially see that Pikachu come down. We do see Pikachu played now. And now we're going to have a second energy on Pincurchin, which is going to mean that Moltres has a chance to be stunned, and that means no energies onto that Growlithe. With that, oh, and it is a Paralyze, which means Growlithe is going to have some trouble getting set up with the energy count. Okay. That potion is going to come down onto that Moltres now, bring him back up to 110, but that doesn't keep him safe from a Pikachu attack. Luckily, Pikachu has no energy on it, and that means he will not be able to knock out just yet. That being said, if he has some type of Lieutenant Surge Raichu, this could spell the end for that Moltres EX. And we do retreat to that Pikachu, and this could be a huge swing if we have that Lieutenant Raichu, but we see a pass instead, and the Growlithe is going to get no energy onto it. It is passed back to Goob now, and Goob gets to decide what to do. Okay. Raichu is coming down here on the side of Goob. It does look like, however, we are going to go and be attaching to that Pikachu, and we're seeing a retreat here from that Raichu back to the Pincurchin. And it does look like it's the Pincurchin. Pincurchin is the only Pokemon that's fully set up. And we're going to have to see so we're going to see if another Paralyze comes down. This could be what what Goob needs to be able to swing the game to his side, where he can take a win against Arcanine. They're currently 1-1 in the set, it looks like, guys. So let's see how this goes. This is going to be a game. This is game 3 currently, as we mentioned earlier, and it's going to be the deciding game against who ends up winning this round. Okay. And Moltres only has 60 health left. And our canine is in range of being able to be able to like hand attach and evolve. But if paralyzed, Moltres still can't even retreat. So exactly what Goop decides to do here is really important. We could see another attack onto that Moltres. With a Giovanni, we would be able to knock out the Moltres, but if we do that, that means our canine will be able to be activated, put into the active spot, assuming he finds the Arcanine, and we can start seeing our canine sweeping the board, knocking out that Pincurchin, not being able to be knocked out just yet, other than by that Raichu, and instead we see that Pikachu being put forward. Second energy does seem to be going onto that Pikachu now, and that's going to be a knockout onto that Moltres EX. Okay, guys. Okay, and that Growlithe is put to the active. Arcanine does actually end up showing up, which could mean a knockout onto that Pikachu. We do have 2 points on the side of Goob here. Sorry about that, guys. And that's going to mean a second point for the Rat as well. Okay. So Pincurchin is going to put 30 damage into that Arcanine now. Oh, but the Paralyze does miss, and that's going to probably be game for a Rat here. Okay. And that's going to be a win for that Arcanine. Game 3 goes to Arcanine now. Let me find us another match. Really quick, guys. There's about 30 games left and 17 minutes left in the round. So let me find us one. It could take a second. So just one moment, guys. Ooh. Quickly clicking through. I'm going to see if I can find us another game to watch. I'm not really sure if we will or not because there's only about 30 games left in the round. So let's see how this goes. We do have one going still, guys. So let me quickly see exactly how far along it is. It looks like they may be going into game 3 right now, so we could have a perfect moment to hop in and watch. Yeah, it looks like they're going into game 3. So let me quickly get this one going, and we can swap over. Okay, so let me Okay, guys. It is 0-0 right now. We're gonna swap in here. We are Kronos versus Wiser Osprey. So we are into a game 3. This will decide. It is Mewtwo EX versus Mewtwo EX again. It's a very popular deck this tournament. It has the largest meta shares. I'm not surprised to see these mirror matches. But we do have that baby Mewtwo on the bench here. Kronos has yet to be able to find that Mewtwo EX. And he is powering up that baby Mewtwo. Okay. So we do see that Mewtwo EX really getting powered up on the side of Wiser Osprey. He does end up making that Gardevoir EX as well, but it's just not gonna be enough energy, that 150 damage just yet. We are going to do that 60 damage, however, into that Kirlia. Kronos is really going to be looking for that Gardevoir, but it might be a little too late for Gardevoir just yet. This game 3 is really rough, and I don't see a Mewtwo EX just yet, which could lead to a bad end here for Kronos. That Kirlia doesn't have a way to get, I assume, retreated or turn into a Gardevoir. So this could be the end for Kronos' round. Let's see. So we have another energy attached to that baby Mewtwo now. That baby Mewtwo is at 3 energies, but if there's any XP inside of Wiser Osprey, he's going to be able to, you know, have 4. He doesn't even need to, honestly. He just does 50 damage energy, 50 damage attack this turn. But even 1 X speed does mean a retreat and knockout. And the 120 from that baby Mewtwo is not going to be enough to be able to really do anything other than knock out that Gardevoir. But the Mewtwo EX is just going to come back and swing and knock it out as well. This is definitely a little bit of a problem for Kronos. He does end up getting a research, but will that be enough? I'm not sure. The Kirlia does survive around here. So potentially we could see a retreat. And into a Gardevoir, but will it be enough? We're hoping that a Mewtwo will appear, is my assumption here. So I'm going to see if there's any other games, guys, just so that we can keep them going. But I'm not fully sure that I see any that are being streamed. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. And so with that, we are going to go back into the metagame, guys, and look at that as well as the standings for the round. We do only have, I think it was like less than 10 minutes this time. So it shouldn't be, too bad of a wait till our round 7. So give us one second. Okay. We have about 11 minutes and 8 matches. And so let's see where this goes. Okay, so as we're coming into the end of that 5th round is what I believe is showing here. That Mewtwo EX deck is dipping down again to below that 50% win rate. Raichu EX is holding about at 50%. Everyone is having some trouble this game instead of like a 56% win rate deck. That being said, we are going to be seeing more than likely, a lot of Mewtwo's here. But honestly, we're seeing a lot of other we're seeing some decks that are not that Mewtwo EX. We do see that Articuno Greninja still in first place. Let me really quick check to see how they did. They did end up losing this last round to a Charizard Moltres there. We do see this Charizard Arcanine here, which did win their sixth round. I'm very excited to see this deck in the top 16. We see another Charizard here. We do see 2 Charizard, 3 Charizard, 3 Charizard all in our top 32, even though they continue down here. 3, 4, 5, you know, I think it's like 4 or 5 Charizards in our top, or 5 and 0. So let's see here, guys. We do have that Arbok Weezing. We see a couple of those still strong at that 5 and 0 that we were talking about earlier. Arbok Weezing just really doing a lot to deal with those Mewtwo EXs. As Mewtwo EX gets better and better, we're going to be seeing that more counters to that deck are going to do well as well, because they're going to be taking a step further. Like Pikachu's BDIF, well, I'll play the counter. Oh, well, I'll play the counter to that. And that's going to see what exactly what our meta is going to be shaping up to in the next couple of weeks as we wait for that next set. So let's see here. We do even have that Greninja Starmie EX here. I think is really interesting. How did Melmetal end up doing? Last week, there was actually a Flareon. What was it? Oh my God, it was a Flareon, like... Oh, I don't remember what tank it was using. It was like a Flareon something, 7 and 3 at the end of the night. And I was like so sad that it did not make top 32. It would have been so cool to see that in the top 32. Like absolutely insane. So we'll have to see how some of these decks shake out. I love seeing some of these like different decks, seeing how they end up doing. Oh, Flareon Greninja. Yeah, that was an interesting one. It might have also had Kangaskhan, honestly. But yeah, it's really interesting to see how some of these different decks really pop up and how they may or may not do well. So we're gonna have to see how they continue to develop in these next couple of tournaments. So 1 second, guys. We do only have 2 matches left. There are 8 minutes left in the round. Of the 2 matches that are left, they do look to be 1 and 1 right now. So we are probably going to be seeing an end to this round hopefully fairly soon. And we'll have to see how it goes. Let's see. Okay. Because rounds are not done yet. Rounds are not done yet. Okay. You have that 1 match left still, guys. So let's check out, as I was talking about earlier, a little bit into this meta game here. Dragonite Articuno had a couple at the top. We do see a couple of these 4-1s. I'm interested to see how Gnome Baby did end up doing, but that sadly is a second loss for Gnome Baby. I mean, that won't knock him out just yet from contention of top 32, but it's definitely a little bit worse than his beginning with that what was it, the 4-0? Absolutely insane for a Dragonite. Dragonite is kind of crazy to see, and so we'll have to see how it ends up going. I think honestly that's why it doesn't do well in a lot of these tournaments to place high. Like you'll see it start off well, but it's a little bit too much variance for it to end up in a top 16 or something like that, in my opinion. Okay, guys. There's 1 more match left. Let me check it out. It is... Oh, let me check with the judges. Let's see. Let's see. Give me 1 second, guys. We have judges dealing with one thing, and then we'll be able to go. I am going to go on to check this out here. So let's see. We do have some Charizard EX that I want to look at real quick. I want to see if it's doing well against any of these different matchups other than the Charizard. It does look like we're good to go, though, guys. And we have the next round started. Okay. Okay, guys. Okay. Let's get this going. We should have another round out now, guys. I'm going to quickly find us a game to play here or watch here. So give me 1 moment while we find a stream to watch. Okay. Just quickly check this. Ooh, that's just a Mewtwo. Let me... go into round 7. Let me just quickly fix everything, guys. Okay. Okay. Let me quickly get a game up for us so we can watch, and then we can get going. Okay, guys. I do think we're gonna have a fun game here. I'm gonna go on and bring it up as I was mentioning. So give me 1 moment to get it set up. Give me 1 second. Oh man, I hate when this happens. So 1 second as I get this set up, guys. Have outplayed as our player. And then we can get this going here. Okay, there we go. So let's go on and start watching this. We are in round 7 now. I'm going to give a huge shout out to our sponsor, XP Collect, for being willing to put up the prize pool for this week. It is a 400 USD prize pool, so we're going to have to see how this continues to go. We do see a Jinx being played here, and we did just have a Ralts knocked out, so our Mewtwo player is not having the best of starts here, but we do get to watch one of these single point tanks that some of these Mewtwo players are deciding to put into their deck. In this case, it is that Jinx itself, and instead of that being Mewtwo, we're gonna have to see how it ends up going for this game. We do see Jinx is attacking this turn, and it does look like Ralts is going to have an attachment already, but this is not a great start and is not great for this player. That being said, it is a BO3, so even if this one game is not the best, he still does have a couple more chances. He can still come back in 2 and 3. So, yeah. I'm excited to see how this ends up playing out and how this ends up going. And we are going to see a pass back to that Pikachu now. Pikachu can one-shot Jinx, especially since we have that third basic played. And that's going to be, I believe, 0.2 for Burukai. Yep, and that will be 0.2 for Burukai, while Ash still has only 1. Or should I say, Outplayed only has 1. Okay. It does look like we are going to get Kirlia, but this game is already basically over in my opinion. It's not like Kirlia can attack in a way that will knock out this Pikachu or do anything, that would matter enough. So we'll have to see how this ends up playing out and go from here. But we do still have game 2 and 3 to watch. This is only game 1 in the series, so let's see where it goes. Okay. Okay, guys. We do have that 30 damage with that Sabrina. He is trying to find a way to take a win still, but he has that X speed as expected, and we're going to see the retreat back. Even if he didn't, it really would have still been the end for that Kirlia here. He just attached and retreated. They'll be going into game 2 fairly quickly, I believe. We'll have to see from there. Okay. I'm going to cover up this chat real quick. That will be the second point for Burukai, and I'm going to go on and take those points off for him so that we can watch that game 2 and really see how it goes. So that is game 1 for Burukai. We are still going to see how this Mewtwo player does in those following turns, in those following games, and we'll continue our stream the stream very shortly. Okay. Okay. Okay, they're starting that game 2. This Mewtwo is going to be going first this turn, which does mean Pikachu will have the energy advantage, and Mewtwo's going to have a little bit of a problem with that curve that he wants to complete to hit that 150 damage. It does look like, though, that we are only going to be starting a Ralts this turn, which is going to be another big oof for Outplayed here. Okay, let's see. Okay. So Pikachu is going to be, there's going to be a Pikachu and Pincurchin on Burukai's side. And on outplays, he's going to play that Pokeball. He's really wanting to get those different basics. He's really wanting a Mewtwo at this point, honestly. And it does not just seem to be in his cards just yet. We are going to be looking for those Curlias, those Gardevoirs. We're going to need to start digging for those different Pokemon. But we are going to pass that as supporter this turn, which does mean no research to help that get going. That being said, Pikachu's only going to be able to attach one energy this turn, meaning there will be no attack. On the side of Pikachu, though, they are going to start looking for those different basic Pokemon. Pikachu, as an attacker, does really rely on those Pokemon on the bench. It gets 30 for each basic that it plays. Right now, it is at 60 damage, but it does need a second energy. It does look like we finally get that Curlia, and the question is going to be how we see this game play out now. We're really, really looking for that Mewtwo EX. We're really looking for some of these different Pokemon that will be able to hit harder than this Jinx can. And Jinx just does not tank in the way that the baby Mewtwo does in a lot of these Mewtwo EX decks. Jinx does get one hit KO by a fully set up Pikachu's versus the baby Mewtwo that survives at least one hit, allowing Mewtwo EX to get a little bit more set up before he has to attack or fight. Okay. And let's see what Outplay decides to do here. We do have that Curlia in the active. Both the Jinx and the Curlia are at the same exact amount of health, meaning either both would survive or both would be knocked out, whatever happens next turn. But I'm assuming Outplayed is going to be wanting to really save that Curlia and in hopes that it can become a Gardevoir in the next turn if he can find it. We are seeing a defensive Sabrina come down now, which is going to help push that Pikachu back to the bench. This is in the hopes that this Pincurchin doesn't have the X speed. Without X speed, you'll have to use that energy on the Pincurchin to retreat back if we want to do that. That being said, if he has X speed, that Pikachu could be attacking next turn, and if we have a basic, it could be hitting for 90 damage. And that'll be enough to, and we did not get the retreat down in time by Ash. That super sucks for him. And that's a bit of a problem if he wants this game to go well. That Raichu does get put down now on the side of Burkai, but we have yet to see a second basic played. That is a waste, though, sadly, of that X speed, which means we're going to have a bit of a problem next turn now that this Curlia is kind of stuck in the active here. Pikachu does get promoted. Does he have a third basic? Because that's going to be the real problem here. A third basic would be a knockout on that Curlia, but he doesn't get it, and he attacks with that 60 damage, putting the Curlia at 20 health. With that X speed being used last turn, he's going to need to expend some type of energy this turn to be able to get going. That being said, he didn't even hand attach last turn after that X speed, which means he's also behind on an energy. So we'll have to see how this game does end up playing out. We do see that energy attached to that Curlia here. We do see that retreat here from that Curlia back to that Jinx. Jinx, because of no attachment last turn, will not be able to attack. But if he had been able to attach last turn, we could potentially be seeing a Jinx attack. Very sad last turn for sure. We are going to go and see that Psy Shadow, and that's going to be an energy onto that Jinx now, and I assume we're going to see a pass from here. Does look like he potentially had a Rolls last turn. So he could have played that as well, which could protect against any Sabrinas, but I'm not sure how that's going to end up turning out. And here, Pikachu is going to end up knocking out that Gardevoir with a simple Sabrina. That's a big oof for Outplay. It's going to be a first point for Kai, but that's a point that could be disastrous. It took so long to get set up, and now a Mewtwo AX comes into hand, but he really wanted it last turn, and we're going to have to see what exactly happens between this Pikachu and this Mewtwo here. But it does seem really difficult for Outplayed to come back from this. I'm interested to see what exactly happens. That Ralts does get played now. I'm sure he wishes he played it last turn and could have protected against that Sabrina that ended up pulling his Gardevoir into the active. So let's see here. I'm gonna go and see if I can find another matchup, guys, for us to watch. Give me one moment here as we get it going, and hopefully, oh, Perkai is also streaming. That's funny. Hopefully we can watch a fun game. I'm gonna start looking for some of these. Oh, there's a 5-1 Blastoise. Interesting. We'll potentially watch that next. They're 1-0. The Blastoise is actually winning right now. So we're gonna have to see here, guys. I think that's gonna be our next match. So let me go in and start getting that going here. But yeah. That is going to be a win, or not win, another knockout for that Pikachu. Okay. Okay, and that does look like it's going to be a knockout for that Mewtwo here. I'm just quickly grabbing the name of our next, of the opponent. I'll be able to swap over. And we can go on and get into this Blastoise EX versus Pikachu EX. The Blastoise is up 1 game here, guys, as they go into their second game. And we're going to have to see how this works out, because I'm so interested to see that Blastoise is running. Let's see exactly what this Blastoise is running. He's 5-1. It is only Blastoise, the 2-2 Blastoise line, 2-2-2 Blastoise line, and a Meowth, and he's just doing so well. So let's see here exactly what happens. He does have an Old Amber in his deck, but let's see. So we're gonna go on and see here how this works out. The Zapdos is in the active here for Phil. He did, I believe, end up going first here. So he will not be able to attach. I could be wrong with that, but I'm pretty sure he would not be able to attach here. So let's see. We are now waiting for that opponent. The opponent does get a Squirtle and a Meowth. And we'll have to see if he's able to get his Wartortle. I'm assuming because he's not running a lot of these other lines, he is able to have that like more streamlined deck. And with this Meowth here in the active, he'll be able to start digging into it. So he actually did go first. Okina did end up going first last turn. Which means that he's going to be digging here with Meowth or was digging for that Blastoise. Pikachu is setting up now. I'm not sure where the energy attachment from his first turn is, so we're going to have to see here. And it does look like we're seeing a retreat from the Zapdos to this Pikachu EX on the bench. That's going to be 90 damage on this Meowth. It is going to knock it out, but we are going to see a Brina, and that's going to be, oof, guys, a knockout probably onto this Wartortle here. That's not good for Okina here. What an interesting deck, making it 5-1 this Blastoise. That is 0.1 for Phil, but no setup Squirtles in the back or Wartortles. I'm not really sure how this game 2 is going to go. I assume and interested to see how game 3 ends up going, though. Okay, guys. What does he end up doing? That's the big question. This Meowth can draw some cards, but is not going to be enough to win this game just yet. He does need a lot more here. He is going to have another attack, and we are going to be going directly into game 3. I'm going to cover up game to let them set up for game 3, and then we'll get into that. Okay. Okay, they are going to go set up for that game 3, guys. Give us 1 minute while they do. Oh, wait, that was game 3. Wait. Was it not game 3? I'm so confused. Give me 1 second. I thought that was game 2. Oh, I guess. I'm very confused. Okay, so they just hadn't marked game 2, it looks like. Looks like they just hadn't marked game 2. So let's see here. Let's see. Let me try to find us another game then, guys, because I thought they were on. Okay, 1 second. 1 second. 1 second real quick, and we can try to find another match. Let's see here. Okay. I'm trying to see if we have a game to watch real quick. Ooh. I'm gonna use it. It does look like we potentially do have a game to watch. Let me quickly get that set up, guys. So one moment. Okay, guys, it's Mewtwo versus Charizard. Mewtwo is up 1 game here. So let's see how this one goes. It is Kronos versus Chain. We do have a fully set up Mewtwo here. They're currently 0-0 in points. Kronos is up 1 game, but this does look like a very finished game as Kronos already has a setup Gardevoir, and Chain only set up a second Moltres. Let me see real quick, guys, what else I can bring up here for us. So one moment here. So let's see. That is going to be a knockout again into that Charizard, and that is going to spell the win for Kronos. Let's see if there's anything else going, guys. We have about 60 matches left, 70 matches left. So let me quickly find something. 1 second. Let's see if there's any other matches still going on any of these fronts. We've watched a couple games now. It does look like we have a Pikachu Raichu versus an Arbok, but let me make sure that they are still going and that they're good for us to watch. Oh, no, they're done. Okay. Never mind. They just finished. And that's how we check. That's how we check. Okay, okay. Does look like most of everyone's matches are done right now, guys. That was streaming at least. Let's see. Maybe we have one. It is a Blaine versus a Strika Pikachu. I'm gonna quickly check how it's doing in the pairings. There's 0 and 1. Let me check out that stream and hopefully we can get another match. Oh, we are not watching this. No, never mind. Let's see here. It does look like most of these games are done, guys. So we are going to need to start looking back at the meta, and we can see exactly how it's going. Okay, give me 1 second. We can swap back to that metagame. We can start discussing really what's starting to shape up now that round 6 is finished. We have officially crossed over to the second half of the tournament. So let's see. Let's see, guys. We have about, let me just check the time, about 18 minutes. Or 40 more minutes left. One second. Discuss this. Okay, so we're seeing a lot of loss on the side of this Mewtwo here. It briefly rebounded back above 50%, and we are back below that number now. We're seeing a lot of those actually. Minus for this Greninja Starmie EX. I don't think there's a lot of it showing in the standings, but it's really interesting to see. And so we're also seeing that with a number of these different decks that are here to counter, but we're still going to see a lot of these, you know, a lot of these players still appear in that top 32. We do see a pretty diverse top 8 here. We have a Arbok Weezing, a three Mewtwo EXs, 1 Pikachu, 2 Charizards, and a Charizard EX Arcanine EX. So we're gonna have to see how these players continue out through this tournament. We're seeing fewer and fewer of those undefeated every turn now. We're down to 23 undefeated now. And we still have a number of rounds left. Round 7 is probably coming to a close fairly shortly. And we're going to be seeing a lot of, we still have round 8, round 9, and we're going to be coming into the closing for day 1 in just a couple rounds now. So we'll see how this top 32 really does shake up or shake out. A number of these are just here for me that counter against that Mewtwo EX or that Pikachu. In the case of Charizard versus an Arcanine, honestly, it's kind of both. It's kind of a counter versus Mewtwo EX and a counter versus those Pikachus. And we're going to have to see how they end up going. So let's see here, guys. Okay. Let's see. It gets online so quickly, yeah, the Pikachu does. I agree, and I really think that's like one of the reasons we're still seeing it stick around here. It's interesting to see so few Pikachus in this top 32. From 32 up, we're seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Pikachus, and that is so different from what we saw just a couple weeks ago. A couple weeks ago, Pikachu dominated everything, and now we're kind of standing on the opposite foot here. And we're gonna have to see how that ends up shaping out in the last couple of rounds. So let's see. Mewtwo, however, has hugely taken over this tournament. I mean, we still see a lot of other decks here, but obviously, it's a wall of Mewtwo's, and we're gonna have to see how it continues as we go through. There's not a lot of Storm EX players already, and I do think Storm EX is not doing great into that new baby Mewtwo or those 1-point tanks that Charizard is starting to use now. So we're gonna have to see. Okay. Okay, guys. I don't know. I feel like a lot of these Arbok Weezings are doing well. We have, what, 3 in the top 16 right here? 3 undefeated Arboks. That's absolutely crazy in all honesty. And honestly, they've got... yeah, and they're not streaming, sadly. They've gone against a number of these Mewtwo decks, but they've obviously gone against a lot of other decks as well. Another one that we see here is Tulo. Tulo went against a lot more Mewtwo EXs. And so maybe that one is really for that, but we see a lot of these Weezings that are currently undefeated. A couple Pikachu, or a Greninja Hypno, a Machamp, but we do finally see a loss here on this deck as well. Yeah, 2 of them are not undefeated anymore, but it's still interesting to see that they lasted this long without having a loss. You're still able to lose, I think, 2 for. I'm not sure if everyone with 2 losses is going to make it in top 32, but I know a couple top 32. I think a couple of the 2s are definitely going to be making it into. But I could be wrong with that, so don't hold me to it. But at least a couple of them are going to be making it into our top 32 tomorrow. So we're going to have to see how this ends up shaking out. We do have about 6 more matches left to go, guys. So let's see what else we can check out while we're here. This deck is actually crazy to me. Sorry, I love this deck so much. One of my original Charizard decks actually included an Arcanine in it, but definitely not the same list. And Hayato is doing so well with it. So happy to see such a great turnout with this deck. That being said, I would not be surprised if he's the only person playing this. And actually, he's not. There are 5 players playing this. Another one is 7-1. The others, not so much. Yeah, there's only 1 Growlithe in this list, if you want to go over it shortly. It looks like a couple of the players are, or 4 of the 5 players are playing 1 or 2 Charmanders, but one of those players is also playing 1. A couple, like at least one of these players is also only playing 1 Charmander, but all 5 of them are doing that Growlithe that you see here. I'm going to take a quick break from the computer, guys. We have about 5 matches we're waiting to complete. So, give me 1 second. Super, super interesting deck, though. Okay, guys, I'm back. Okay, guys, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Guys, I do have a little bit of an announcement real quick here. Give me 1 second. Let me 1 second. Let's see here. I know we've had a little bit of issues this week. So we're gonna go on and announce next week. And that being said, I think next week we are going to hard cap the tournament at 1,024 players. I'm going to start the cap at that much this week. So you know exactly how many slots there are, but there's a number of issues. There's a couple of issues this tournament, and so we're gonna like go back a little bit. We're gonna hard cap ourselves at the 1,024 for a couple until we're able to smooth everything out. That being said, it is officially open if you guys want to sign up for the tournament. Please go on and get signed up if you can, guys. There's only going to be 1,024 slots, so get your spot now while you can. If the mods can, go on and change that command so that it is if they can go and change that command so people can go on and start getting signed up for the next week, I would really appreciate that. Thank you guys for going on and doing that. I really appreciate that. That being said, we have about, I think, 1 match left on our tournament this week. So let me just quickly check that out. We do have 1 to go. 41 seconds left until the round is over, and then we will hopefully be able to go on and get into our next one. But go on and make sure you are signed up for that tournament because we will not be expanding next week's tournament at all. So make sure you get your spot. It is a hard cap. Can we also get a pinned message by the mods? I would really appreciate that. Thank you guys. So yeah. Okay, guys. But yeah, go on in if you can, guys. Please pin that. But go on and sign up for that next tournament, guys. We will not be increasing the cap in the future. I know this week and last week we've been increasing it by demand, but we've had a couple hiccups this tournament. So we're going to cap it at 124 until we're able to get everything worked out. So yeah. That being said, we are almost ready for that next round. I'm going to go ahead and we are officially at time. I'm just checking. And so let's see. Okay, it looks like everyone is good for this round. I'm going to go on and start that up then, guys, and we can go on into round 8. So we are pairing for round 8 now, and so we can see how this next round works out. Let's check out the the standings a little bit while we wait. We have so many of these counters up here in that top 16 right now. Look at that Charizard EX, Arcanine, Charizard, Arcanine. It's kind of awesome to see, honestly. It's kind of awesome to see. So yeah. So let me see here, guys. I'm going to go on and find us our next game to watch, and we'll have to see how it goes. So let's see here if I can find us a fun game to watch here. Let's see. I'm gonna quickly find one, hopefully. Ooh. Okay, let's go on and find some streamers on Twitch, it looks like, and we can go from there. I think we're gonna start with a Mewtwo EX versus a Pikachu Zebstrika. I think that'll be a fun one. I know a couple people had questions about how the baby Mewtwo really works, and so maybe we'll see a masterclass on it. Kukutan is currently 6-1, I believe. So this may be our chance to see it. For those who don't know, essentially baby Mewtwo is able to be used as a tank for enough turns such that the opponent, such that the player is able to get 5 energies on that Mewtwo by the time that it is moving forward, getting promoted to that active spot, and so therefore, ooh. Does not have to rely on that Gardevoir in the way that, you know, the standard Mewtwo list does. That being said, we'll have to see if it gets pulled off here in this next round. Okay. I'm gonna go on and transition over to that game here, guys. So one moment, and let's see how he decides to play this game. So here we go. Let's see here. So let's see here, guys. We are going to have that baby Mewtwo in the active, just like we're paused. Kukutan is hoping for. But we do see that by the time I'm unpaused now, this Mewtwo EX is in the active. It does look like there could have been some Sabrina or something like that forced it forward. Kukutan is really going to want to find 2 X speeds to be able to get that Mewtwo back out of the active spot without risking any energies. We do see this 1 X speed happening, and we're going to go from there. That's going to be 1 energy that goes off of that Mewtwo EX, but assuming that we can get, now that we have this Ralts down, as well. It is not going to be holding in the front much longer. Or it will be able to stay in the front and avoid any Sabrinas that be trying to pull up that Mewtwo-EX. That being said, there is a Blitzel and a Zebstrika on the bench, which do kind of put a timer potentially on this Mewtwo-EX. Pikachu could retreat back to one of those fighters and be able to begin to snipe it from the bench spot. I did forget to announce this round. So let's see. We are finally, it looks like that Mewtwo-EX is about to be done being powered up. We are going to take a potion onto it to try to stave off some of those Zebstrika strikes. It'll now take 3 hits from a Zebstrika to knock out this Mewtwo-EX. And that is going to mean that that Zebstrika will not just be able to 2-hit KO it. That being said, we are still looking for that Kirlia, still are looking for a Gardevoir to help protect these, to help power up this Mewtwo-EX. But as long as Mewtwo Baby does stay into the active, shouldn't be too much of a problem. We are seeing that X speed come down now. The big thing is that even Pikachu could potentially knock out this Mewtwo-EX since it is such a low health at this point. So let's see here. A potion is going to be, we got a little bit of pause here. The potion is going to go onto that Mewtwo-EX here. And that's going to bring him up to 100, which does keep him in range of an attack of a Pikachu-EX, but only if he has the Giovanni to support it. So that being said, it does make him a little bit more bulky though, so he doesn't just get knocked out by a normal, attack from that Pikachu. He will still need that second piece of a Giovanni, but it's definitely not fun for that Mewtwo, not fun for the Kokuutan to have to do that either. So let's see. Zebstrika is going to put that 30 damage back onto that Mewtwo-EX though, and that means that Mewtwo-EX is going to be back in range of getting knocked out by a Pikachu. It's definitely a difficult spot for Kokuutan to be in, but it definitely shows there's a chance for him to come back in following games. This is only game 1 of this series, so he still has a number of games to play out. We are going to see this retreat back. Now, it does look like he's just going to hope that this Pikachu does not have another basic. ASD does only have 3 cards in hand. There is a chance he is missing the cards he needs to repower up this Pikachu. But even then, a Giovanni is going to be enough to knock it out. If Pikachu does have that... Oh, and it does get put forward. And we have a concession come down here. We are going to cover up. I know he's covering up with himself. We're just going to cover that up for a little bit while we go. So let's see here what he ends up doing. He is going to be setting up for his second game here, guys. So, yeah. We're going to go on and get that going. Now, they are into game 2, and this Mewtwo will be going second, which is going to be really nice for him. It does, if he can hit that Oh, but we're starting with the Roths. I'm interested to see exactly what he decides to do this game. Hopefully he is able to find a Mewtwo EX. Fingers crossed. Okay, and it doesn't look like we're gonna have a Mewtwo EX, because otherwise this energy would not be being attached to this Ralt here. That's gonna be 10 damage to this Blitzel, but this Blitzel can just do 20 back next turn. It does look like, however, that ASD is also breaking a bit here. He does not have any other basics, otherwise they would be down as well, I assume. Pikachu EX does appear to be top decked. And we are going to have a second Pokemon on the bench. Zebstrika does come down, and this is going to put Koko Utan on a 2-turn timer before he really needs, or not even before he needs to find the Mewtwo EX, but to find that Mewtwo EX. Okay, Kirlia is coming down now. We are going to see that 30 damage from Kirlia onto the Zebstrika. ASD did end up putting that energy on Pikachu last turn, so no damage came into that Kirlia, giving him a little bit extra time, but this is definitely a very rough spot for him to be in. Oh man, the full bench, that's going to be a KO onto that Kirlia, and we will see the end of this match as quickly as that. So let me find us our next round, guys. We are in round 8. We are in round 8, so give me one moment. So let's see if I can find us another matchup. That's Pikachu versus Pikachu. Okay, we have a Pikachu versus a Starmie EX Articuno. I think that could be an interesting one to watch. So give me one moment while I get that up. Pikachu is in the lead, obviously, but who knows what will end up happening. We are going to go on and get that going, guys. I will... Okay. And then... Okay, so let's get into this next game really quick while they're still playing it. It is Pikachu versus that Starmie EX and Articuno EX. It is currently 1-0 on the side of Burakai here with that Pikachu. Not surprising, but it is fun to see some of these games. So yeah, let's see. Okay, so this Articuno EX is in the active now. I can't tell how many points Burakai has taken, but with this hit, Zapdos is put on a 2-turn timer. It is potentially a knockout onto Zapdos next turn. We do see a Sabrina being potentially threatened here. That would mean this other Articuno would be being pushed into the active, but we'll have to see exactly how this goes as the game continues. So give me 1 second, guys. We're going to see that attack from the Zapdos now into that Articuno, and that is going to be a knockout. That's going to be game 2 for Burakai, which does mean we're going to be looking for another game to watch now. 1 second, guys. Let me quickly find another stream. It does look like there's a 5. Jesus Christ, there's a Arbok Weezing that's gone against 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Mewtwo EXs, guys. That's kind of crazy. Sadly, he has already finished his round. But 7 Mewtwo's in 8 rounds. 7 Mewtwo's in 8 rounds. So let me find the next one. Let me quickly find us a stream, guys. I'm sorry about that. It does look like there could be one here. Okay. So, okay, so it was you, yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and transition over. We are gonna be watching this Marowak EX with Primeape versus the Charizard list on the side of Tyrex. The Primeape is up game 1. Mansco does have game 1 here. But this could, we will have to see exactly what happens in this game 2. Will they get 2 heads? Will they get 1 heads? We're gonna have to see how this ends up playing out here. So yeah. So we do look like we may be retreating here. I see these X speeds being used. This potentially could be a so we do end up putting that Primeape up. Primeape does not have any damage on it, but it does do 40 damage without anything else. So I'm trying to see here exactly how many points are on either side. Tyrex does have 1 point, but we are not sure exactly how many points the oh my god, Mansco has. That being said, he does not attack this turn with the Primeape. He only has 1 energy, and this Moltres could attack, but does still need to get some Charmander, potentially a Charizard powered up if he wants to potentially win here. So let's see here. We do see Charmander finally appearing on the side of Tyrex. That is a second energy, though, attached to that Moltres on the bench there from hand. And the question is here, do we see a Moltres attack or a Moltres Infernal Dance? We are going to see an X speed back, and it seems like we're going to be promoting that healthy Moltres now that is on the bench to the active. This is going, I assume, do an Infernal Dance onto this Charmander, trying to build him up into that Charmeleon and get him running. We're going to see how many, he needs multiple heads here really to get going, but we'll have to see how it goes. Is he 1? We got, it looks like, oh, how many energies was that? 1 energy attached now to that Charmander for Tyrex. And we will not, so which I think is the correct play here. Any damage onto that Primeape otherwise would not have been good. He would have just been able to knock off more. It wouldn't really have mattered into that baby Moltres, but the goal here really is to set up that Charmander, to really set up that Charmeleon, that Charizard. I'm not sure how many cards he has exactly in his deck or in his hand, but I'm sure as far as this game has gone, we're going to be seeing a Charmeleon hopefully fairly soon. So we are going to see that 40 damage come down from that Primeape now, which is not going to be doing enough for this Moltres. It doesn't even put him over a threshold just yet for the Marowak. Marowak needs him down to what is it? I believe 80 to be able to even hit with or knock out with one head. So we do see that Charmeleon come down the side of Tyrex here. 2 energies on that Charmeleon, not enough to be powering up a Charizard. And I assume we're going to see another Inferno Dance after that hint attached to the Charmeleon. We're going to try to get that Charizard online so that Tyrex can try to knock out Minesco's different Pokemon. Ooh, 1 and 2 energies now back onto that Charmeleon. That should be enough to finish or wipe the board of Minesco's Pokemon. Let's see. Okay. And with that, there's all those energies on that Charmeleon. It is passed back to Minesco now. And we're going to have to see probably another attack, I assume, from this Primeape here, 40 more damage onto this Moltres. But it does instead look like we're going to be retreating back to this Marowak and trying to get that double coin flip to knock out Moltres. I do think it's a little bit of a risky play just because Tyrex is already at 1 point. So knocking out this Marowak is going to spell an end for Minesco. That's going to be 1-1 for the series if Tyrex has a Charizard. And we're going to have to see if he does. Even then, actually, it doesn't even matter. We can just hand attach to this Moltres EX and knock out. I definitely think maybe it was correct play to wait another turn, potentially, but we'll have to see how it ends up going. Tyrex does have the win here. This is going to be points 2 and 3 that Tyrex needed to secure the win of this game. They'll be going into game 3 like that. And, well, I'm going to cover up their screen while they set up, guys. So, one moment. Yep, that will be game 2 for Tyrex, and we're going to have to see how it goes. He may have had a point. He may have had a point is what happened, and we'll have to see where it goes. But, yeah. Okay. He may have had a point and was hoping to get those last attacks. Okay, we're going into game 3 very shortly here now. 1 second. Let's see. Okay. We are into game 3 now. We do look like we are starting Hitmonlee in the active, which is a little bit weird. Going to be weird for Minesco. Well, Hitmonlee can't hit the active Pokemon is the thing. So if he is starting Hitmonlee and Tyrex has no other Pokemon on his bench, then it's going to be a couple turns before he'll be able to do anything, even if he can attach energy. So let's see, guys. One moment. Okay, so we are going to be digging on the side of Tyrex, which does mean that Minesco could potentially have someone to put damage onto. This Charmander is only 60 health, which means a 2-hit attack will be enough to knock it out and go from there. We are seeing that another red card now from the Charizard side responding back. And now we're having an Inferno Dance, which will start powering up this Pokemon on the bench. We start getting 1, one energy is going to be onto the bench now. I see, yep, onto that Charmander. We're going to see if Monesco can find this one he really wants. He definitely wants to be hitting with a Mankey when he can. He definitely wants to be hitting with the different. Okay, so we did get Sabrina, or we did not. My bad. I misunderstood what was just happening. Ignore me. We are going to see that damage onto that Charmander on the bench. If we don't have a Charmeleon, that could... Oh, but a potion comes down, and a potion will be able to protect Tyrex's Charmander from a KO that will be coming so quickly. And you are going to have another Inferno Dance, but it looks like no Charmeleon for Tyrex just yet. I didn't see really much digging, but maybe we'll find exactly what we need in this following turn. So we are going to see 2 more energies onto that Charmander. It is looking pretty good for the number of energies. And Monesco doesn't have any other basics on the bench, but now with this turn, we are seeing that Mankey being played. Okay. So we are going to be doing that attack again, most likely in my opinion, to that Charmander. That's really putting the Moltres on a timer that it really doesn't want to be on. If it doesn't find Charmeleon or another potion, I'm not even sure. Yeah, I assume another potion would cover it. But if it doesn't find a Charmeleon, it could be a knockout onto this Charmander very, very soon. He does need to be deciding what to do here. And it does look like we're going to see a Sabrina here. That is potentially going to either pull up that Charmander or that Moltres. And we do see that other Moltres promoted instead of that Charmander. We are going to see that 30 damage go back down onto that Charmander now, putting him at, what was it, 20 health. Tyrex either needs a Charmeleon or a potion, or that Charmander is going to be a point for Monesco. Let's see. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, and we're going to see another Inferno Dance from this Moltres, starting to play energies on that other Moltres, which it does mean it's going to be able to stave off future attacks. Not future attacks, but future Sabrinas that would try to make it not be able to retreat. And so we are going to see Monesco going on and putting that Cubone on the bench, trying to get set up potentially for a Marowak in the future. Does look like we do have a Primeape on Monesco's side, but the problem with this Primeape is he doesn't have any damage on him. He wasn't able to set up through that Mankey. We are seeing that knockout onto Charmander now, which is a big oof for that Charmander, for Tyrex. Still no Charmeleon after all of these turns. That's going to be 0.1 for Monesco now. 0.1 for Monesco now. And we're going to have to go from there. A third energy onto the Moltres is going to mean that he would potentially start doing damage. If Tyrex does play Giovanni, this could be a knockout onto the Hitmonlee. We see no Giovanni, though, and that's going to be 70 damage and this 80 health Hitmonlee, leaving it at only 10 health. Let's see, guys. Okay, Marowak does get another attachment onto it. I think that is its second attachment, which does mean with this retreat back, Monesco's really going to be... with this retreat back, Monesco's going to be really angling for that 2 heads, which could secure his win and get him, I think it's game 3 now. Let me just double check, but I think that might be game 3. Let's see here. Okay. Let me just Yeah, they're currently 1-1. So this is game 3. We're going to be seeing exactly what happens. It did seem like he got 0 heads there, which is a little bit of an oof for the... oh, he had 1 heads on the bench, it looks like. But we're going to see exactly how he does. By promoting this Marowak, he's kind of also putting himself on a timer here. He's gonna need to knock out or get knocked out by this Moltres. And that'll be 2 points for Tyrex. And then all Tyrex needs is 1. There's 0 energy currently on that Charmeleon, so Tyrex is definitely gonna have to choose, is it important enough to knock out this Marowak, or should I be powering up this Charizard that'll be able to deal with the other Pokemon? Because it's not like with this Moltres, he's gonna want to put that energy on, or not going to want to be having damage put onto that Primeape if Minesco does promote it after this turn. So we're going to have to see a little bit of a back and forth of what exactly is going to come down from Minesco. It does look like Minesco might be retreating here, though, and we're going to be seeing, it looks like, back to that Hitmonlee to attack the damaged Moltres on the bench. Let's see here. This Hitmonlee does mean, though, that this Moltres potentially does have the time to power up that, but he chooses not to, actually. He's going to go on and hit with that 70 damage of that second attack that Moltres has, and that means Minesco can go in and promote that Primeape. If Tyrex doesn't get a Charizard, he can't knock out Primeape in one fell swoop, and without that, Minesco can threaten knockout onto this Moltres. Okay, we are at 50 damage now onto that Moltres. This does give some time, though, to go on an Inferno dance. That being said, Moltres kind of needs to retreat now. If Minesco has another Giovanni, this could be the last turn that this Moltres survives. And even retreating, future Hitmonlees could be a problem. We do see that Charizard come down, but there's only 2 energies on the Charizard thus far. 2 energies will not be enough to spell a win for Tyrex. Okay, guys, let's see how this exactly goes. It does look like we're going to be playing another Minky onto this bench, potentially. Okay, so it does look like we're gonna... What are we gonna do? It looks like Minesco is trying to decide what to do here. If he wants to attack with this Primeape, if he wants to retreat. That Marowak does potentially have 2 turns to be doing coin flips into the Charizard. If he has Sabrina, he could be knocking into those benched Moltreses. But it does look like we're going to do that Marowak. We have 1. Oh, and 1 coin for that Marowak. That's going to be 80 damage into that Charizard. But Charizard will not be able to attack enough to knock out unless he has a Giovanni. And I'm not sure if Tyrex is running Giovanni in his list. Let me quickly check here. It does not look like there's any Giovannis in Tyrex's list, which does mean that Charizard is not going to be able to knock out this Marowak this turn, and Minesco will have an additional turn to be able to put the damage he needs onto that Charizard. This potion really doesn't do much for Tyrex. It doesn't do anything for the threshold here, and so we're probably going to see another coin flip. Tyrex does also have 1 point at this point. And if this coin flip gets 2 heads, it is a win for Minesco, and if it does not, Tyrex will be taking this series, guys. Oh, but we see a retreat instead. We are retreating back into this Primeape now. We're going to be doing 40 damage onto Charizard. And we are going to be putting Charizard in the threshold of 1 coin flip instead of 2. A second potion could bring him back above that, but we did already see Elite. I think we've seen 2 potions already this game, meaning that there's no way for a potion to save him. But now that the Marowak is being put forward, will he get the heads? That is the main question. All Marowak needs is 1 head to just secure this win. 1 head to secure this win. We're going to see a research come down on the side of Minesco. All he needs is 1. Does look like we are potentially actually going to retreat back to this second Marowak that is going to be full health, which isn't a bad play, but definitely any Sabrina would still spell the end. But that is more pieces that Tyrex will need to knock out next turn. Marowak with full health does get pushed forward into the active, and we'll have to see. Ooh. Oh! And that if Tyrex has a Sabrina, oh, Minesco could be in a really bad spot here. Minesco can survive a hit. Charizard would not be able to do... we will not be able to do 140 damage this turn alone. So we're going to have to see where it goes, how it ends up playing out. Okay. Okay, here. We are attaching a second energy onto that Marowak on the bench, but I do believe we're just going to see a swing here with this healthy Marowak in the active. And all Minesco needs is a single heads, and that will be game. 160 damage the turn that he doesn't need both. And that'll be game for Minesco. That's going to be, that'll be putting him at 6-2, and we'll have to see how it goes from there. Let me see if there's any other matches I can find real quick, guys. I don't think we will. There's only 4 games left in the tournament. I mean, not tournament, but in the round. So I'm going to quickly swap over to that meta breakdown that we talked about briefly. By the way, guys, I want to reiterate because I've already kind of said it, but I'm going to say it again. We have only 1,024 spots in our next tournament. We will not be increasing that tournament registration above 1,024. So please go on and sign up for that if you want to play next week. We had 1,600 players this week. So please make sure you go on and claim your spot in the tournament for next week because it's roughly 66% of the size for spots. So make sure you go on and sign up for that exclamation mark tournament if you want to sign up. So yeah. So let's go ahead and check to see how everything is going here. I really hope Hayato continued to win, and he did win again. I absolutely love this so much. So yeah, we have about 1 match left now in the tournament, or in this round of the tournament, and then we'll be going into round 9. Well, Zard is a really good counter against the Mewtwo EX, and Mewtwo EX is such a large meta share that it's really able to go into a lot of these Mewtwo's. That being said, Arcanine is such a good counter into the Pikachu deck. I'm not surprised to see both in this deck. So, if you, oh, you can't see it here, but there's a little thing beside it. So let's see here, guys. We do have a lot of Charizards in the standings still. I'm actually really interested to see how all these Moltres decks still up here. We have that Arcanine EX, that Charizard EX, Arcanine, Charizard, and Arcanine. Absolutely awesome to see. We're going to have to see how it continues to break down, though, here. I love seeing all these different decks in this like top 16 area. It'd be really cool to see how this continues and how it breaks into that actual top 16 later in this tournament, or top 32, which we'll be seeing tomorrow. Okay, so let's check out that metagame and how things have ran its course so far in this tournament. We've had 8 rounds now. Only 7 rounds should be counted here. We only have 1 match left until the end of the tournament, so let's check it out. Okay, guys. We are going to be seeing, obviously, that, Jesus, it really seems like a lot of these large meta shares are not doing good this tournament, but I do think that's partially because of how many players there are here, and we're going to be going to see exactly how these different matchups are breaking out now. So Charizard EX, one that we saw in the top of the tournament this week, it's got a number of good matchups, I guess you could say. It's doing well into those Arcanine EX Moltreses. Arcanine is able to be knocked out one-hit KO by the Charizard, and both of them do rely on the same engine. That being said, if you never get your Charmeleon or your Charizard, it's just not going to be coming out to a win. And I'm not surprised that we do see some losses, but 69% win rate is still really heavily towards that Arcanine EX and Moltres EX, or towards the Charizard EX. That being said, the Marowak EX and Primeape not doing great into that Charizard matchup. We just watched one. Marowak EX and Pidgeot also not doing fantastic. We do see into Mewtwo, we still have a 60% win rate after 171 matches. So we're definitely seeing here that Charizard continues to be a counter into Mewtwo EX, almost even more so now that we have that baby Mewtwo helping to slow down the game a bit. They only ran 11 against each other, surprisingly. We have, against that Arbok Weezing, we still have a good chance of winning against it. It does look like Arbok did bring itself back a little bit. At the beginning of the tournament, it was much more heavily leaning towards the Charizard, but now we're seeing it only a 52% win for that Arbok Weezing. One second, guys. We're waiting to see exactly what happens now. We have a judge call going, so we're just checking in on that, and then we'll go from there. So let's see. You know, I've heard the argument multiple times about the the game being very random. But we see a lot of the same players continue and continue and continue to place in those top 16s, win the different tournaments over and over and over again. And that being said, that being said, there's obviously a lot of skill expression in this game to see so many of the same players appear multiple tournaments, multiple sizes of tournaments as first place, top 8, top 16. And so Saitama has won multiple tournaments. They won one of our tournaments. I've gotten a top 16, won a tournament, top 16 again. We have many of the same players appear over and over every single week in our top 16. So yeah, I definitely can name a lot of consistent top players. Even I know a lot of the names here in top 32. Maybe not this week, but well, Hanamon for one won our tournament last week. Hanamon for one won our tournament last week. Kuka Uton continuously does well in our tournament. We see, I'm gonna go down to the X2s. But like we continuously see people do well in this tournament. I'm sure I'm also just like missing names. But Hanamon literally won our tournament last week, and we do see like a lot of players repeatedly get into top 36. Yeah, Goob, he changed his name on here, by the way. He changed his name on here. But yeah, Goob has been in a lot of those top matches as well, or like top tournaments as well. Players continuously place over and over and over in those top 32, top 6, like, and win tournaments. And I do think that shows really just how much that there is skill expression in this game, even though people argue for the opposite. That being said, we are good to continue our next match now, and I'm going to go on and start that next round. Pair next round. Okay. We are into round 9 now. Round 9 is officially up, guys. And so please, 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 so we are going to go on and start that next round. Is going round 9 is officially live, and I'm going to try to find us another tournament, another game to play, not play, to watch. So give me 1 second, guys. We've got 2 more rounds left. This is not the last round of the tournament. This is round 9, and we are 10 round tournament today. Oh my god, guys! Every time I go to like X out of tabs right now because I have too many tabs open, it freaks out. So 1 second here. Okay, round 9. Oh, Daynonix is also 7-1. Daynonix also, I think, literally second place last week. But let me see if I can find. Let me find a stream here. Let's see how tasty. That jump scared me. 1 second, guys. Let me go on and set up our round to watch, and then we can get into it. Let's see. Okay, guys, so we're gonna transition over into our round 9 game. We're watching Tasty Snacks versus Alarian. So let's watch how it goes. Okay, guys. So it does look like we are Pikachu versus Pikachu here. It is the Raichu version of the list with that Magneton, versus a Pikachu list with what looks to be a lot of Zapdos. We have not been able to see that next one just yet, but we will have to see how it ends up going. Let me. Okay, so is that Magneton and Raichu deck versus a Pikachu Zapdos list that is going to be running Zebstrika, Electrode, and Pokemon like that. So we do already see a Pikachu almost basically set up in this active spot. Tasty Snacks is definitely going to be wanting to look for some potions to try and offset the damage on this Pikachu. But we are going to go on and see this attack actually into the Pikachu EX in the active. He is set up enough that the Pikachu on the bench will be able to knock out this Pikachu in the active here. But this Pikachu could run away still. We could see a retreat back into one of these Zapdoses. But game 1 is going to go to Tasty Snacks just like that. There's a lot of damage already on that board, which did spell out that concede at the end. We're going to see how it goes. Okay. Okay, so we are going to go on and get into the next round now. The next game. We are going to go on and see the Tasty Snacks does go on and get a Magnemite down and have a Zapdos in the active. We are going to have to see exactly what will come to Tasty Snacks' hand. We are going first, it looks like. We're going to start digging into that deck. We're looking for a lot of those basics. Looking for Pikachu, looking for that evolution, but it doesn't seem like we get too many basics just yet, and we are passing over to Larian now with that Blitzel Electrode. We're gonna have to see exactly what he finds. He's also digging here, potentially for some different basics. He doesn't want Blitzel to be left alone here for sure. I will say, because Blitzel gets to attack, it's going to be a little bit painful for this Zapdos. Zapdos is weak to electric, so it's going to be 40 damage, not just 20, on to the Zapdos. And he does get the evolution. Nope, the evolution's on his turn. So it is going to be 40 damage, and that does put Tasty Snacks' Zapdos into range of getting knocked out from 3 basics on the bench from that Pikachu. However, there'll still be a couple turns before that occurs, and we see a Pokeball coming down, pulling a second Magnemite into hand. But we are going to see this Magneton evolution, and sadly no other basics to put onto the bench just yet, unless he wants to put another Magnemite. Yeah, so we are going to see that energy onto this Zapdos here that will allow him to peck which is only 20 damage. And Blitzel can do anywhere from that. Okay, we are going to see Sabrina, and that's going to mean Pikachu is going to be into the active. Pikachu cannot attack this turn. If he wants to retreat, he's going to need to use an X speed, or he's going to be able to need to waste an energy to retreat back to that Blitzel that is doing 40 damage with that type advantage, 50 if we can get the Zebstrika down. Okay, and X speed is coming from that Pikachu now. He is going to go back to the bench. I wouldn't be surprised though if that energy on for hand turn is going to go to that Pikachu. But Alarion is really looking for those different basics to start powering up that Pikachu in the future. He does get Zebstrika though, and that is going to be 50 damage onto this Zapdos EX. He does have the option to hit it wherever he would like, but he does decide to do that Zapdos. It does put him only a timer to go next. But yeah. Okay, guys, we do see a Pikachu now on to Stacy's next side. That is now going to be 2 electric Pokemon. And we are going to see an X speed to remove the Zapdos from the active. The big thing with this is that when Zapdos is not in the active, he will not take that additional damage from the type advantage against him. That means now Tasty Snacks actually has 2 turns before Larian can knock out that Zapdos. Hey. We're waiting to see what Alarion decides to do here. They could potentially start attacking into this Magneton. They could potentially hit onto the Zapdos next turn, though. Or knock into the Zapdos and then hit it for next turn as well for a knockout. But we do instead see a retreat to this Pikachu. Pikachu does not have 3 basics on the bench. If he does, it would be good. But because he doesn't, he'll only be able to do 30 this turn. Maybe more if he has another basic, but it's going to be 30 for now. We are going to see that 30 damage now on to Magneton here. And Pikachu is waiting to see what he can... Pikachu is waiting to really start dealing with these different Pokemon. Magneton here in the active still can't attack because of that... because he decides to hand attach to the Pikachu instead. We would potentially see a retreat here, though, and it looks like we will. Back to this Pikachu, 90 damage into this Pikachu here, and that's going to be a setup for knockout next turn unless Alarion retreats. And then Tasty Snacks will be able to take out that Zebstrika, so. Okay. Pikachu EX is down the bench. That's going to be 60 damage the Pikachu EX in the active can deal. But that will mean Tasty Snacks can knock it out if he decides to keep it there. Potentially Alarion could retreat, but honestly, it kind of feels like he's just delaying the inevitable at this point. It's going to be what he'll want to be... He'll definitely want to be able to start dealing damage himself if he wants to continue to get this game going. Alarian's definitely taking a moment to decide where exactly he wants, if he's going to attack, if he's not going to attack, how he's going to deal with this problem. But we're going to have to see how it ends up. It does look like we're going to go on and Volt Charge another energy to that Magneton now, and a second energy is going to be attached to the Zapdos on the bench. Next turn, we could potentially see the coin flip for those 3 heads or more from that Zapdos. And with this turn, we're going to see Pikachu EX deal a 90 damage to the Pikachu in the active, and that's going to spell a knockout. First 2 points for Tasty Snacks here. And Alarian is really going to need to find another basic if he wants to even KO this Pikachu. He is able to find that. He is able to find that Pikachu, that Zapdos EX to fill up his bench. But that being said, Pikachu EX on our side is also going to need to do that. Well, not need to do that since he doesn't have the Pikachu EX. But we're going to have to see how it comes out next turn. The Zapdos EX on the bench is definitely a risky move, though, because currently that could spell disaster for Tasty Snacks. That's going to be 2 points as well for Alarian now. And it does seem like we're just going to promote that Magnetron. Magnetron does get knocked out. And so I'm not really sure too much about that, but it does look like we're just going to use it as a switch potentially. Okay, we are seeing that Bullet Charge onto Magneton here. But I do think we're going to see the retreat back to the Zapdos, honestly, because any knockout from Alarian will spell in for game 1 here. It will spell the in for game 1. Or game 2, I should say. Sorry, game 2. Okay, we get, 2 heads. And that means Tasty Snacks is probably going to lose this round. Pikachu is going to be able to knock out that Zapdos, and it's going to be into game 3 just like that. Okay, guys, I'm going to go on and cover this up while they get into that next game. So let's see here. Let's see. Okay. It looks so doomed for Larian, but that does look like he ended up pulling out the win. And we'll try to get into that game 3 now. Okay, and we are into game 3. Tasty Snacks has a Zapdos into the active and will be going second this game. Alarian, on the other hand, has a Blitzel again in the active spot. It's very similar to game 2 of a start, and we will continue to see how this plays out. Alarian, though, this time is going first instead of second, I believe, so a little bit different. Little bit different. So we are going back to Tasty Snacks now. Tasty Snacks is going to want to start filling up that bench, going to start powering up a Pikachu, maybe powering up that Zapdos to be attacking, and we'll go from there. We see that research that Pokeball go down, which is going to bring more basics into Tasty Snacks' hand, and we're going to end off this turn 2, or his first turn, with 2 basics on the bench and energy attached to that Pikachu. Let's see. Okay. Alarian is going to need to fill up their bench as well. This could be, they're going to be needing more basics, but this Zebstrika, if they decide to power it up, can start doing 50 damage to the Zapdos, going to put 30 damage onto that Pikachu. So let's see here exactly how this goes down and where Alarian decides to put the energy, but how he's going to end up attacking here. Okay, and Zapdos is going to be doing that damage into Tasty Snacks instead of that Blitzel. It's going to be a Zapdos versus Zapdos mirror in the active spots right now. But Pikachu will be able to go on and get powered up, potentially attack this turn for 90 if Tasty Snacks can find another basic, or 110 if you can find another basic. And potentially, oh, we do see retreat with this X speed. That means Zapdos is going to be retreated back to Pikachu. It is the Pikachu. Does Pikachu have another basic? It doesn't really need one. It is going to be a 2-hit KO either way, but we'll have to. But it kind of matters what he ends up putting out. Last turn, West game, we did see he ended up putting a second Magnemite down, and it actually ended up costing him the game because he wasn't able to put down a second Pikachu EX later to have powered up when his Pikachu EX got knocked out. Here, he does it again. He plays that Magnemite. This time he's decided it's going to be a bit different. And he puts that 90, 110 damage into that Zapdos with the type advantage. Okay, here. And it does look like Galarian is going to concede this game, and that's going to be game 3. Tasty Snacks will win the match, and we're going to have to find another game to watch, guys. Give me 1 second. Koshi's already finished. I assume Tin has as well. Tin has finished. That one's finished. Let me quickly see, guys, who we have left playing. About 50 matches left. So I feel like we should be able to find one. If we don't, we can always discuss what's going on and go from there. Let's see. That one's done. That one's done. Burukai is finished all one of his rounds. Kodo Utan is currently playing, so let me see if I can get see where they are in their games. They are 1-1 right now, but potentially they finished. They started their next game 6 minutes ago. Kind of doubt that's gonna be watchable, but let's see. Let me just check real quick. It does look like it is. What is this? 0-0. So we could have a chance of another game here. So let me quickly set that up, guys. Okay. Okay, let me quickly get the names correct as well. Zero zero transition over. We can quickly watch this game. It is Mewtwo versus Pikachu, and it is with that baby Mewtwo. He is 1 energy off what you would normally expect for that baby Mewtwo, but Camillar has 1 point right now, which does mean he could have done the normal round, but it looks like he's debating that he will have a Gardevoir. So we're going to see that 150 damage directly into that Kirlia. Pikachu and none of those Pokemon are able to one-shot, or potentially, actually, Zapdos could one-shot here, but we'll have to see how it goes. So we have 1 point for Koko Utan now after that knockout that Zapdos is getting put up. If Zapdos has If Zapdos gets 3 heads, this could be a win for Camillari, and that would end the match, the series. So let's see here. Oh, and that is going to be 0 damage into that Mewtwo. The question now is, does Coco Uton have the Gardevoir he needs to seal the deal on this win? Oh, and does he? That's a huge... Oh, and Gardevoir comes out. That's going to be huge for Coco Uton, and that is going to lead to his win. So 1 second here. Okay, so let me quickly see if there's anybody else that is able to that is streaming. Let's quickly see if there's any other streams going. There is potentially one, it looks like. Let me really quick grab that. I can't see the points to know how far along it is. So let's check here. Player name. And we can go on, hopefully. And transition over here. They are in game 2 of their matchup right now, guys. They're in game 2 of the matchup. And we'll have to see how this plays out. It is Marowak Primeape versus the Mewtwo EX. So let's see. Let's see. This Mankey looks like he is already set up. I'm not sure if he's going to have a Primeape to help knock out this turn. We are going to see some energies going and get attached back onto this Cubone and start getting prepared for a potential Marowak EX. And we're going to see that attack from Mankey again into this Ralts now. That's going to mean there's 20 damage on this Mankey, and if it evolves into a Primeape, it can be doing 100 damage each turn. The problem is, though, guys, is that if Fudo does notice, we potentially could see Ralts survive, like knock out the Mankey. It does have the type advantage here versus Mankey, and that could spell a knockout onto and a first point for Foodle here. It does look like that knockout is going to happen. That is going to be 0.1 for Foodle. We are currently in game 2 of the matchup. So let's see here. Let me just quickly make sure I have. Yep, is game 1. Game 1 went to Monesco. So if this ends up going for Foodle's side, this could be a win. This would be into game 3 next. So let's see here. Marowak is being put into the active now. We see a second Cubone onto the bench. Marowak has those 2 energies attached. All it needs is 1 energy to knock out here. But that up in the top right-hand corner is a Gardevoir, which means this Marowak probably shouldn't even be in the active at all. That Mewtwo EX is going to be able to do 150 damage next turn. But we're going to go on and see, see that coin flip regardless. I'm not, maybe Minesco already has 2 points, though, is also definitely a chance here. So let's see what happens. Oh, 1, it does knock out the Ralts, but I'm not sure how many points Minesco already has. So let's see. Yep, that's a first point for Minesco, and with that, I do think Minesco has sealed his loss of game 2. We're going to be going into game 3 very shortly here, guys. So let's see how that goes. Okay, let's see, guys. We do have Lurkay does take a knockout with that Mewtwo now. That is, as I said, going to mean we're going into game 3 here. I'm going to cover up for them while they get set up. I don't want to spread any passwords or anything like that, and the chance that they don't have a cover up themselves. So let's see here. Okay, guys, we are going to go on into game 3 now. There's only about, as well, 12 matches left after this one. Or 11 after this one. So we are into game 3. Let's see where this brings us. It does look like we're going to be starting Mankey this turn, which I think is a pretty good start for Minesco. We saw some of the interesting cards in his hand, and I do think he has got a pretty good start into this game now. Let's see exactly what happens. Fudo does have a Ralt and a Mewtwo EX. We're going to have to see exactly where this goes, but it does seem like Minesco has a good start here. Okay. We are going to see a research now from Minesco, starting to dig into his deck. He is going to be looking for that Marowak EX, those Q-Bones, to start trying to power up an attacker that could potentially one-hit KO a Mewtwo EX later in this game. Okay, guys. Professor's research does come down as well from Fudo's side. He's digging as well. He needs to find those Curlias. He needs to find those well, he doesn't this turn, but he will next turn. He need to find those Curlias, Gardevoirs, and things like that. And he needs to get further and further into his deck to be dealing with this. He does get a second Ralts down with this turn. So let's see here. That energy is going to go from Foodle. Oh, let me take these points off the screen. That energy is going to go on Foodle's side onto that Mewtwo EX now. We are going to see another research on the side of Minesco. Just seems like we're going to need a couple more basics. I'm going to be interested to see if we're going to be attaching this Mankey and attacking this turn, or how we'll decide to deal with this game. It looks like we are going to attach this turn on to that Mankey. And that's going to be 10 damage on that Mankey. It will still be in range to be safe from a Ralt attack unless he has Giovanni, which is possible. But the thing is here is that he could get knocked out by that Mewtwo EX on the bench, and it does look like that may be where Foodle is going with this. Bro, I'm so jealous of this streamer. They're eating. I haven't eaten yet. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. So let's see. Okay, that Mewtwo EX does get moved to the active, and he is going to do 70 damage here into that Mankey. That does mean Mankey is going to get knocked out, and it's going to be the first point that Foodle receives. It doesn't look like... Well, Foodle does also have a Kirlia actually on the bench, which means that potentially we could see a Gardevoir as soon as next turn. Marowak EX may be too late to the game this time. So let's see here. Hitmonlee does get played, and we are going to potentially see... Oh, we see Primeape come out. 50 damage is not going to be enough to knock out Primeape. That he's not going to be trying to knock out this Primeape, but Mewtwo EX is potentially would be risking extra damage if he decides to hit into this Primeape. It's not powered up just yet, so it's not going to be too much of a problem, but we could see it in the next couple of turns. Some damage come down from this Primeape. Powering up that, it does appear that our player is, Monesco is actually powering up that Marowak EX. That's going to be betting on a 2 coins to hit, or that he doesn't hit this Gardevoir that Fadil is really trying to power up now. Let's see. Okay. Okay, and we do retreat that Mewtwo actually back to the bench. Monesco is going to have to decide what to do now versus this Ralts. Any damage onto this Primeape is going to be going to increase the damage this Primeape can do, but he's going to need 2 turns to power up if that's what he decides, the path he decides to go down. I kind of feel like Fadil is trying to stall the game a little bit while he tries to get that Gardevoir going, but he does have that baby Mewtwo on the bench if that's what he thinks is the way to accomplish that as well. Second energy, I believe, since the energies are covered up, goes onto that Marowak now. Let's see here. Okay. Oh. And no damage goes onto the Ralts. Ow. Ow. That's an ouch. Mewtwo does, though, need at least 2 turns now to power up. So he does have a chance that this is not at the end just because he hit 2 shells. And maybe, you know, odds even out, he'll hit 160 on the Mewtwo. We'll see. We'll have to see here, guys. Okay. So... it does look like we're going to swap out that Marowak now. Back to that Hitmonlee. This Hitmonlee can start putting pressure on that Kirlia on that bench up there. That Kirlia is currently, if you can't see it, he's 50 health, which means honestly that he could potentially threaten 2-hit KO onto that Kirlia if they decide to, if he decides to, or not be able to find that Gardevoir. Hitmonlee is going to attack now, and that 30 damage goes onto that Kirlia, it looks like here, that we're mousing over. That 30 damage is going to land, and that is going to be 20 health left on that Kirlia up there. Fudil is going to be wanting to look for a potion, try to start pressuring that Hitmonlee so that it cannot knock it out. Let's see. By the way, guys, we do have currently 209 signups for next week's tournament. There are only 1,024 spots this time, and we will not be increasing next week's cap. We are not going to be increasing the cap until we're able to smooth out all these hiccups in the tournament and get them all dealt with. So please, please, please make sure that you have gotten your spot if that's what you want. Okay, guys, we do see that that Gardevoir was found now, and we are going to see that baby Mewtwo in the active, which is going to start putting pressure onto this Hitmonlee. This baby Mewtwo will be able to do 120 damage next turn, and so Minesco is going to need to find an answer for that. His only real answer right now is that Marowak. But we're going to see a Sabrina come down, which is going to force it back to the bench. Okay, another Hitmonlee attack does go down. It's going on to the Mewtwo EX, surprisingly here. And that's going to put it to 120, but that's not really in a threshold that would be able to be hit by Marowak without that 2 coin flips anyway, which was already in at the beginning. So we're going to have to see here exactly how it goes. What will Fudil do now this turn? And it does look like we have a potion for that Gardevoir in the top right corner. Okay, guys. So we are going to see that Ross retreated again now, putting up that baby Mewtwo. That's going to be 120 damage this baby Mewtwo gets to deal into the Hitmonlee, and that is going to be another point for Fudil now. We're also going to see a red card coming on. This is currently the last matchup of the round. They're 1-1, and this is their game 3. So that is going to be 2 points for Fudil now. So let's see here. So Marowak is now promoted to the active of Minesco. He's going to need 2 coin flips to 2 coin flips heads to knock it out. But that being said, I do think it's already spelling the end because Mewtwo EX would be promoted to the active and knock out and win versus this Marowak. And this already should be game. We are going to see only 80 damage onto this baby Mewtwo here. I wouldn't be surprised even if we see a retreat back to that big Mewtwo and a knockout with 150 damage. Okay, guys. This Gardevoir is going to go and attach. We're going to have that 150 damage down onto that Marowak. And we'll have to see exactly how round 10 shapes up. Okay, guys. That was the last round of the round 9. So give me 1 second while that gets put in. So let's see. Let me just make sure that we're all good for everyone. It looks like we are. Okay. We're going to go on and start the next round then, guys. I'm going to end in pair round 10. One second. Okay. Round 10 is out, guys. Round 10 is out. So go on and get checked in, guys. Let's see how this tournament ends up. And make sure that you are able to start your next round, please. 1 second. So we are giving people a second to get set up here. Trying to see who is playing where right now. Guys, I'm going to bring up a very interesting, at least to me, deck. So one moment here. It is going to be a Arbok Weezing versus a Pikachu deck. So one second, so let me get this set up, guys, and we will get going. It is officially round 10, by the way. Congrats to everyone who has made it. And thank you so much for hanging out with us. Please, if you do end and need to sign off at any point, make sure that you can go on. You can go on and do that. All right, make sure that you go on and sign up for the next tournament. Words. Oh my God. Oh. Words do not work in my head. The opponent is... Thank you. I don't know about that, but I appreciate it. Make sure, guys, you also do check out the sponsor. Huge shout out to our sponsor. XP Collect has been so kind and always supporting this tournament. And I am so appreciative that they help us with the prize pool every single week. So, guys, please check them out. Huge shout out to them, honestly. So one moment. Let me quickly change all the titles. 10's already changed. And we can get going. Okay. Okay, guys. Okay. So we are seeing this Arbok wheezing on Thiago's side versus Eric, who is playing Pikachu. They are immediately into their round 10 game here. Wheezing is already being evolved into, we are seeing that Arbok on the bench, and we're seeing an energy attach that is going to let Wheezing begin to do a cycle about 50 damage per turn. He does a 50 damage attack. He does 10 when it passes over to Eric, and when Eric passes it back to that Wheezing, he will have another damage done to him if he stays in the active spot. So that being said, that attack is being brought up now. Arbok also can potentially see an attack in about 2 turns now. We'll have to see how this ends up playing out for our player here. Wait, what happened? Oh, that's funny. So let me quickly. Okay. So Thiago is deciding what to do here with this Arbok wheezing. It does look like we go and attach to that Arbok here. But Wheezing does kind of need a potion if he has it to bring him back out of range of a Pikachu knockout. Potentially a Koga could help, but that Arbok is not set up just yet, meaning he's really going to want to be able to find some way to heal him. It doesn't look like we have it just yet. And with that, what will Thiago decide to do here? It does look like we're going to put another 30 damage into the Zapdos, 40 with that poison tick. And we are going to see it go pass back to Eric, who is going to, it looks like, potentially retreat back to that Pikachu and knock out this Wheezing. Okay. Okay. The Pikachu attack does end up taking the first point for Eric here and putting him in the lead for the round. But Arbok is going to be coming very shortly to try and show Pikachu not to mess with this deck. This is going to be 60 damage. He's going to have to do a 2-shot, hoping for no potion. Pikachu, on the other hand, is going to either 1-shot with a Giovanni or, have a very easy 2-hit KO as well. So let's see. Just look like we were deciding if we want to spring up something else that won't be able to do just as much damage. But instead, we have a Giovanni come down, which is going to bring this damage to 70 instead of 60. That will mean that 1 potion could be saved with another Giovanni. But we'll have to see how this continues out to be played out here. Okay, and this Pikachu is going to do 100. That's going to be game 1 for Eric because of that Giovanni. And we'll be going into game 2 very shortly. Let me quickly hide the screen so no password gets shared. And we will wait for them to start their game 2. Okay, we are going into game 2 now. It is going to be going second for Thiago here. We do see that coughing in the active. and a Ekans on the bench. I think it's a pretty good startup for Thiago. But Thiago is really going to be looking for that Wheezing and that Arbok in these next couple of turns. Potentially a second coughing to have a Koga cycle being going on. And on the side of Eric, we do see that Zapdos in the active and a Pincurchin on the bench. Let's see. Guys, make sure you go in and sign up for tomorrow's tournament. Not tomorrow. Next week's tournament. We are not going to be raising the cap at all next week. So please sign up for that. So not tomorrow. But we are going to be seeing how this plays out here, guys. It does look like Thiago does have some evolutions that are going to be going potentially onto the bench. And we do see that Arbok here going on and getting powered up now. That coughing in the active is going to do 20 damage again. But without that next energy, we're going to be having some problems. Okay, guys. So that Zapdos is going to retreat now back to that Pikachu that can do that 60 damage right now. 70 if they have a Giovanni. Let's see here. And then we're going to go on and have, it looks like that Pikachu attack into this Arbok with that Sabrina. That means Arbok would not be able to 2-hit KO because he's only going to survive one hit from this Pikachu. 2 potions do potentially put him back over that threshold unless Pikachu can find another potion, another basic to set him up. That being said, with this Arbok in the active, it is at risk of falling to another basic on that Pikachu's bench. And this Arbok will be able to do 60 damage, though, onto that Pikachu. So let's see here. That Pikachu now is at 60 damage, but with that third basic, we could potentially see a knockout on his Arbok here. Definitely a bit of a problem for Thiago. Let's see here, guys. That coughing is in the active here right now. But we are going to see a concede. I do believe that is game, I think it's 2-0. Let me just double check real quick. Yep, that is 2-0 against Thiago. Very sad to see, but we're going to go on and find another match now. Let's see. Let me find another match here, guys. Oh, guys, thank you so much for that raid. Burakai, I really do appreciate it. And thank you so much for playing in our tournament tonight. Kronos, thank you for that raid as well earlier. I really do appreciate that, guys. Thank you so much for those raids. I really do appreciate it. I'm really glad that you guys had fun playing in the tournament today. Or I hope you had fun playing in the tournament today, I should say. Let's see. Let's see if there's another fun matchup to watch real quick, guys. I am really quick looking for us here. About, I think it's 200 the matches? Yeah, 244, so we have about 80 matches left to go. 1 second. That one's finished. Ooh. How far are you in? So, I can't really see how left, but let me quickly check. Phil is up 1-0 in the series. It does kind of look like Phil is going to lose this match, though. But maybe I'm wrong. I can't see his points. Okay. Yeah, so he is going to go into game 3. Don't let me get X out of that. So I do have us another match to watch, luckily. Give me 1 second to swap it over here. And it's going to be the... Where are we? Phil versus Omori. Oop, I went too far. And then the Phil. We have another round to watch, guys. We are not done just yet. So give me 1 second to get this next round going. Not next round, but next game going so we can watch. And we're going to transition over, and we can watch this game. Okay, guys. So we are Pikachu versus Mewtwo here. They are 1-1 in the series. They are just starting up this next game, and we are going to be dealing with this Pikachu and Mewtwo here. Pikachu is having an energy attached to it in the active. It does look like this is turn 1, I believe, so that Mewtwo does not have any type of attachments just yet. And we are going to have that energy advantage this turn. Let's see here. Let's see. Okay, guys. We are seeing a third Pokemon come onto that bench for Pikachu here. That is going to be a 90 damage into Omori's first Mewtwo EX in the active. So let's see. Okay, a second Curlia does come down for Omori now. We're looking potentially to see a Gardevoir, if there'll be Gardevoir being played. And we do see that Gardevoir on Omori's side. That could potentially mean 50 damage from that Mewtwo here onto that Pikachu. And we will have to go from there. I do think this Mewtwo is really going to need to retreat, though, or we will see the first knockout of this game 3. We will see this knockout of a game 3. Okay, so that Mewtwo does have an energy on it. Will we see that retreat to protect those 2 points from getting them? That he is now attaching another energy back onto the Pikachu in the back on the bench, and it's going to be finally knocking out that Mewtwo EX in the active. I'm surprised that Omori didn't end up retreating that Pokemon. And we are going to see now that Mewtwo EX on the bench being promoted, I assume here. That is going to be 2 points for the fill. And Omori has yet to get a single point. He also will not be able to do 150 this turn because, well, the Mewtwo EX does not have energy on it, but we do see this Gardevoir being put into the front to tank some hits from that Pikachu. Okay. So Pikachu can do upwards of 110 if there is a Giovanni, but we don't have any Raichu here that will be able to deal with the Raichu will be able to knock out that Gardevoir for a one-hit KO. Okay. Definitely seems like a little bit of a problem on Phil's side that he didn't have a spot for Raichu to begin to fill that out. We're going to see how this ends up going. But a Raichu would have been really nice to be able to one-hit KO this Gardevoir. Instead, we are seeing a retreat back, it looks like, to this Magneton, who will be able to do 60 damage onto that Gardevoir. That will mean, though, that this potentially will be time for that Mewtwo to get set up and start swinging, and in the end, sweep Phil's Pokemon. Okay. Let's see here, guys. Okay, and that Mewtwo does knock out that Megaton just from what you were talking about. There's gonna be a bit of a problem for Phil now because he let that Mewtwo EX really get going. He doesn't have a Zapdos that can one-shot that Mewtwo EX. Mewtwo EX is going to one-shot him next turn. Potentially, we are going to see this Mewtwo EX win the game now, come back from what a strong start that Phil had versus Mewtwo. Um, Okay. We're going to see here. Maybe a Sabrina could help Phil, though, because potentially pushing one of these Pokemon back could mean a Pikachu win. The question is, does Phil have a Sabrina? And I guess he could be stalling for that Sabrina as well. We can see 20 here from this Magnemite, 30 with this Giovanni. But we are definitely going to be looking for that, like an extra turn potentially to have that Raichu come online. For Sabrina to come to hand. Any of these potentially could be a win, but we'll have to see how it works out. Let's see. Okay, that baby Pikachu is getting put up now from that Sabrina, which does mean that Raichu attack is not going to be possible. Phil is really going to have to be hoping for a Sabrina to come to hand to allow him to push this Mewtwo back. But even then, I'm not sure we're going to see the attack that Phil really needs here. Let's see. A second point is going to go to Amori now with that knockout. Pikachu is going to the active. Phil really needs a Sabrina if he wants to win this game. But even then, that baby Mewtwo on the bench could still be swapped forward, and we won't have enough damage to be able to deal with it. Phil had a Pikachu on the board, but it did just get knocked out last turn. And it does look like we are going to only be able to do 60 here. I do think that's going to be game for Amori here, but we'll have to exactly see. Oh, it does look like he has Lieutenant Sergeant and everything. Very unlucky draw with the Sabrina from Amori. Let's see here. Okay. Oh, okay, guys. So that is going to be their game. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Let's see what else games we have left, guys, really quickly. We have about 15 matches left to go. And then, as you guys know, we are not doing top 32 tonight. It will be 1 p.m. EST tomorrow when we stream those top 32 games. So, yeah. Let's see here. Let's see. I'm trying to check exactly if there's any other games going still. Oh, let me just pause this, guys. My bad on that. And then we can get going. Let me find another game if we can, guys. I'm going to switch over to that meta breakdown channel. What is that? Why isn't... Okay, here we go. I'm going to switch over to here for a second, guys. We are waiting for a couple matches. I don't think we have another, what's it called? Just yet, like another match to watch right now. Let's see here. 1 second. So let's check this out. We have 15 minutes left, but there are only about 10 matches left, guys. Thank you guys so much for hanging out this night. We're gonna stream all the way through and talk about the top 32. But that being said, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Make sure that you are signed up for next week's tournament, and we'll see how it goes. So 1 second here, guys. So I am gonna quickly check. Sorry, I'm just like. Okay. Let me quickly. 'Oh Lord. Um. 1 second. Okay. Okay, guys. It does. Let me quickly check though here. 'Whatever. We're gonna look more into the standings now, guys. It does. I actually was really interested to see how this Charizard ended up doing. Oh, I clicked the wrong one, I guess. Let's quickly check out how these standings in the metagame is turning out here. So let's quickly check how Hayata did. That is a 9-0 with this deck. That's actually insane here. I'm really excited to see how that works out. We do also have that Mewtwo EX, that Pikachu EX. You see that Arcanine EX as well. So many awesome decks look like they have made it into day 2. I'm really excited to see how it ends up. We are about 7 matches from the end of the round here. So let's see. Let's see. Okay, so let's go on and look at this meta a little bit, guys. Okay, so let's check out this metagame. We do still have 5 matches left, but we are so excited to see how this top 32 turns out. It's going to be a lot of fun to see how it ends up. So let's see here. Let's check out some of this metagame as we're shaping up here. It's interesting to see just so many decks did so poorly, and yet still we see a lot of them in the top 32. We do see that we saw a lot of Mewtwo EXs are still in that top 32. So let's see here. We do have one Articuno EX Greninja here, a Greninja Mewtwo EX. I think that's so interesting to see. I cannot believe that it's doing so well, honestly, but and it won its last round as well. So we will have to see how this goes. So let's see here. I cannot believe this did well, actually. This is insane. But I love to see. Okay, it's only one Mewtwo EX, to be fair. But very interesting to see. I wonder what type of energies they ran. That is such a cool deck, though. I love seeing little things like this appear in the tournament, and I love seeing it do well. So we are going to have to see how it continues to... I mean, we saw how it's going to be in top 32, I'm pretty sure, with a 9-1. That's absolutely insane. I want to see what other really cool decks we can find here, guys. I'm really sad to see this down to 7-2. Lotech was undefeated for a very long time. He does win his last game, so we'll have to see exactly if he makes it or not. We do still have about 2 matches left, or 7 minutes. And then... So let's see here. I hope to see that he makes it. But it's really cool to see some of these decks really starting to pop up. Like some of these I just would never have imagined to see this week. And so I am so excited for the turnout of this, how this tournament is going to turn out. We do see some Arbok still in the range, though obviously not as many as we were seeing for a little bit. I wonder if these guys ended up winning or not. We do see some Mewtwo, some Starmie X's, Articunos that could potentially still make it in. But it's really interesting to see how what was leading and then what came into the final win there. We have about 6 minutes left with 2 rounds going, or 2 matches going here, guys. And we're gonna have to see how it goes from here. I'm so confused. So give us 1 minute, guys. Okay. So sorry, I was reading in chat. So it's interesting to see how these end up turning out. So Articuno was doing fairly well at the beginning, but now we see many of these are actually 7-2, where they were undefeated earlier or only sporting 1 loss. And we can really see where that begins to shape up now after all these hundreds of games. So we see Charizard Moltres as a 58% win rate against. That Venusaur EX Executors that were playing it had a 83% win rate against. Mewtwo EX, it barely marked over 50%, right there at 50.8%. And so we'll have to see how it goes. So I can't actually, that's so funny that it's so close to 50% for me here. And let's see, we're going to see that 4-5 versus the Greninja with a slight loss rate. We're seeing that 42% for our K9 Moltres EX. It's losing to Pikachu EX, more Voltorb, which we kind of expected. But we're going to see 21% versus that Pikachu EX Zebstrika. It's interesting really to see how these end up going, but let's bring up more metagames and we can check out as they continue. So let's see here. So let's see. Not all the decks are, but I assume it's because just how many people are playing them. I assume it's because of how many people are playing them. That it's able to be like that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I believe it's because of how many are playing the decks. Okay. We've got 3 minutes left in the round, guys. We are waiting for some of these to finish up. And so let's see here. Let's see. Okay. Sorry, I was just reading through something. So guys, we are really close to the end of that tournament. There's those 2 matches left to complete. And hopefully they'll be finishing up very, very shortly. So let's see. Um, sorry, I'm just like checking through some of these chats real quick while we are waiting for those last two matches. So let's see, guys. We are going to go on and look at some of these more standings again. I just wanted to check to see who, get an idea of who we might see in this next round. I'm sure we're still going to see Sterling Thunder with a 9-1. I'm sure all these 9-1s do survive through. There's only a couple of them, but I do believe all 9s will make it. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I assume one of these would be it, but 10 9 1s. Then we have 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 8 1-1s, 19 right here. That top 32 is going to be really interesting to see. I'm very excited to see how this tournament ends up shaping out. The top 32 looks like it's going to be so cool, honestly, and I am so excited to see how this this goes. Yeah, no, Hyoto is definitely cooking right here with that article. Oh my God, Arcanine and Charizard EX. It is so interesting to see, and I'm really excited to see how it ends up going. But yeah, we are still waiting for this last couple of matches to finish up here, guys. We have 33 seconds before the end of the round, and then we will see how it goes. Okay. Okay, guys. It does look like we're going to be finishing up here. Let me just quickly confirm. Oh, not set up. Okay, guys, I do think that is going to be the last round now, and we are officially going to see our top 32 now. Just double checking here. 1 second, 1 second. So give us a second, guys. There's 1 or 2 judge calls, it looks like, so we're going to quickly iron that out, and then we can check it out. Okay, 1 second, guys. Sorry about that. let's see. Okay, I do think I'm very confused what's ending up on this one. But I do think that's going to finish it out. So we are going to finish up here, guys. Let's quickly talk about who is in the top 32 and what decks we're seeing here. So let's check it out. Okay, guys. So we have that awesome, at least to me, deck with that Charizard EX and Arcanine EX and Moltres EX. This deck list is so interesting from Hayato. But we are seeing, I mean, there are still a large number of Mewtwo EXs here from that top 32. But we do see that one Articuno EX and that one Storm EX and two Articuno EXs. That is so exciting to see here today. I'm really excited to see how this continues to go. We have a second Charizard EX and Arcanine EX in the top 32. We have a couple Arcanines as well. We have those Pikachus. We have a Greninja Mewtwo. Honestly, guys, while obviously there is a lot of confusion on whether or not we are going to have oh my god, confusion on those fronts. We're gonna have to continue to get it worked. Oh my god, sorry. Confusion with how many Pokemon are the big meta. Wow, my words are like actually, just give me a second. My brain is completely dead. 1 second. So all I'm trying to say is there's a lot of diversity that we're seeing here in this top 32, and I'm so excited for tomorrow to watch it play out. And so I'm really excited to see how that goes. Guys, I do want to thank every single one of you for hanging out with us tonight. I know we're having a lot of fun, and I'm really excited for how this works out. If you do want to play in future tournaments, please make sure that you are signed up for the next tournament. We already have it going, and we already have the signups open, and so please go on and sign up if you are wanting into the tournament. My brain is like, so please go on and sign up to that. I do want to give a huge shout out to our sponsor, XP Collect, for supporting this tournament. We will have the top 32 tomorrow at 1 p.m. EST. It will be the same start time as today it was. So we're going to see how it continues to work out. So please make sure that you are signed. Oh my god, guys, my brain is like actually lagging. Guys, please, if you're going to sign up for next week, go on and hold your spot here, and we will go on and get that together. I am very excited for next week. We have decreased the size of the tournament, though. It will be max 1,024 players next week. So please go on and sign up for that. That being said, we do have top 32 tomorrow, which I'm super excited to watch. It's going to be so much fun, and please tune in again. We do still have a lot of good games to watch tomorrow, so please be here then. I want to give a huge shout out to our sponsor, XP Collect. And I am very excited to see that this sponsorship continue. I'm so happy that and appreciative that they're willing to work with us the way that they were and put this money up. So thank you guys so much for all of that. And please make sure to check them out. If you are, oh my gosh, the person I was going to raid just ended. If you are interested in, I do want to give a huge shout out to our judges though real quick. We had a lot of hiccups this stream, and I'm just so thankful for our judges that they are willing to put in the time that they do. I could not do this tournament without them. I really could not. And I am just so thankful that they're willing to, hang out with us, to put the work in that they do. And I know that all of you honestly should go thank them. You all should always go thank them. Like they did so much for this tournament, and I'm really excited to hopefully continue. That being said, we do want to smooth out a couple of things. We are going back to 1024. Furthermore, guys, I want to give a huge shout out to to all of you here, because this wouldn't have been possible without you guys. Like this tournament honestly would not be as big or, you know, as popular if you guys weren't here watching, hanging out with us. So I really want to give a huge shout out to all of them. So yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. And I just want to say thank you guys for being here. Again, huge shout out to our judges, huge shout out to our players, huge shout out to our top 32 who made it through 10 rounds tonight. Absolutely killed it in these games, and all the people who also streamed their games for us to watch. I had so much fun casting. I had so much fun watching these players compete. And so yeah, guys, thank you so much. And yeah, thank you guys again. I really do appreciate it. Huge shout out to the players, huge shout out to the judges, huge shout out to the top 32, huge shout out to everyone who streamed both in Discord and Twitch. So guys, thank you so much. This couldn't happen without you guys. That being said here, I am quickly trying to find someone to raid because everyone keeps ending. I like to raid people who played in the tournament. So I gotta find someone who's still alive that played in the tournament. So give me one second here to find someone. But yeah, let me quickly check. It's like oh, here's one. So we are going to raid a 7-3 Mewtwo player here now. Let me quickly bring up my Twitch so I can raid. So guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Again, I want to say huge shout out to our judges, huge shout out to our sponsor for supporting us in the way they do. Huge shout out to the top 32 who will be here 1 p.m. EST tomorrow. Please make sure to sign up for next week's tournament. Please make sure to follow on Twitch if you're there, subscribe on YouTube if you are watching from that platform, and we'll be here again tomorrow, same time. I'll talk to y'all then. Bye-bye.